Chapter 51. Like a gust of wind flying swallows, the ferret ran directly to the place where the horse and the horse were in full view. The large black cloak of the spacious red cloud picture is rippling, and the long black hair that is soft after taking off the cloak flutters in the wind. Indifferent eyes, cold face, just like this, under the guard of Hema, on the tall trees near them, the breath is deadlocked. Up them. At the same time, a chi rain with the same red cloud image and black cloak, several jumps and ups and downs across the kilometer, also swept to the eastern jungle. Two Sharingan appeared, and the scene was suddenly stagnated, and the four people approaching Itachi and Ma looked like enemies. The Danzo by the lake did not dare to come forward without the confrontation with the four of Ma, but they were equally vigilant and guarded the ferret, and watched the surroundings so as not to be attacked. After all, Uchiha Itachi and another Sharingan appeared a little abruptly. Boom! Chiyu jumped from a distance and fell from the air on the way Terumi Mei and others must pass, throwing up a cloud of dust. Hey, nowhere! Chiyu, with his sword on his shoulders in both hands, drank it and looked at Terumi Mei curiously. At the age of 24, Terumi Mei, dressed in a blue dress, turquoise eyes, long brown curly hair, and her right eye covered by hair, has begun to reveal the mature beauty of women. I hope that my wife is to capture her talents, not. Countless thoughts flashed in an instant. Chiyu was considering how to make a right for this woman who hates to marry, not worrying about the fall of her own wife, but seeing that the loneliness in her original works is pitiful for life. Looking for death. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. Terumi Mei condensed her eyebrows and gave a squeaky voice, unabated. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge water dragon rushed straight to Chiyu to churn. Although it has been said that the strongest water style is second Hokage and Kisame, but Terumi Mei swallowed the existence of Lord Madara Susanoo with Water Dragon Bomb in the Fourth World War, and it is also known to use Water Dragon Bomb the largest. Facing the nearly 10-meter-long and 100-meter-long water dragon, Chiyu swung his swords to greet him. Boom! There was not even a wave of waves. The huge water dragon directly engulfed Chiyu and rushed forward, and the water dragon rushed out of a 5 to 600-meter ravine all the way. However, Chiyu continued to fly upside down for several hundred meters under the entrapment and impact of the water dragon, and directly landed not far from Itachi. Oh. Terumi Mei was silly immediately, no? Tsunade said that he is a strong man, which means that the other party was not really knocked off just now, but was acting. But your acting skills, Tsunade is afraid that he is a fool, right? Although he is handsome, but Itachi helped. Chiyu, who rolled all the way on the ground, looked up at the dumbfounded and Ma, and then called to Itachi. But Itachi withdrew his gaze, still ignoring Chiyu coldly, which made Chiyu a little embarrassed. That's Mizunin. And Danzo at the lake, seeing the Kirigakure ninja who followed, suddenly became gloomy. First, it was attacked inexplicably, and now Akatsuki and Kirigakure emerged. Danzo felt deeply wrong. What? Enemy attack? Before Danzo finished thinking, he heard a call from behind. As soon as he turned his head, Danzo was horrified to see that in the four purple flames formation, he did not know when there was a masked man wearing a red cloud and black robe. Concentrating on his eyebrows, Danzo felt like he was enveloped by conspiracy. Today's situation is too wrong. He smelled the aura of being calculated. It seems that all of this is definitely not accidental now. Who is it? Fire style. Wind style. In an instant, the battle in the 4 Zeon array was on the verge of triggering, and the well-trained root ninjas immediately returned the attacker with the fastest response. Swish. Then they saw a stun scene. The masked man ignored their attacks and did not evade, but all kinds of props and ninjutsu attacking him, without exception, penetrated the past. It seemed that the person was just a phantom. Dozens of people at the root immediately opened up, the attack continued to increase, and the perception of a few people tried to dispel the illusion, thinking that they were in the illusion. Space-time pupil technique. Quickly, surround that person. Danzo guessed for the first time when he saw Sharingan in the other's right eye. Based on the coveting of Sharingan's instinct, Danzo's breathing suddenly stopped. Spatio-temporal pupil skills. What a good ability. May I ask anyone who has experienced the 3 wars of ninja, Who does not envy Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god technique? It's a pity that that technique requires too high a person's aptitude. Since the second-generation teacher created flying thunder god, Danzo has learned it now, but he hasn't gained a little bit. The entire Konoha is only cultivated by the late second Hokage and fourth generation. Then there is Namikaze Minato's revised version of the simple flying thunder formation technique. Although the difficulty of learning has been reduced, the requirements are still not low. Now Konoha has only the 3 of Shirenui Gunma to learn. To this end, the 3 geniuses who were once awe-inspiring have spent a lot of energy. But now, there are only 2 special Jonin and 1 Chunin. Seeing the masked man who had not entered the 4 purple flame array now, Danzo felt that the distinguished heavenly gods under the bandage on his right eye was not smelling. And there are some crazy plans in my heart. Distinguished heavenly gods exchange time and space Mangekyo, enough to earn. Obito frowned when he saw Danzo rushing back without hesitation and then opened the Kemui space. Why didn't he dare to shoot at Itachi at the beginning, and even rarely showed up in front of Itachi? That is, he knew there was a distinguished heavenly gods in Itachi. Of course, he also knew about the distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo, so he didn't dare to get close to the range of Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods. Seeing Danzo's actions, Obito did not dare to be big, and he was naturally more afraid of becoming a puppet after manipulating Yagura over the years. The name of distinguished heavenly gods resounded throughout the ninja world. At that time, many people were scared. After Uchiha Shirsue's death, it was not only Konoha's high level fortunately. Shuhu. When the masked Madara evaded the attack and opened the space Uzumaki, the 2 figures spun out with countless blades and attacked towards the ninja. Although Uchiha believes that there is also an air pupil technique, Obito does not intend to expose it in front of everyone. It is enough to reveal a pupil technique that manipulates an object. Go to 3 Tails, let's go immediately. Uchiha Letter and Kisame immediately rushed to the bound 3 Tails when they heard the words. Kisame killed the ninja Konoha root in front of Kisame. Uchiha Letter to 3 Tails and immediately printed a mysterious rune. Tilda, in the masked Madara. The disappeared figure appeared near Yamato. Shuhu. Although Yamato was too late to react, the root ninja near him immediately took action. Obito had to toss a wood-style cutting technique, and then hollow again. Boom. Yamato reacted with a short sword to intercept the wood thorn. Before he was astonished that it was wood-style, he saw wood-style suddenly explode. Seeing that the masked man who evaded the dense attack disappeared again, Yamato and the root ninjas immediately watched the surroundings. Water-style, blasting water rushing wave. With Kisame's seal, the big mouth of the shark's face shot out a huge stream of water instantly, spreading around it in a few breaths to form a small lake of 200 meters. Shuhu. At the same time, the masked Madara also launched the wood-style cutting technique towards the surroundings, forcing the 4 ninjas who maintained the 4 purple flame formations to disperse. Before 3 Tails broke free, Kisame opened Samahata and immediately sucked on his chakra. The masked Obito came, a wood-style Hell's Rebellion. The huge winding and thorny giant would directly entangled 3 Tails, leaving the hysterical roar of 3 Tails. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, they saw the 3 Tails, which was nearly 100 meters in size, flying directly. Water-style 5 eating shark. Seeing Danzo and a few ninjas want to jump on 3 Tails, Kisame immediately sealed, and instantly 5 sharks rushed towards each other. Send the signal flare, retreat. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Shinnon watched the flying 3 Tails wake up from horror. Boom! Boom boom! With the launch of the flares, the fleet in the lake turned around, and the circling 30 Kongrenin also left. Let's go! Seeing Shinnon's signal flare, he and Ma spoke very heartily, and then the 4 quickly left. Itachi did not stop them either, but looked at 3 Tails as they lifted off. The one who came to the edge, Obi, also looked at all this in horror. He didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization was not 3 Mangekyo, but 4. For that matter, Terumi gritted his teeth and looked at Uchiha Itachi and Chiyu. Killed Uchiha Itachi of 4th Mizukage, take it to death. Water Dragon Bomb, triple technique. Terumi yelled, her hands were sealed, and 3 water dragons rushed out immediately. Chapter 52. Seeing this, Chiyu instantly hid behind Itachi. Where could he see someone who had just been swept a few hundred meters away by the water dragon bomb? Although he received some tips from his daughter-in-law, Chiyu felt that even if Terumi may had trouble with Itachi, Itachi would not take it seriously. At most, he would show what is called 5/5 Kai. I still try to be a little lazy, paddling a little bit, not too diligent and obedient, lest Nagato and Obito push their noses on their faces. Hu bang, Itachi was expressionless, motionless, and then shattered by the impact of the water dragon bomb. K. Chiyu cursed secretly. Facing the 3 water dragons surrounding him, he had no choice but to follow. Didn't pay attention. Itachi is actually a shadow clone? What is a stroke expert? Compared with Itachi, he is still too tender. Boom, where the 3 water dragons impacted, water splashed in all directions, and a golden Susanoo with a 20-meter high upper body appeared in the wind and clouds. Suddenly, on this complex battlefield, it attracted countless eyes. Since it can't be avoided, Chiyu doesn't mind trying Terumi Mei's level. After releasing Susanoo who had resisted the water dragon bomb, Chiyu turned on the pupil technique Jinwei chakra mode. In an instant, Chiyu was wrapped in a golden chakra coat. Hey, woman, do you also think of dancing? Chiyu carried the golden chakra's double swords and said a salute. Terumi Mei's mouth twitched, and the person in front of him has a strong Uchiha style. What is Tsunade's fancy? I'll deal with this person. You guys beware of Uchiha Itachi. Terumi Mei ordered, and then rushed directly to Chiyu. The youth around Terumi Mei saw this, too late to stop. There is a ghost Uchiha Itachi nearby, and Terumi Mei wants to single out a Mangekyo. Didn't Susanoo see him just now? Qing died in desperation. If Terumi Mei had a case, what would they do with Kirigakure? Master Qing, Captain Umbu Jian, saw Qing paying attention to Master Terumi Mei and asked immediately, set up the formation and sweep the formation for Master Terumi Mei. There are no other enemies nearby. Qing replied immediately. Upon hearing this, Jian and others immediately relied on the semicircle of the terrain to surround the battlefield. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. Fire style, Howard fire dragon technique. Water style, water absolute cut. How can you enjoy yourself when you are not very pomp? After a few breaths, the 2 people were overwhelmed with ninjutsu clashes. The collision of fire style water style raged for 100 meters, and the water vapor from the collision of water and fire instantly spread hundreds of meters around. Chong, chong, in the thick smoke, several golden crescents slashed ragingly, and wherever they passed, giant trees fell down, and the ground raised a series of ravines. Chiyu didn't show any mercy, and tried his best to show the level in this state, but he didn't turn on the ultimate focus mode. Terumi Mei is not a weak person. It is itself the boundary between boil style and lava style double bloodline. It survives the bloody fog. Even with the protection of the elders, its combat experience, combat skills, and combat wisdom are all is top-notch. Xiang, Chiyu avoided the water-severing wave sprayed by Terumi Mei Jin. Swept away with 2 slashes, the speed broke out in an instant, and the sword rushed away. Terumi Mei's delicate figure does not affect her agility. While avoiding slashes elegantly, Jane counterattacks at the same time. Lava style, solving monster technique. Facing Chiyu who burst into a surprise attack, Terumi Mei did not evade, but Jane spit out a magma-like slime. Chiyu was not arrogant to use the Jinwei chakra coat to test. This is a liquid that even Susanoo can melt, and it can't be offended. In the original book, if it weren't for Obito to save, Sasuke wouldn't even be able to pass the level of Terumi Mei. Chiyu's right foot was a little bit, and the lightning-fast figure immediately jumped high, and the 2 swords in his hand swept down with a cross slash. Terumi Mei evaded instantly, and the place where she was originally was immediately slashed into a mess. At this time, the Mist Shinobi Ninja collectively used the water style, Mist Shinobi technique. Originally, due to Chiyu fire style and Terumi Mei water style, water vapor in the range of nearly several hundred meters was generated, and a thick white mist was applied again. I can't see my fingers when I reach out. This is Kirigakure Ninja's best ninjutsu. Naturally, in such an environment, they are also most familiar with it. However, This is not a problem for a reckless man. Chiyu held the sword in his right hand, and chakra burst out a few more points all over the body. The vast chakra all poured into the golden double swords, and then the whole person immediately spun to the left frantically. In the center of the thick white mist, a golden light like a top blooms, and it continuously releases countless golden sword lights around. Suddenly, in the thick white fog, there were countless cutting sounds and the sound of trees collapsing. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. In a tricky location, a huge water dragon flooded Chiyu. Chiyu didn't think too much. A hard cross slash greeted him and confidently rushed behind the slash. Just as Chiyu thought, the golden cross slash easily defeated the water dragon. However, looking at Wanisen Terumi Mei close at hand, Chiyu, who was about to rush forward, felt a chill in vain. A burst of golden light bloomed, and the golden Susanoo appeared again. Boo! Susanoo, who looked at the second form of musculoskeletal bones, immediately melted and evaporated in the thick fog. Mixed in the thick fog is Terumi Mei's white misty boil style, a bloodline ninjutsu that is more aggressive than her lava style. Fire style, great fireball technique. The Chiyu Jin and Susanoo, a huge group of fire style sprayed out, and Terumi Mei's boil style burst out of a gap, canceling the clumsy Susanoo. Chiyu Jin, a fire style phoenix fire technique, erupted in all directions, forcing the Kirigakure ninjas who were close to him back. Two more golden slashes swept towards Terumi Mei, who avoided fire style. They retreated and chased for a while. Finally, Terumi Mei was forced to retreat to the shore with Chiyu's slash and jumped onto the lake. Call out. Chiyu naturally knew that Terumi Mei was here intentionally, but he didn't care, so he chased him with his sword. Dual bloodline boundary owners are really rare. Chiyu, who was chasing from behind, fell on the water and spoke to Terumi Mei in front. Mangekyo Sharingan is really extraordinary. Pay the price for Kirigakure. After a wave of business exchanges, Terumi Mei immediately screamed. Hey, look for them then. Why are you looking for me? Chiyu said helplessly. I will fight them one by one. Let's use you as a win. Oh, even on the water, you don't necessarily have the advantage. Terumi Mei ignored Chiyu's words and quickly formed seals with both hands. The lake was surging like a giant beast, and a huge wave appeared on the left and right to surge towards Chiyu. At this time, a big yellow and white toad jumped over the mountains to the west. What is surprising is that the toad, which is more than 10 meters in size, jumped hundreds of meters in the air like a flight. Swish! When the toad jumped up and soared again, a huge black iron rod on its back instantly soared, reaching a height of 100 meters in the air, directly facing the three tails, which is a few hundred meters away, at a height of 300 to 400 meters. Retreat. Seeing this, Obito immediately drank Kisame, who wanted to resist, and prepared to retreat. This move is undoubtedly a move to abandon Three Tails, but there is no way. Obito, who personally caused the Nine Tails chaos, saw third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and an iron rod directly pushed Nine Tails more than a kilometer. Directly let the Nine Tails raging in Konoha village be pushed out of the village. Obito doesn't think that Kisame is as powerful as Nine Tails, and the summoning beast of third Hokage is a top-notch existence. I come. At this moment, Uchiha Shinhide let out a low voice, skimmed in front of Itachi and Kisame, and faced the huge iron rod that hit him. It was his time for Uchiha Shinhide. Following Uchiha's letter to Mangekyo Sharingan, a space Uzumaki gradually increased by 3 meters in front of him, and the white world behind Uzumaki could be seen. The huge iron rod that came from the lasing happened to rush into this space Uzumaki. Boom! With Uchiha's letter closing the space Uzumaki, the unreasonable force of the space almost cut the huge iron rod. At the moment, the iron rod that was a summoning beast changed immediately and disappeared. Otherwise, it was indispensable. Space pupil technique? On Toad's back, the old Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured solemnly. Another space-time pupil technique? Danzo directly stared at the bottom in a daze, hating the opponent for being too far away. His distinguished heavenly gods were useless. Chapter 53. Why? You are quite calm at this time. Don't you worry about the situation that you have caused you to lose control. In the laboratory underground in Lulan, Orochimaru asked Tsunade, who was watching the experimental data while doing the experiment. Compared to that, I am more worried about you running over to the muddy water, Tsunade said lightly. Orochimaru was speechless when he heard this. He did have the idea of wandering in the muddy water before. After all, the 4 pairs of Mangekyo were there. The Mangekyo of Uchiha letter he had coveted for a long time also wanted to verify it. But he was warned by Tsunade and stared at him for a few days. No way. I want to go now, but it's too late. When you decide to become the new wind of this era, don't hesitate. If you can't let this era where the windmill has stopped moving, any wind is meaningless, Tsunade. You are still afraid. I have my plan. No, Tsunade. You are afraid. Afraid that you can't afford the expectations of others. Afraid that the changes you bring will cause casualties. But Tsunade, people who worry about everything, can't do anything. When you choose this path, if you don't abandon your humanity, you will fail. It's like doing business, like studying. You always pay first before you get more. Compared with the beauty that you bring after success, some necessary sacrifices are worth it. Between the choices, you haven't escaped the eyes of ordinary people. You don't need to teach me. We can only move forward on the road we have chosen, no matter whether it is right or wrong. Tsunade said a few words softly, then frowned and left here. Here is the battlefield where all forces revolve around 3 tails. With the powerful toad of Jiraiya's summoning, the situation is once again blurred. Here, Chiyu, facing Turmi Mei's just gorgeous water-style attack, did not choose to resist, but dodged and retreated to the shore to watch the battle. On the huge 3 tails 300 to 400 meters above, following Uchiha letter jumped out, using his Mangekyo Sharingan's space-time pupil technique to avoid Sarutobi Hiruzen's iron rod extension attack. I also used the space channel to close and almost cut the summoning beast, an ape demon. Fortunately, the ape demon reacted quickly and immediately released the summoning technique and slipped away. Uchiha said a pity in the secret, and then continued to concentrate on using the pupil technique to manipulate the floating 3 tails that had been swaying a few times. But it does not mean that Jiraiya and the others have no means. They saw the strong toad that had just landed, and the body of more than 10 meters jumped. When it reached the height of more than 100 meters, the toad burst into an air current, and the huge toad was hit like a heavy blow, and then it fell straight down. But at the same time, a figure rushed from the toad to 3 tails like a cannonball. 8 Inner Gates 6th Gate, King Gate, open. Saw. The figure yelled loudly on the way, and instantly exploded with a majestic momentum. A burst of white light exploded. The air current swept all around, and the dazzling green arrogance hovered the whole body. It was more beautiful than Chiyu's golden body chakra mode at the moment, and the person here was Might Guy. Above 3 tails, seeing Kisame, who was already powerless by 3 tails, stopped using Samahata to bully it. Seeing the green shadow attack, he blocked the front. Accept the trick. To the peacock. Guy rushed to shout with his wings spread out. When approaching 3 tails, ignoring the Samahata that Kisame greeted, swept towards Kisame. Boom! At the moment when Kisame waved Samahata vigorously, a flame ignited on Might Guy's feet, not only ignoring Samahata, who was stabbed by countless swords, but also made Kisame, who was also using strange power, knocked back and hit the 3 tails shell. After a successful blow, Guy took advantage of the momentum to chase, and immediately shot directly with both fists. Da-da-da. In an instant, Might Guy's fists were like machine guns, and he shot countless flame fists. Even Uchiha Xian and Itachi, who reacted with attack support, Xian's blade manipulation, and Itachi's fire-style Phoenix Fire technique did not break Guy's peacock. High-speed punches hit the shock waves and flames of the air, firmly suppressing Kisame, and dispelling the attacks of Xian and Itachi. Boom! It wasn't until Might Guy finished exporting one set to the peacock before he retreated under the attack of the other 3 Sharingan. At this moment, Kisame appeared. He was rough and thick-skinned. He was still in ragged clothes and scarred all over his body while relying on Samahata to resist most of the attacks. The super-strong air shock wave and high temperature caused Kisame to be bruised all over his body, and at this moment Samahata was quickly transporting him chakra to recover. The repulsed Might Guy fell into the air. However, The seventh gate of 8 inner gates surprised the door open. Another dazzling white light flashed, and a more powerful aura bloomed with the scattered shock waves. Boom, boom, boom. Then everyone was stunned. The full-bodied Might Guy, full of blue arrogance, directly tapped his feet in the air quickly, and then jumped from below 3 tails to above 3 tails. Come on, Konoha's proud blue beast. Guy didn't forget to report his title. Under the gaze of the 4 people on 3 tails back, he held his right hands in the air, ready to attack. Kisame, who was recovering now, gritted his teeth and tried his best to jump out of his hands to form a seal. He wanted to show shame. Day Tiger. Water style. Big shark bomb technique. A Might Guy with a blue arrogance. A giant white energy tiger rushed out from above with both hands. Kisame Jane. A huge shark bullet greeted him. Boom! The 2 huge energy clusters collided, bursting out violent shock waves and punching each other. Not good. Seeing that Kisame's huge water shark bomb could not consume the opponent's energy group, Obito snorted. In an instant, the white giant tiger shattered the water shark and came straight through. Boom! The white day tiger rushed down, directly bursting into an extremely brilliant white light. Even here in the daytime, it was completely enveloped by the white light in an instant. Kisame's unique skill, the Great Shark Ball technique, is very strong, and it can also absorb the opponent's ninjutsu to increase the intensity. However, what he faces is not ninjutsu and chakra, but the air cannon fired by physique. With a violent roar resounding through the sky, after the white light of bright blind eyes flashed, super shock waves and hurricanes rolled in, so that everyone nearby could not look at the top for several breaths. When everyone reacted and looked shocked, 3 tails was no longer visible, and only a figure in a green costume fell. And the huge 3 tails was kicked directly to the lake nearly a kilometer away. On the 3 tails, a red Tsunade of more than 20 meters with a shield in his left hand is slowly dissipating. Behind Tsunade, Kisame and Xian came back to his senses, looking at the obvious cracks on the red Tsunade and Itachi's slightly pale face. Feeling the pain of the internal organs caused by the violent vibration, Kisame and Xian looked at the green figure lying on the lake in the distance in horror and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Rao knows the powerful Chi-Yu of Emperor Guy. Rao has seen it in the animation in the previous life. At this moment, he is also looking at Guy in a trance. But Chi-Yu returned to his senses in an instant, immediately swallowed his saliva and turned around and ran away, because Guy fell not far from him, his eyes still staring. However, just as Chi-Yu thought, Guy, who was out of breath after landing, ignored his state and saw a man in a black robe with a red cloud picture next to him, and immediately reopened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. Swish, swish, the green figure was like a flash of lightning, and a few leaps rushed to Chi-Yu's side. Chi-Yu, who was trying his best to escape, was helpless. Chi-Yu, who was staring at Mangekyo Sharingan, turned around and swept away with a slash, but only saw Might Guy's left hand bursting with flames, and Chi-Yu's slash was dissipated with a single wave. Power prelude. Then the extremely fast speed surged again, surpassing Chi-Yu Mangekyo Sharingan's insight speed, and kicked forward. Chi-Yu entangled the golden chakra's double swords at the same time, trying to slash from the right. Boom! A burst of air exploded. Chi-Yu was kicked directly by brute force, but the double sword attack failed to break the energy on Might Guy's feet. Shu Chi-Yu, who flew upside down and paddled 100 meters on the lake, stabilized his figure, and faced Guy, who was rushing again, hurried to his double swords. Guy didn't avoid it, and the speed remained unabated, raising his leg a leaf hurricane and flying Chi-Yu's double swords. At this time, Chi-Yu, who had already turned on Sage mode, suddenly flooded his right foot with his golden chakra coat and kicked it against the sudden Guy. Konoha Diamond Force Whirlwind. Might Guy burst out suddenly, and the blue chakra attached to his feet and kicked suddenly. Boom! In an instant, the gentle surface of the lake exploded a vacuum of tens of meters, and a huge wave of 10 meters high suddenly appeared and surged in all directions. The green figure of Might Guy was still in place, and there was still a little golden chakra rain on his body, and he flew directly below 3 tails a few hundred meters away. Another jump. The rope was thrown in the air. 3 tails caught Kisame and lifted it hard, lifting Chi-Yu up. Uchiha Shin, who seemed to be guilty, tried his best to use pupil technique and quickly manipulated three tails to fly away. In this way, Akatsuki coaxed 5 people out of the game and then was kicked by Might Guy and left. Chapter 54. Hey, Itachi, when you were in Umbu, did you learn 8 inner gates? Teach me 2 hands. Chiyu sat down on the back of Three Tails, who was piloted by Uchiha Exine flying high in the sky, and rubbed his right foot after taking off his shoes. No, worthy of it is Itachi, concise and concise. Be quiet and be a beautiful man, as if it wasn't him who had resisted Shura just now. Oh no, as if nothing happened just now. Chiyu was so shameless that even Obito was surprised, turned his head and glanced at him. The qualification requirements of 8 inner gates. Can anyone learn it? Otherwise Konoha would have developed early. 8 inner gates is not that Konoha village does not teach, but is too perverted. In order to save his son Might Guy's father and Shiranui Gunma, and Ebisu trio. 4 of the 7 ninja swords that fit together were kicked to death by him on the spot, and 3 escaped. It was a shocking record that year. Such a good thing. If anyone can learn it, the ninja world has long been called Konoha. Would Konoha want to promote it? My letter and Three Tails leave. You disband first. Mask Madara said suddenly. Swish, Chiyu hadn't had time to say a word about it. Itachi seemed to be attacking the cafeteria after school and disappeared in an instant, and he was not afraid that he would be thrown to death at a height of several hundred meters. Swish, honestly. Kisame also jumped down. Chiyu spread his hands and had to jump down. Are you okay? Obito asked Uchiha Shin after seeing the 3 people go. Huh, I'm afraid it won't last long. Uchiha's letter, who didn't need to hold back at this moment, immediately showed exhaustion. He has a special physique. Although Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, it is not Uchiha's bloodline after all. Let alone playing with Susanoo, it is not easy to use Mangekyo pupil technique in ordinary times. He has been controlling the Three Tails with the pupil technique that controls the substance until now. He is on the edge of the limit. Huh, I saw a white Zetsu emerge, covering Uchiha Shin's body, and then liquefying and fusing into Uchiha Shin's body. As white Zetsu's energy was transferred to Uchiha letter, the letter that was still crumbling just now became alive again. Although Uchiha Shin joined at the latest, his pure will and ideals made Obito trust him, so he revealed some of white Zetsu's abilities to him. The effect is so impressive that Uchiha believes that now the Mask Madara is desperate and obeyed. Terumi Mei met Hokage-sama. At the huge lake, Terumi Mei went to Sarutobi Hiruzen to meet after the war. Terumi Mei, we met for the first time. Thank you very much for the information you provided Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled when she saw Terumi Mei coming. Master Hokage laughed. Terumi Mei has no strength to face them, so she can only ask Konoha for help. After all, there is no one who knows how to deal with Sharingan better than you. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, he smiled immediately, and when he saw the sincere expression of Terumi Mei, he accepted the emotions complicatedly and exchanged greetings with Terumi Mei. At this moment, Danzo next to him watched Sarutobi Hiruzen and Terumi Mei chat in harmony. He looked very uncomfortable. How many things are you hiding from me, Danzo? For a second, Danzo's brain was rushing, and it was clear that Three Tails' was discovered by accident by the Root Ninja, and he also explored and implemented the capture plan at the fastest speed. Why are there so many changes in the capture of Three Tails? The attack by Sora Shinobu, Akatsuki, and even Kirigakure and Sarutobi came. As a patient with severe suspicion, Danzo made up the annual show of 10 chess pieces and chess players. As a victim, he glanced at his friends who grew up in childhood and blocked his chest in one breath. He's changed. Sarutobi, are you hiding something from me? On the way back to Konoha, Danzo, who returned without success, turned his back to Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked in a deep voice. His back view was rather sad. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the old smoking gun from his mouth and looked suspiciously at Danzo. Why did you hide it from him? Did you hide anything from him? I hurried to rescue him with kindness and kindness. What is this virtue? Wrong payment. All warned him, don't worry about everything. Look at the bleak ending now. Uchiha Shin's space-time pupil technique, the ability to manipulate matter. Uchiha Itachi is suspected to be the shield of the sacred 8-foot mirror. Conan, it seems that Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Itachi are more dangerous than we thought. Nagato said, although White Zetsu belongs to the masked Madara, this kind of information will not be hidden from Nagato. After all, many people have seen it. It's just that Nagato is more wary of the masked Madara, and fortunately, he asked them to intercept Three Tails this time, so that now he can get more information about Mangekyo. But Uchiha letter, I haven't found his past. Even Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shina didn't know his past existence. It's really strange. Conan frowned and said solemnly, maybe the masked Madara cultivated it secretly. If you want to come to a gloomy person like him, naturally, you will not only have one hand to prepare. Space-time pupil technique, hollow ability. It seems that I have to prepare a few sets of backhands. Conan said solemnly, will you be too risky if you do this? Don't underestimate them. Be careful to be discovered by them. Now your alliance has started and cannot withstand their revenge. A black market in the country of fire. Orochimaru listened to the divergent opinions of people nearby. Said to Tsunade, the two used the transformation technique and arrived here. Tsunade wanted to spread the rumors, and Orochimaru was forced by Tsunade to do something. At this moment, many people in the vicinity are talking about the Three Tails battle that took place in the eastern part of the country of fire 2 days ago. 4 Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and 2 of them were space-time pupils. They used to be Kirigakure. Their purpose was the tail beast. Even the siege of Konoha village Elder Shimura Danzo had completely failed. Each piece is shocking information, but it does not seem to be a rumor. Danzo did all of this. What's up with me, Tsunade? Tsunade spread his hands and gave Danzo the pot completely. Tsunade didn't care at all. Danzo was the king of pots who broke through the dimension. No one would doubt him. Anyway, his fate was there. Ninja casually picked out an annoying thing. That Konoha's roots would always stick some roots. If such a person does not die, then it is best to take the blame. After knowing Akatsuki's participation in the chess game that could not be recovered, Tsunade did not let it go, but took advantage of the trend. Borrowing Danzo's name, Sora Shinobu and Kato are exposed, and then some information about Akatsuki's organization is revealed. In this way, under the pressure of the 4 Mangekyo Sharingan, the villages will start to watch out and increase the protection of Jinchuriki. This will not only cause trouble for Akatsuki, but also make it easier for her to follow up Tsunade's follow-up with the villages to conduct joint exchanges. When will you close the net? What are you anxious? My man is in there. I'm not anxious. Just do your thing and remember to get the physical activity technique back. Tsunade said impatiently. Why didn't she find Orochimaru's mother-in-law before? To be honest, Orochimaru is very anxious now, but Tsunade said that when she closes the net, there is a high probability that there will be something better than her grandfather's cell. After seeing the arm of White Zetsu's body, Orochimaru reluctantly believed it. He was so willing to work for Tsunade, and witnessed that Tsunade's new wind was only 1% of the reasons. All the others are greedy Mangekyo. Your husbands I can do without. So there are 3 Mangekyo. When the net is closed, he will not be able to get Orochimaru even the space-time pupil technique Mangekyo, right? Boom! Somewhere inside Konoha village Hokage Rock, Danzo smashed the table with anger. Looking at some of the information he just got, although Danzo's reputation has become bigger and his fans have more fans, he is not happy. Shin Nong is the leader of the Empty Kingdom. These years, he has been walking around the villages to steal secret arts and coveted beasts, with the intention of restoring some kind of weapon that can destroy the world. Jintu's original name was Heima, and the 12 guards of the coup d'etat a few years ago have been aiming to destroy Konoha. Akasaka's masked male spatio-temporal pupil technique Mangekyo once set off the Nine Tails chaos, and secretly controlled 4th Mizuka Jigura to cause the culprit in the blood fog for many years. The Akatsuki organization intends to capture the nine-tailed beasts, and the leader of Akatsuki organization has the supreme pupil technique Rinnegan. Elder Konoha, Shimura Danzo uses himself and 3 Tails as bait, and wants to lay out 3 Thief and return 3 Tails to Kirigakure. However, he has the intention to kill the thief and is powerless. That's right. The above information has spread throughout the shinobi world these days. Danzo, who feels that something is not right, is unable to refute it, and is extravagant to stay silent. Except for the last one of his Shimura Danzo's feet, Other information was collected from their roots within 2 days after that battle, and even Rinnegan, who many people didn't believe, knew about it. How does Danzo argue against this situation? Even dare to argue? After all, it's for Konoha. Danzo had a splitting headache when he learned this information, let alone Akatsuki, Sora Shinobu, and the former 12 famous guards caused him a lot of brain pain. Isn't this irritating to Shinobu? In case they jumped the wall in a hurry. Also, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen both knew about the matter with Ma. It was difficult to solve it back then. Why did it cause trouble again? The daimyo really didn't worry. Danzo's face was a little gloomy. However, he wants to know who is setting him up. This information was revealed, and Danzo became a target of public criticism. Especially the last one. I just want to get rid of him, Danzo, and hurry up. This means Danzo subconsciously thinks that it is the friend, but think about the relationship between the two. Hiruzen would not treat him like this. But who is it then? Chapter 55. Danzo-sama. The people in Kirigakure found out that the Mist Shinobi Ninja was led by Terumi Mei that day. Their purpose was not Three Tails, but Akatsuki. The blue one transplanted a Byakugan Perception Ninja, and found the trace of Akatsuki and chased it over. However, the Kirigakure executives believe that it may have been the Akatsuki organization deliberately revealing whereabouts to them. After all, they secretly tracked the Shao organization for many years, but they have not found any information about the Shao organization. What happened this time was too weird, and they were also very cautious. Danzo listened to the report from his subordinates and tapped the desk lightly. After thinking about it carefully, I was grateful in vain. If Akatsuki had deliberately revealed his whereabouts to Kirigakure, it would have deliberately lured Kirigakure ninjas over. At that time, Danzo was catching Three Tails. As everyone knows, Three Tails has always been a tail beast belonging to Kirigakure. If the Kirigakure ninja arrives a while early, I'm afraid it will turn out to be a different situation. At that time, it doesn't matter whether it is right or wrong, but the face of the village. At that time, either Danzo will fight Kirigakure on behalf of Konoha, or he will return Three Tails to Kirigakure. But I'm afraid Akatsuki didn't expect that Danzo caught Three Tails so quickly, and they had to stop the Kirigakure ninja before they arrived. Now it seems that Shinnong and Heima are also connected to the Shao organization behind them, right? Itachi's behavior seemed to confront him with Ma and the others, but he didn't do anything. How would it look like intercepting him? Danzo went after him and Ma and the others. Compared with Hiruzen's confidence in Itachi's position, Danzo has always been worried about Itachi. How does his behavior seem to be an undercover agent for Hiruzen to organize? It's been 2 or 3 years. No information is sent. No contact. Is this called undercover? In a village on the southeast coast of the Fire Country, Shinnong, who had been practicing medicine for a day, just returned to the temporary residence arranged for him in this village. However, when he entered the room and saw the person in front of him, Shinnong was so frightened that his entire body stood tall. The huge strait on the southeast coast of the Fire Country, close to the deserted place of the Tea Country, is where Shinnong leads the airspace to hide. In other words, after they lost to Konoha a few decades ago, the king who had lost his energy was hiding here. A few days ago, the competition for Three Tails failed, but it did not affect Shinnong too much. He was very lucky to be back alive. After Orochimaru and Tsunade separated, they went to Tanakuni with Kimimaro, Shigo, and Guren, and went all the way to find Shinnong. In Lulan Tsunade, researching White Zetsu over the years has yielded good results. Kimimaro, Shigogo, and Guren also transplanted White Zetsu cells. They have grown well and can be bodyguards. Click wow. In the house of Shinnong, after Orochimaru finished speaking, the blue-haired and green-clothed girl Honglian had her hands printed on her hands. The living room was a bit simple, and a red crystal table was molded with 2 red crystal chairs. After Guren set up a chair for Orochimaru, he set a chair for Shinnong, who had a cold sweat on his forehead. Sit down, Shinnong. Shinnong paused, then sat down honestly. Shinnong has some strength, but it is not enough to face a strong man like Orochimaru. Even though he has gone to various places to steal secret arts in the name of practicing medicine over the years. But he himself did not have the qualifications to practice ninjutsu. So after Konoha stole the regeneration ninja, he merged his medical knowledge to create a physical activity technique, tapped his physical potential, and prepared to take the path of physical ninja. Now that Orochimaru appeared here in grandeur, he didn't think he had a chance to escape. He who is also obsessed with forbidden technique still knows a lot about Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru's image is very fragile, pale skin, grimace, and hairy piercing eyes. But at this moment, he was very kindly communicating with Shinnon, such as medical skills, such as vitality skills. A variety of research equipment and experimental benches were set up in Orochimaru on the spot, with the crystal secret room created by the Red Lotus crystal style in the room. Looking at Orochimaru, who was looking at the physical activity technique scroll, Shinnon told Orochimaru the principal very meeting and hating the night. They also happily lying down on Orochimaru's experimental platform and devoting their lives to science is the unshirkable responsibility of each of them as scientific researchers. As soon as Orochimaru's skillful movements opened his abdomen to observe his lungs, Shinnon knew that he had encountered a confidant. With Kimimaro watching and acting as assistants, Orochimaru operated on key parts of Shinnon and then observed his regeneration ninjutsu and physical activity techniques. Just like an audit project, various evaluation requirements are put forward to Shinnon and then scored according to his performance, as well as to understand more principles and find some flaws. One night later, although Shinnon's eyes were slightly off gloss, Orochimaru was very satisfied with Shinnon's project and highly rated it. As for what Tsunade still needs to know about chakra aircraft, what battleships, etc., Orochimaru put aside. Let's study medicine first, and Japan will be long. Shu, in the wee hours of the morning, an abnormal change occurred in this peaceful little crystal laboratory. In a vain space, Uzumaki appeared behind Orochimaru and suddenly pulled Orochimaru in. Kimimaro reacted instantly and threw the scalpel and pliers at the opponent. Puff! Unfortunately, it was too late. Orochimaru's unresisting body was cut in half by the closed space Uzumaki. Master Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Shigogo, and Girin exclaimed immediately. Then only half of Orochimaru was left. The flesh squirmed a few times, and a white snake that gradually grew larger came out of the remains, spitting out fresh Orochimaru from his mouth. Ha ha ha! Orochimaru was not angry, but his eyes glowed with hot light. Unexpectedly, this space-time pupil technique was connected to a space. It is amazing. That's right, Orochimaru saw the inside of Kemui's space. He reacted quickly just now, and the half of his body dragged in by the enemy immediately transformed several snake clones into it. Although the enemy was quickly wiped out inside, the memories brought by the clones also made Orochimaru peek into it. Shoo-hoo! The space Uzumaki opened again, and a dozen wooden thorns shot out from the fore Orochimaru. Crystal style, crystal prison technique. Gulian, who had been prepared for a long time, was quick, and Jane used the crystal to protect the four of them. Boom bang bang, these wooden thorns exploded as soon as they touched the real object, bursting out a few swollen sharp branches. Then on the experimental platform, suddenly an orange masked head emerged unscientifically, revealing the right eye Sharingan for a while Uzumaki spinning, and Shinnon above was absorbed like a stream of water. Shoo-hoo! When Kimimaro, who was swift and quick-eyed, fired the 10-finger combo, the opponent was already a ghost, and then disappeared and left. Orochimaru, who was watching from the side, was not irritated. His smile grew thicker, and his long tongue licked his mouth. I'm very sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro said to Orochimaru blamelessly for failing to stop the enemy. Let's go to Lulan. Orochimaru didn't care, and asked Girin to cancel crystal style. Now that the cooperation between Orochimaru and Tsunade has achieved some results, he does not want to leave the laboratory below Lulan for the time being. Moreover, Tsunade's ideas are wild and unconstrained, and with a talented Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru feels that his ideal progress will be faster there. Now that Kimimaro, Shigogo, and Girin have been transplanted with white Zetsu cells, they have gradually undergone a qualitative change. It is better to bring such an important subject with you. Especially Kimimaro. He has a special physique and integrates white Zetsu cells. Although he is not as fast and perfect as Tsunade, Chiyu, and Uzumaki Miko, he surpasses him and Yakushi Kabuto and others. However, Chongwu and the Libra clan are born with a physique of immortal power. After transplanting the mysterious green energy given by white Zetsu cells and Tsunade, they have been greatly improved. Kimimaro and Shigego, both talented in cultivating celestial arts, have now initially practiced. As for Guren, although her cell compatibility with white Zetsu is the same as that of ordinary people, and she does not have the qualifications to practice fairy skills, there is still a lot of room for growth in crystal style. Chapter 56. I said, Lord Baihu, I pay a lot of money every month. Why do I have to come out to do the task? After leaving Rain Shinobi Village, Chiyu complained to Conan on the way to the next door to the Country of Wind. It has been a month since the Three Tails battle, and the corpse is lying peacefully in Rain Shinobi Village. Chiyu, even the spiritual food of the gentleman, is too lazy to explode. After all, the income is considerable and I don't want to work hard. He is now in Rain Shinobi Village, and his biggest move is to often bring Hiryu, who to find Uchiha letter. I don't know why. After the Three Tails battle, Uchiha letter rarely appeared in Rain Shinobi Village, and they began to distance themselves from Bailu, and their short-term relationship began to dissipate. For the humble Lovegood, Chiyu had to look for him often. After all, he was waiting for Bailuohu to learn his skills. A talent who can be better than the blue in Uncle Snake is rare, although only in terms of cloning technology. However, Chiyu probably guessed some reasons. The reason why Obito told Uchiha Shin to avoid Hiryu and stop discussing research matters should be because of Nagato. Although Chiyu said at the beginning that he would study white Zetsu, no one helped him and there was no response. But after the two researchers, Bailuohu and Uchiha Xin, communicated with each other, Conan began to pay attention to Bailuohu and Uchiha Xin. It is not himself and Hiryu who want to come to Obito to watch out for, but Nagato. You know, with Rinnegan and Geto statue, as well as the white Zetsu of Akatsuki, Nagato's body is still squeezed out by Rinnegan, and he has not recovered even the foot that was injured and unable to move many years ago. Obito treats partners badly. White Zetsu, who can rebirth from a broken arm, doesn't Nagato know? The old Uchiha Madara used Geto statue to supply energy to extend his life. Why didn't Nagato try? Anyway, at a thin body. Could it be that he has a tendency to masochistic? If you want the world to feel pain, just experience it yourself first. Chiyu thinks it must be Brother 2, who has jammed a lot of information. Conan still cares about him, and now he is dragging Chiyu to the Kingdom of Wind for him. Use your sage mode to help perceive. The goddess Conan was very cold. What is the reward? If it strikes my heart, maybe I will be a little motivated. You can live in Rain Shinobi Village. Hey, it sounds like I can't survive after the Akatsuki organization, the Wagakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village. I just joined one of them. I can get the highest treatment. Maybe I will be given 10 or 8 beauties to continue Sharingan. Chiyu said confidently. I'm not talking nonsense. What I said in the past is really this kind of treatment. If Byakugan passed by, I am afraid it would not be 10 or 8 beauties. I am afraid it would be 180. Then what do you want? Yes, organizations that pay back are people like. Well, I think the circle of the boss is very unique. Let me look back. I think it's better than my man Gekyo. WH. A paper shuriken hit Chiyu's neck. I have something to say. Chiyu immediately raised his hands. Next time, I will kill you. At this moment Conan was murderous, which seriously affected her temperament. What I want to say is that the circled eyes are worse than my man Gekyo. It just feels that the nine-eyed golem is quite unique when we are in a meeting. Go back and give me some energy to study and study. Chiyu said with his hands up. This was one of his own goals. Conan didn't say anything, and withdrew the paper shuriken against Chiyu's neck and continued on his way. Why did you come to the Country of Wind this time? Because Conan wanted to find someone, Tsunade's fugitive ninja. That's right. The one who traveled to Lulan in the past through the Dragon Vein in the future. As for why I'm looking for him, because I heard that he has caught a good thing recently. In the past few days, Baizu has been wanted by Konoha Shinobi and Sand Shinobi village ninjas. Luo Sha even respectfully arranged Methreya and Tsunade, who came to find faults in the Tsunade VIP room. The entire Tsunade dispatched many Umbu to search for hundreds of feet. A few days ago, Baizu touched Lulan. Originally, he was peeping at the dragon veins. He went to Tsunade's laboratory by mistake and discovered the cell technology prosthesis that Tsunade was researching. Not only can the disabled person be reborn with a broken arm, but also because of the use of first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells, it can also increase the chakra effect. Baizu naturally stole the prosthesis for Hashirama cell research and injured the researcher Uzumaki Miko, who discovered him. Fleeing all the way, he was stunned to avoid the Lulan guards and the ninjas stationed here in the ninja village. When Tsunade, Mithreya, and others, who were a guest in the snow country, heard this, after they knew it was 100 feet, they rushed all the way to Sunagakure. So scared 4th Kazekage Luosha went to the village 10 miles to greet him. After all, the huge pit that the nuclear witch bombed 2 years ago was still a reminder to the world in Lulan. Luosha exhausted his tongue to explain that Baizu and Sunagakure had nothing to do with Sunagakure, and the matter had nothing to do with Sunagakure, and then ordered Umbu Ninja to search Baizu. After Conan got this information, he immediately rushed to join in the fun. Recently, she has been paying attention to the research of Baluhu and Uchiha Shin and hopes to find a cure for Nagato's disabled feet from them. But it is a pity that Madara is secretly obstructing them. Now that I heard about the secret technique of the 100-foot thief Tsunade and the developed prosthesis, Conan also wanted to come to try his luck. Compared with Bei Ryohu and Uchiha Shin, Conan believes in the research results of the first medical ninja in the ninja world. Chiyu didn't care too much about this. Can Baizu really get something in the wife's laboratory? Think too much. In fact, some time ago, Chiyu heard a letter complaining that Obito prevented Balu and Uchiha Xion from promoting each other, and said that he might be on guard against Nagato Conan. Then the daughter-in-law quickly had this plan and implemented it, and she also took out real things as bait. After the Fourth World War in the original book, Tsunade's first-generation cell prosthesis developed to receive Naruto's broken arm is now born ahead of schedule. In fact, in Orochimaru's White Zetsu research over the past 2 years, there is a perfect technology in this area. Tsunade only replaces the White Zetsu cells with pure first-generation cells. Immediately, Tsunade trapped one by one and sent 100 feet to Lulan. Then Chiyu and Conan found Baizu easily. Don't ask. Ask is that Uncle Snake's little white snake has been staring at Centipede, and then deliberately revealed to White Zetsu. Then he quickly found countless ninjas who hadn't found Centipede for a few days. When Conan and Chiyu found 100-foot, the wolf had already chopped off his hands and feet and connected the prosthetic limbs stolen from the Tsunade laboratory. Chiyu looked at him in admiration and suddenly spared his life. Idea. Even if it took only 2 or 3 days, in front of Conan, he showed the power of the prosthesis. Not only did it have no negative influence, but the strength of the 100 feet was great, and there were a lot of chakras. Favored by Chiyu, Conan easily attacked Baizu. Chiyu used illusion techniques to let him say what Conan wanted to know. Then Conan cut off the prosthetic legs from his legs mercilessly, not even letting go of his hands. You must know that Baizu had just reacted and applied to join the Akatsuki organization. After all, he now has no place to stay. But Conan didn't hesitate, and finally gave Baizu a happy one. Only after returning to Rain Shinobi Village, every time Chiyu mentioned the reward, Conan glared at him. Chiyu didn't care either. Huh? In the midst of the storm of my wife's layout, you will either ask me to do something with this condition sooner or later, or it will be taken away for nothing when my daughter-in-law collects the internet. As for the daughter-in-law's game, it was the previous Three Tails battle, which put a lot of pressure on Akatsuki from the outside. This time, Akatsuki's conflicts were triggered from within. You know, Nagato is now so weak that he can dominate the top of the ninja world. Knowing the original Tsunade, it is natural that Obito and Black Zetsu are very wary of Nagato. Uchiha Madara chose Nagato to inherit Rinnegan and let him resurrect himself in the future. Obito, on the other hand, adds insurance to this plan. So, what if Nagato unilaterally jumped out of their game? Chapter 57. Tsunade, who had thoroughly eaten the original from Chiyu. Think about the original 4 wars. In Pure World reincarnations, Nagato absorbed 8 Tails chakra, and he was free from illness. If it wasn't for Itachi's 10-punch sword, how strong would he be? So as long as Nagato Conan gets the bait, then Black Zetsu and Obito will not stand idly by. Otherwise, how does Black Zetsu revive Nagato and Uchiha Madara? How did Obito take Rinnegan from Nagato to accomplish his purpose? Now that Obito has assembled Kisame, Yukihashin, Shinobi, and even those who are still confused with Hama, Tsunade feels that before he takes up the position of Hokage, he should put these dangers to the end. As for Nagato becoming stronger, will it become an uncontrollable pawn? Tsunade didn't care. Although she sympathized with Nagato, it was undeniable that Nagato was a tragedy from beginning to end. To deal with people like him, no strength is needed. Tsunade has a set of the strongest forbidden technique mouth, distinguished heavenly gods, escape, which is ready for him. He was originally a weak-tempered and uninspiring person, but in the face of reality, strength drove him to this step. Seeing that things were going well, Chiyu secretly reported the information to his wife, so he didn't need to implement the preparatory plan. So let's watch the changes slowly. Yo, little Temari, I'm leaving today. Let's bet on the last one. I want to win back with the profit. At the Sunagakure guest house, seeing the 13-year-old blonde girl who came to see off, Tsunade put his arms around and said. Temari flips over Byakugan and pats the big-breasted girl's salted pig's knuckles, and greets Mithriya, the witch Mithriya, and Sarah, the queen of Lulan. These two queens have noble identities, and there is no lack of etiquette. Someone with big breasts and unscrupulous people is fine. Little Temari, I won so much, so you can't just be so ruthless. You have to give me a chance to pay back so that everyone can meet each other in the future, right? Tsunade's salted pig hand continued to rub Temari's white face. No, my father said that Sunagakure is poor and not suitable for gambling. Temari sighed, and reluctantly moved out of his father to answer. When is it? Why did you get entangled by the other party? Immediately, the girl thought of a few days ago that she, as the daughter of Fengying, took these 3 nuclear-level guests to visit Sunagakure. After drinking in the evening, this blonde and big-breasted girl like herself did not find her in the casino for a long time, so she forced the Miko and Queen Lulan to gamble and took her next to her. Then the 3 of them won all Tsunade's money. Since she won the most, Tsunade entangled her the next day, clamoring to win her money back, and then the 2 went heads up. In Temari's dumbfounded, Tsunade lost cleanly. Back to the Fengying building, he carried tens of millions of Temari in a daze, and then told his father nervously. Luo Sha rubbed her eyebrows in surprise, but the 1,000-generation elders next to her rolled around with a smile, so scared that Temari hurried to help. How could she be like a child at this age? Chiyo still knows a little bit about the title of Tsunade Fat Sheep in the ninja world. After the incident in Lulan 2 years ago, they investigated Tsunade, all of whom were named Fat Sheep, either losing money or losing money. I heard that she owed a lot of money, and the creditors were all big tyrants everywhere. It seems that they have only paid off after earning money from the transportation alliance they established in the past 2 years. Compared to Luo Sha, who felt that he would return the tens of millions of dollars, the grandmother Chiandai was not worried, and instead let Temari continue to gamble with her. Anyway, now Tsunade and their transportation alliance are so profitable, tens of millions are just drizzle. Then on the 3rd day, Tsunade lost all the money borrowed from Mithriya and Sarah to Temari. Little Fan Kankuro looked at his sister, admiring his eyes and taking gold coins. He recently practiced puppetry and seemed to be missing something. The next day, it was the time when Temari's 3 views collapsed. After a big-breasted woman lost her clean, she even took her clothes to reach her. The little Temari was at a loss, but she couldn't be stunned by Tsunade. Until the end, Temari was fidgeting and saw that someone who had lost anxious eyes was about to take off the last pair of pants to pledge, and Temari rushed straight away and fled. The big-breasted woman without a hood is really shameless. Hey, little Temari, can you take a last bet today? If you don't bet money, if you win, I will introduce you to Konoha's handsome boy. We are famous for being rich and handsome. Temari rarely shy away from her face, and then ignores Tsunade's demon whispering. Tsunade, didn't you let Temari earn it for nothing? It feels useless. Sarah said back to Lolan's airship. Yes, she made it, and I was so bad that I wanted to cry. Tsunade didn't know what was thinking and grinned. As for whether to lose, it is a loss at present, but whether it will make a profit in the future, then only her Tsunade can judge. Temari is a rare think tank talent in Sunagakure, and now she is still young, which gives her a huge success. easily got more than 100 million from her Senju Tsunade, enough to arouse her inner pride and expand her horizons. Afterwards, he will slowly grind, and this child will be Tsunagekyu's shadow sooner or later. Huh? Tsunade asked you to bet? You persuaded you? Daughter, you have a big loss. Why don't you bet with her? Super fat sheep. From the initial worry to being blinded by money now, Luosha has changed. Now Tsunade has no money. It is not money for gambling, but the most expensive, if it's technical ninjutsu, or even a little bit of benefit from their alliance. Hearing Luosha's regret and analysis, Chiyo next to him gave a white glance. This daydream is really. And here, Temari ignored his father's regret, tilted his head, thinking of the big-breasted girl who took off her pants in a hurry, and Temari was helpless with the other party's lack of integrity, and felt a little like to laugh. Obito, a message from White Zetsu. Underground in a remote place in the country of Iron. Obito, who was opening a new base, brought intelligence behind him. Following White Zetsu's statement, Obito's expression gradually became more serious. Unexpectedly, Tsunade has broken through cell technology. Although it is not perfect yet, years of detailed research have actually produced a Hashirama cell prosthesis with good results. I've always carried Uzumaki of Fei, Obito of White Zetsu, with me, so I know how powerful it is. He was worried that Baluhu and Uchiha Xian would study White Zetsu together and let Nagato Konan spy on him. So he stopped Uchiha Xian and Baluhu from cooperating and asked Xian to move out of range Shinobi Village. Over the years, he has concealed the more effects of White Zetsu and even prevented Nagato from finding a way to recover his body. After all, this chess piece out of control is a very annoying thing. Uchiha Madara needs to supervise Nagato himself to resurrect him, and he will complete his plan for the Moon Eye. As for myself, I have a few unspeakable thoughts. After all, I can do it myself. Why do you want Uchiha Madara to come? You continue to lie down in the Pure Land, and I will do it according to my ideas. As for Nagato, Nagato does not want to complete the last step, but just wants to use 10 tails to shock the world and let all countries live honestly. The two of them only cooperated based on the previous common purpose. The moment the tail beasts are collected, that is, when the two sides tear their skins, both sides understand this and are both on guard. Are there 5 years left? Obito thought to himself. Today's Gedo statue has not fully awakened, unable to absorb the tail beast. After all, it has been sealed by Sage of 6 Paths for thousands of years. If the tail catcher comes, Gedo statue can absorb it at will. How can it wait until now? How can Uchiha Madara give Rinnegan to Nagato and arrange for him to supervise Nagato? No matter how old Uchiha Madara who started Rinnegan back then, it was not difficult for him to collect tail beasts in the age when the strength of the villages was declining. This series of things happened only because Gedo statue was useless to fully awaken, and his lifespan could not go on. Now Nagato wants to transplant Hashirama cell prosthesis. He was almost drained by Rinnegan, so Obito didn't dare to move at all. If this benign Hashirama cell prosthesis improves Nagato's vitality and chakra, how does Obito control this chess piece? I want to leave Uchiha Madara alone and compare my heart to heart. Will Nagato have no other ideas? What's more, the goals of the two are different. Then Obito slowly turned around and walked out of the underground base. Chapter 58. Oh, 5 or 5 is coming. Come and sit down. In a bright basement in Lulan, Tsunade in a white coat saw Kakashi, who was brought down by Uzumaki Miko, and immediately greeted him warmly. Kakashi was stunned at the moment, scratching his head to greet Tsunade. He hadn't seen Master Tsunade for many years, and it was the first time to meet him officially, and it was the first time to talk to each other. Kakashi was a little cautious. Hey Tsunade, I'm here too. Regarding Tsunade ignoring herself, Jiraiya grumbled bitterly. He was in Konoha yesterday and received news from Tsunade that Tsunade wanted to see Kakashi, so Jiraiya brought Kakashi with him. In the Three Tails battle a month ago, it seemed that all the eyes of ninja were on Akatsuki, even Konoha's new warrior Danzo. However, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and wondered what Tsunade played in it. Others don't know, but 99% of them confirm that Uchiha Shina is Tsunade's husband Chiyu. The remaining 1% is worried about being beaten by Tsunade, leaving some retreat, so it can be seen that their retreat is narrow. Jiraiya wrote twice and asked Tsunade on the sidelines. Unfortunately, Tsunade ignored him. Jiraiya complained sadly to his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Tsunade's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately convinced that Tsunade must be the fiddler behind him, which is why he dared not answer Danzo's certain questions. Realizing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The children have grown up, have their own ideas, and are still playing so much. As a man who has been immersed in tactics all the year round, he did not ask Tsunade as naive as Jiraiya. It's fine if you know each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen is old. He is not afraid of Tsunade's mistake, nor is he afraid of Tsunade being a demon. Tsunade wants to sit in the position of Hokage. He raises his hands and feet in favor. What he was afraid of was that Tsunade would still be as naive as before. In such a world, when sitting in this position, only ruthless people can keep the village safe. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop Tsunade asking for Kakashi and immediately arranged the past. The younger generation of them know each other more, and Konoha's future belongs to them. Have you eaten? After Kakashi sat down, Tsunade asked while clanking his lab equipment. Ate. Kakashi scratched his head and replied. How did you feel that you couldn't adapt to Tsunade-sama's conversation pattern? Come on, Kakashi, lie on it. Tsunade stretched out his hand and patted twice on the bench, motioning Kakashi to lie down. Kabuto, are you ready? Ignoring Kakashi, who stood up a little at a loss, Tsunade turned around and asked the boy next to him. Teacher, you're ready. The delicate Kabuto replied, pushing the big eyes on the bridge of his nose, and looked at Kakashi. The scrutinizing gaze made Kakashi shudder at the way he looked at the intimate heaven. Of course, at the moment Yakushi Kabuto, it is really a bit hot to look at Kakashi. The teacher just told him that that eye is Mangekyo Sharingan. Master Chiyu no, Master Chiyu dare not have any crooked thoughts, but now he has the opportunity to study Mangekyo, and he is very excited. Hurry up, Kakashi, it's not a piggery. Tsunade hurriedly urged. Go Kakashi, maybe you are going to develop. Jiraiya next to him echoed. Tsunade has even developed a first-generation cell prosthesis. Maybe what kind of research this is for Kakashi. Then Kakashi was so ignorant that he was driven off the shelf by the duck and lay on the test bench. Ugh. When he saw Yakushi Kabuto pull out a few large iron handcuffs and immediately buckled his limbs, Kakashi was stunned for an instant. The seal of the 5 elements. Tsunade's 5 fingers on his right hand braved Chakra's arrogance and patted Kakashi's stomach. Huh? Tsunade. Jiraiya, who was drinking the juice next to him, was silly. Kakashi snorted and endured the pain of being sealed by the 5 elements. However, Yakushi Kabuto didn't stop on his hands, and then gave a few more bandages to tie Kakashi to the stage. Yakushi Kabuto held down Kakashi's head, and then pulled away the blindfold covering his left eye, revealing the bewildered 3-tomo Sharingan. Then Tsunade put on the mask, the medical scalpel in his hand, and the pliers were pointed at Kakashi's eyes. Tsunade, stop. Stop, Master Tsunade. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi yelled immediately. Tsunade won't stop. Why are you staring at Sharingan? From Chiyu's. Jiraiya hurriedly rushed to stop Tsunade. He was already confused in this scene, and could only subconsciously stop Tsunade. For a while, regardless of what his head thought, he didn't figure out what Tsunade was doing. Roll! Tsunade returned with a punch and hit Jiraiya, who was pulling himself. Boom! Despite Tsunade's tremendous strength, Jiraiya, who was really moving, still caught it steadily. Civ, just as Jiraiya was about to negotiate with Tsunade, she didn't say anything. She was shocked when she saw Tsunade's light blue eyeshadow. Boom, boom, the Tsunade that turned on Sage mode, coupled with the strange force punch. Jiraiya reacted quickly and was blasted into the wall with a punch. Not waiting for Jiraiya to regain consciousness, only to see Tsunade one-handed seal. Wood style, silent killing binding technique. A branch immediately grew under the floor, tying Jiraiya in the wall tightly. This series directly surprised Kakashi and Jiraiya, Senshu plus wood style. On the other hand, the other two, Uzumaki Miko and Yakushi Kabuto, were not surprised at all. Tsunade sighed secretly. Both of them are immortal arts and wood styles that have only recently been practiced. She is barely proficient in immortal arts, but wood style is a bit superficial and laborious, and it is not as good as the one who engages in greening. She has the water attribute and the earth attribute and the yang attribute chakra, and she is also the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Over the past 2 years, in Orochimaru's white Zetsu cell research, Tsunade is the fastest to fuse white Zetsu cells and is the only one that is turned on wood style today. Tsunade-sama, I beg you. Seeing Tsunade's indifferent gaze toward his left eye, Kakashi, who is now a plate of fish, pleaded. Everything else is fine, except this eye, which is more valuable than life. Oh, I'm in front of Jiraiya, regardless of third Hokage's face. Do you think I will stop? Tsunade said coldly. Master Tsunade, 3 Tomo Sharingan is insignificant to you, right? This is a gift from a friend, and it is my belief and forbearance entrusted to me. This is something more precious than life. Kakashi took a deep breath, and then resolutely said, before he died, he was not allowed to lose the things that conveyed his beliefs. He was too sorry for that partner and didn't want to lose even his last things. Sangoyu? Oh, Kakashi, what's your purpose? What do you take Konoha for? Tsunade stared at Kakashi coldly and drank coldly. This makes Kakashi and Jiraiya, who are breaking free of wood style, confused again. What is this? Tsunade suspected Kakashi. You have been in Konoha for 10 years, with a Mangekyo Sharingan. What do you intend to do? Tsunade possessed. The cold, killing intent in his eyes firmly enveloped Kakashi on the test bench. Boom! With Tsunade's words, Kakashi and Jiraiya were stunned and stunned. Chapter 59. Swipe. Chakra exploded violently, breaking Tsunade's wood style that bound his body, and Jiraiya walked to Kakashi in a daze. I looked at Tsunade suspiciously and saw that her expression was not fake. But, looking at Kakashi's completely confused eyes, it seems that there is nothing to hide. What should I do? Kakashi, your purpose? But it doesn't matter anymore. After removing this eye, this deep basement is enough for us to pry out your secret. Tsunade. There must be some misunderstanding. Jiraiya blocked Tsunade, hoping to make things clearer. Haha, misunderstanding. Tsunade didn't shoot Jiraiya, but smiled disdainfully. Then Tsunade sneered, took off the chair next to him, and sat on Erlang's legs with his right hand on his left leg, and his left hand stretched out of the armrest of the chair. After taking a heavy breath, Tsunade tactically leaned back and looked at the laboratory ceiling with melancholy. This gesture directly renews Jiraiya and Kakashi's confusion. Misunderstanding? Haha, Jiraiya, you are old, but your brain is not long, so the teacher is guarding you. You are almost 50 years old, blinded by a 24-year-old young man. Jiraiya couldn't refute it, but his expression showed his position and did not agree with Tsunade's behavior. Graduated at the age of 5, Chunin at the age of 6, and Jonin at the age of 12, Konoha's unprecedented genius. He was passionate when he was a boy, and then mediocre to the present, with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you sure Kakashi has no purpose? Tsunade whispered, as if talking to himself. Kakashi, you are actually very smart. After the death of 4th generation, Danzo lures you into the roots, then reveals the wood-style ninja to you, and also reveals the plan to assassinate 3rd Hokage. But it's funny. The one who assassinated teacher 3rd generation was someone who couldn't even catch you, the 10-year-old rooted wood-style ninja, now Yamato. When the ending comes out, the intention is obvious. This is what Danzo and 3rd generation teachers will test for you. Otherwise, Danzo and teacher 3rd generation are so close. Whether it is a forced assassination or a poisonous killing, he has more time. Why should he arrange a botched assassination? Let this information be known to you, Kakashi, who has just entered Akatsuki's organization and has not been controlled by the Seal of Destruction. It seems that you have been in the dark for several years and become a merciless cold machine. In fact, you still maintain a good sense of reason, easily cracked their temptations, and made a perfect choice. Tsunade said, and then waved. Uzumaki Miko and Yakushi Kabuto understood and immediately left the laboratory. Tsunade opened a bottle of wine and let out a bold sigh. Looking at the surprised Jiraiya and the slightly confused Kakashi, they continued. Your father's death gave you a great impact when you were young. Perhaps you have gained some insight to avoid following your father's footsteps. Then hiding in clumsiness became the current state of being too high or low. Perhaps many people regretted the once amazing genius and reduced it to the ordinary level. But everyone is wrong. This is the golden mean, the best way to protect oneself wisely. It neither threatens the position of those in power, nor falls into the masses of beings. Kakashi, if your father did this, it is understandable. After all, teacher third generation was still young and vigorous and would not let go of power. But now that teacher third generation is very old, you obviously have the opportunity to attack the position of Hokage. Why do you want to hide? Not for the position of Hokage. You carry a hidden Mangekyo Sharingan. What is your purpose? Destroy Konoha who killed your father? Tsunade. Jiraiya stopped drinking immediately. Kakashi can be considered as he grew up, and he knew very well that it was definitely not what Tsunade said. After all, those who like to love heaven are not bad guys. Back then, Hatake Tsukumo held White Fang in his hand and was famous in the ninja world, but he committed suicide. Is he guilty? I think you will have an answer in your heart. However, I also have my answer. Hatake Tsukumo is guilty. There is no doubt that he will die. Tsunade. Jiraiya was stupid today. He really didn't know what to say except for calling Tsunade's name. What happened to Hatake Shumao back then? You have to say, that is to add some glory and merit to the deceased and to buy the hearts of the living. What is your operation? It is a great credit, and the credit is overwhelming. The reputation of an Umbu captain has overshadowed the greatest leader. Hatake Tsukumo committed suicide, and we all know that he was not at fault. However, he has the ability to squeeze out Hokage's position. This is his sin, which comes from the eyes of those in power. After listening in a daze, Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, tears streaming down. Jiraiya stayed there completely, looking at Tsunade's gaze, only to realize that Tsunade was so unfamiliar, and even suddenly felt that Konoha was unfamiliar. Kakashi, as smart as you, has seen through everything, but now hides things that shouldn't be hidden. What do you think about these things? How did you plan before? Following Tsunade's questioning, Jiraiya also subconsciously looked at Kakashi and asked himself if his father had encountered such a thing. Tsunade stood up, tactfully turned the scalpel and forceps in his hand, and stared coldly at Kakashi's eyes. Tsunade, stop. These are words without evidence. We Konoha can't do that anymore. And whether Kakashi's Sharingan is Mangekyo, it is open to question. Seeing Tsunade coming, Jiraiya continued to stop him. Now he is in such a mess, but this is his bottom line, what he is. Boom, in vain, Tsunade was furious and punched Jiraiya in the face. Jiraiya flew upside down, smashing a row of experimental shelves. Tsunade was reluctant and came over, squeezing Jiraiya's collar with one hand. His face was full of anger, a pair of angry eyes oozing blood, clenching his teeth, and shortness of breath. That was the extreme of anger. Disputable? Jiraiya, can your brain damage tell the occasion? Do I have to tell everything? Okay, I'll tell you. You listen to me. The masked man of Akatsuki is Uchiha Obito, who gave Kakashi his eyes. It was when he took advantage of Kushina to give birth that caused the Nine Tails chaos. Kushina's information is clearly hidden so well. Who told Uchiha Obito Kushina to give birth? Who exposed the secret location of Kushina's secret childbirth? Have you ever thought about Jiraiya? Tsunade's hysterical roar made the two of them deafening, but inside them, it was even more stormy. Kakashi turned his head to look at him, his face full of disbelief. Jiraiya was completely stupid. How? That's Kakashi's companion, Minato's student. He is not dead, even if that. Didn't you and the teacher know that Uchiha Shina is my husband Shiyu? I arranged for him to enter the Akatsuki organization. Guess how many secrets he discovered about the Akatsuki organization? Tsunade gritted his teeth and sipped coldly, then squeezed Jiraiya's collar with his hand, stood up and raised his head, taking a deep breath. After taking a cold look at Jiraiya, Tsunade took the knife again and persecuted Kakashi's eyes. But at the moment Jiraiya heard the words, there was no longer any reason or motivation to refute. Kakashi's mood fluctuates a lot, and he wants to ask countless questions. But seeing Tsunade's cold eyes, Kakashi flashed through the tragic Nine Tails chaos in the past, flashed through the roar of the night of the Uchiha clan. He really couldn't believe it. Obito did it. Chapter 60. Tsunade. Stop it. I believe Kakashi. Please believe me. Jiraiya, with a bruised nose and swollen face, stood in front of Tsunade again. Oh, then Jiraiya, what do you think of Konoha? Tsunade's expression and tone were unpredictable. However, at least she was no longer angry, but looked at Jiraiya somewhat calmly and asked. Of course, this calmness makes Jiraiya feel more pressure. Tsunade, I believe there must be some misunderstanding in this. These things must have nothing to do with Kakashi. Moreover, with the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, you can detect Kakashi's memory at any time. Tsunade, your behavior is excessive. I have to say that Jiraiya is super warm. Of course, someone can see his face clearly, so he performs so unscrupulously. Time is the most frightening thing. Since I discovered it, why is it so troublesome? Waiting for the Yamanaka clan to read the memory? The time gap in this. Do you know what is there for people who have space-time pupil surgery? Significance. But now Kakashi has been sealed by you. Even if it is time-space pupil technique, he can't use it. Wait a minute, Tsunade. Jiraiya, I'm not like you. I'm just a weak woman. My heart is not as open-minded as you. Kushina, what a good child. She left. How many people did Konoha break that night? I feel uneasy. After peeling off this eye, I will interrogate him carefully. If I am right, then this result should be the result. Even if I am wrong, I just apologize to him. After all, for Konoha, he still can you embarrass me for being a weak girl? Tsunade, Konoha's jade lies in these young people and children, don't you know? We should be tolerant enough. Kakashi is a child who grew up in Konoha after all. What bad thoughts can Konoha have? Leaving aside the inconclusive speculation, even if it is true, Tsunade, it is the village and us who created them, and we cannot escape responsibility. If Uchiha Obito really killed Minato and Kushina, there will be so many victims in the Nine Tails chaos. He is at fault, and we can't avoid the responsibilities in it. If we don't understand the root cause, we can only continue to make mistakes and hate from generation to generation. Tsunade, this is not what you want, right? Please trust this kid Kakashi. You know Minato. That kid is the kindest and most sensible. If he comes back, he will definitely not do what you did. He will definitely redeem Obito and Kakashi. You know he is like this, Tsunade? Jiraiya tried his best to persuade Tsunade. As soon as this statement came out, Kakashi looked at Jiraiya's gaze, which was very complicated. Thank you very much. Tsunade was taken aback when he heard the words, and slowly said, You deserve to be your master and apprentice. Sighing, Tsunade pulled the chair and sat down and leaned back. After knowing the whole Hokage plot in Chiyu's memory, Tsunade did not express feelings about Naruto's innocence, nor did he express feelings about Jiraiya's open-mindedness. What Nagato Obito Uchiha Madara, Tsunade also thinks their concept is ridiculous. Even she felt that her ancestor sage of 6 paths was a bit absurd, or that his ideas were too naive and too underestimated of human nature. But Minato alone made Tsunade feel very emotional. Once, in her eyes, Minato was just a ninjutsu genius, a fighting genius, sunny and lovely, kind and kind. But from the plot in Chiyu's memory, Minato had the courage of a child born before daring to believe it, and sealed 9 tails in Naruto's body, even though his death seemed like a martyrdom. Especially when Pin destroyed Konoha and Naruto ran away, Minato's remaining chakra consciousness appeared and taught Naruto something. Although he said he didn't know how to find a way to get everyone together in peace, he saw the root of the hatred and the incident very clearly. He taught Naruto to be rational. Pin destroyed Konoha, but it was this system called ninja that created Pin. He said he didn't know the answer, but he believed that Naruto could find it, because no matter when and where, people should believe in the future and the next generation of children who are working hard to grow up. In the Fourth World War, after knowing Obito, Minato's first time was not anger, but self-blame, because he took the responsibility on himself. It was even when Obito was defeated and Kakashi wanted to end Obito, he blocked him, hoping that Kakashi could untie Obito's heart, because Kakashi was supposed to be the one who redeemed Obito. Tsunade did not use terms such as Virgin Mary and Fool to describe Minato. Instead, he felt that Minato was in a higher realm, a realm that was very bright after being sublimated. Even when impure world reincarnation came back, Uchiha Itachi, who understood everything at the last moment, was 1 point short of Minato. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. Although he felt that this partner was not reliable since he was a child, he was indeed the one chosen by Todamaru. For those of his students, he left very important things and continued. If the evil is not eliminated, it will surely cause harm to the world. At this point between the enemy and us, how can we use reason to end the hatred? If it only involves both the enemy and us, it may be possible. But over the years, Akatsuki has not only caused disasters in Konoha Village and Kirigakure, but also other countries. Not everyone is as open-minded as you are. If we don't cut all these connections, do you think Kirigakure, etc., how do they think of us? Jiraiya opened his mouth when he heard the words, but couldn't say anything, and then smiled bitterly. If this is true, let alone Kirigakure and other external forces, I am afraid that the people in Konoha will not allow them to do so. Seeing that Jiraiya didn't speak, Tsunade continued, the best way to deal with Sharingan is to use Sharingan. Especially for Mangekyo Sharingan who has space-time pupil technique. Then only Mangekyo is the only way to use space-time pupil technique. Jiraiya, the opponent now not only has a few dangerous S-rank rebels, but also draws in Korra, no Kuni Shinnon, and Woma. They should not be too kind to Konoha. You said, should I wait for them to call and then reason with them, or do I have the opportunity to do it directly? So Tsunade, I think Kakashi should continue to keep his eyes. After all, can I find an eye more skilled than him? Hey, he hasn't shown Mangekyo in 10 years. Either he has different intentions, or he started Mangekyo because he didn't have the blood of Uchiha clan and the powerful chakra. What's the use of him? Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya amusedly, as if looking at a fool, then turned his head back and took a sip of wine in disgust. Regardless of the truth of the matter, since Kakashi is involved, let him participate in lifting the veil of all this. If it is true, think about it. He is the one who should punish the other party the most. After speaking, Jiraiya immediately looked back at Kakashi on the test bench and said, Kakashi, you must be able to turn on Mangekyo Sharingan? For the truth, to understand this hatred, for salvation. Chapter 61. If you lose the bet, we will all die? Jiraiya. Before Kakashi answered, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya solemnly and sighed. Jiraiya was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect that such a strong Tsunade would have such a helpless side. Did you oppose her too much and didn't think about it from her standpoint? Maybe she is weak, but she knows too much and needs to beware too much to be so strong. I use my life as a guarantee. I believe in Kakashi. Jiraiya said categorically. What happened to the present, the twists and turns in this short period of time. He looked at Kakashi many times, and Kakashi's reaction did not look like Tsunade said. He believed in his own eyes and intuition. Cut, Jiraiya, you are just gambling. Besides, how much money is your life worth? I have never won the gambling road in my life. I will not bet like you did. I will only implement the action and do what I should do. Although it is not so profitable after winning a bet, although it is very laborious, it is very practical. Tsunade said, snapping his fingers. Then the door of the laboratory was knocked twice, and Yakushi Kabuto pushed the door and walked in. Teacher. Kabuto, use illusion. Understood the teacher. Kabuto grinned at the corner of his mouth, looked at Kakashi on the test bench, and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. When Shiyu is not there, Tsunade doesn't want Orochimaru to come in contact with Mangekyo, the space-time pupil technique, so Kabuto is the only one with the strongest illusion technique. In fact, Chiyu's illusion skills are very poor, and he relies entirely on Sharingan to improve his rank. Without Sharingan, his understanding of illusion can only be described in ordinary terms, and even the strengths of Mangekyo are not an illusion. Kabuto walked into Kakashi. Without hesitation, he directly nodded and touched Kakashi's head with both hands. Kakashi. Lin, please. Obito, who was smashed in half by a rock to save himself, appeared, his left eye oozing blood, and he said with a smile. Kakashi puff, Kakashi West. The scene before Lin's death reappeared. Kakashi knew it was an illusion, but couldn't restrain the collapse, guilt, loss, and wanted to escape, but couldn't do without. Sure enough, Kakashi, who is a good-willed man, smiles in the face of Obito in the lower part of IWA, and Xiaolin at midnight. He will still sink. Looking at Kakashi, who was struggling madly and shouting sorry because of the illusion, Tsunade secretly said. Seeing this, Jiraiya didn't know if he should block it or let it develop. Kakashi, why did you kill Lin? Why? Suddenly, the scene changed. The right half of his body was bloody, and the bloody Obito pinched Kakashi's neck and asked loudly. With his left eye open without eyeballs, he stared at Kakashi. Why are you killing Len? Why didn't the teacher save Len? He is obviously golden glitter. I'm going to kill him. I want to kill the teacher. I'm going to kill Kirigakure, who persecuted Len. I want to kill this world without Len. You have taken away my only world. I will take away everything from you. Obito, who is like a hell evil spirit, bleeds all the way, came to Konoha and found the mother who was giving birth. No, Kakashi, who couldn't move at all, watched Obito stretch out his hand to his mother and shouted hysterically. But even though he snarled through his throat, he couldn't move, and he couldn't make Obito hear it. Watch Obito release 9 tails, kill the teacher and the teacher, and watch Obito take 9 tails to ravage Konoha village. Then he watched Obito growl viciously and head towards Kirigakure. It's all you killed Len. It's you. Kakashi, who had roared to the horse, watched in despair as Obito brutally killed the Kirigakure ninjas, manipulated Mizukage to let them kill each other. The ninjas were annihilated, and countless families were torn apart. Kakashi. Finally, Obito walked towards Kakashi step by step, his tone so hateful. Kakashi, why? Why didn't you protect Len? Why kill Len? I will let you live in pain forever. Just live in pain in such a hell world. You are not qualified to go and see Len. Hey! After a long time, Tsunade looked at the terrible screams on the test bench in surprise. Yakushi Kabuto sweats faintly on his forehead and continues to use illusions, which consumes a lot of mental power, especially when the opponent resists. Tsunade was also surprised by Kakashi's willpower, as expected to be able to turn on Mangekyo in the end. After all, Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, and there is no special physique. Even the physique of the Hatake clan has nothing outstanding. There are not many chakras. Kakashi wants to fill chakra. I am afraid he has to develop his purple thunder. Of course, I'm afraid it doesn't have to be so troublesome now. It seems that this child is no stranger. It's just mediocre. Tsunade murmured. Jiraiya was relieved when he heard the words. It seemed that his instinct was correct and his choice was right. After all, Kakashi likes his intimacy paradise so much. How could he be a bad guy? Then, give him this as compensation. As Tsunade said, he took out a syringe from the reel with the blue liquid in it, and then plunged it into Kakashi's body. This is the latest version of her research with Orochimaru, the product of the fusion of white Zetsu body cells and Greer energy. The quality is high, it is very stable, and it is easier to absorb. Of course, it is also an old problem. Except for those who originally had the blood of Sage of 6 Paths, the fusion of white Zetsu cells by others has a relatively low effect. Of course, no matter how low they are, they can double their physique and chakra. Kabuto, he gave it to you. Mangekyo has not been turned on within the specified time. You know what to do. His teacher, Tsunade, ignored Jiraiya, then turned and left. The feeling of bullying is really comfortable. Tsunade stretched out and left with a smile. She is not just a life addiction for the wicked, but Jiraiya is also a partner who has grown up since childhood. Although she disliked him and bullied him, Tsunade still hoped that the other party could change a little and understand herself a little bit. Her relatives and friends are really not many. Kakashi is a very wise man. What a pity to be a ninja. The diversified development of Tsunade in the future requires more talents. A smart and trustworthy person like Kakashi is the most comfortable wage earner. While Tsunade's sister is super handsome, school is abolished. This is the temperament that a queen should have. After getting out of the ground, she arrived in the tower hall next to her. Fanmei Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes sparkled in front of Tsunade, admiringly said, "Just now, it was just a general laboratory. There was surveillance and surveillance here, and Mithreya and others could see everything clearly. I think Jiraiya-sama is very gentle." Mithreya said, "Their maidens are kind in nature, and Jiraiya's style is very good. I think Kakashi is so pitiful." A voice screaming for the victim appeared. Kiwanoka, you won't like that guy anymore, are you? But to be honest, Kakashi is quite handsome. He will show you his mask when he is satisfied. If he is satisfied, he will be assigned to you. It's nothing. Huan Naoxiang froze for a moment, and then retorted shyly, "She didn't mean that. You are also 18. It's time to fall in love. Kakashi is a person approved by my Tsunade. He has a good character." Chapter 62. Civ at the base of Chiyu in Rain Shinobi Village, a space Uzumaki appeared. Obito slowly came out, looking at Uchiha Shina, whose light blue eyeshadow suddenly turned on with a glimpse, and Hiryu, who was stunned next to him. I thought you would attack it. The masked man's low voice came. Beilyohu glanced at the two of them, and then went to focus on studying the body of White Zetsu on the bench. Seeing Uchiha Shina's hand holding a glass of white juice in the box, Obito was immediately stunned. Why is this still eating? Have you changed the way of eating? Is it true and effective? Seeing Uchiha Shina's movements and the tireless research of White Zetsu these days, Obito doubted it. Cut. Dare to appear so grandiosely. It means that you are not worried about the attack. Why did I do that extra action? Is it great to have hollow? Chiyu said a little bit sourly. Obito didn't believe it. This time, I would like to ask if you are interested in witnessing the new world together? It is much more interesting than these boring days. This, shouldn't it be said from you? Or are you going to be restless again? Chiyu gave him a surprised look when he heard the masked man's words. Then he said melancholy. Oh, that's true. I finally found a quiet place in the ninja world. What a pity. Is this your aura? This can turn on Mangekyo, which is amazing. Is this Rain Shinobi Village quiet? I feel that this is just a glimpse before death. They tried their best to reluctantly create this small place, as false as Kyoka Sujetsu, making them think they were right. As everyone knows, such rules can't be applied to the entire ninja world, because the layout is different, and such naive ideas are about to do things that are enemies of the whole world. Their failure is inevitable. A person is more expensive than contentment. I am just a person who lives in the present, and I have always believed that learning to adapt to the environment is the best way to survive. The world is so chaotic, and there are too many people like you. Chiyu said lightly. Attitude. Tilda, after a few breaths of silence, the masked man disappeared and left. Obito, is he neutral or towards Nagato? Uzumaki Afe on Obito asked in the Kemui space. Perhaps he will be on Nagato's side, but as long as we are better than Nagato, he knows what to do. Obito said. He also believed so firmly. However, for the purpose of this trip, he didn't think about what he wanted. He ran down a few places, and he was just doing it for others. Akatsuki's organization is full of old fritters. Obito did not win over a few henchmen, but are these people Nagato's henchmen? As long as the time comes, they will paddle each other. Between victory and defeat, in fact, it only depends on him and Nagato. A certain piece is about to leave the game. Obito himself is the shackle of that piece, not to mention that he wants to leave a certain game. He must win that pair of Rinnegan, otherwise, all his ideals will be meaningless. Hey, this TM just came in. Zio, maybe we have no place to wait again. Chiyu pretended to be melancholy. In fact, she felt that the daughter-in-law's bureau had succeeded. To be honest, at first Chiyu thought it was a gambling. After all, Obito and Nagato are both Voldemort's type. If the scale of strength is not tilted a bit, it is really going to be done, right? Unexpectedly, it really started. Think about it now that the wife is training Kakashi. Chiyu feels pity for Brother Tuesday. The daughter-in-law is not Minato and Naruto. Obito falls into her hands. She is absolutely finished. Hearing this, Bailu secretly squeezed the scalpel tightly and stuck it in his neck for a long time. Thinking about it, I still bear it with a black face. Zio, wait someday. The action has started. Nanoyu Kabuto. Tsunade said to Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto on a tower in Lulan. After receiving the message from Chiyu, Tsunade's smile gradually bloomed. After hearing this, Nayu and Kabuto left, heading for the country of fire. Regarding Akatsuki's affairs, why did you go to the fire country? Tsunade naturally wants a certain pioneer to go first. How can such a big scene be missing the warrior for Konoha? As for Nayu and Kabuto, for things like Pit Danzo, they are naturally happy to take action in person. Ha ha ha. Tsunade, don't you need my help? Suddenly, a figure appeared silently next to him. Get out. Let Kimimaro and Shigogo snoop in later. I'll kill you. Tsunade looked melancholy at Orochimaru, researching technology or something. Orochimaru had no interest at all, and still missed Sharingan. Kimimaro and Shigego have already practiced celestial skills in Ryuchi Cave, and Shigego can communicate with birds and beasts. What a good ability. I have asked Orochimaru several times, but he didn't give it. Because of this, the existence of Kakashi was discovered by Orochimaru, and he came over in 2 days to study Mangekyo. Tsunade was so annoyed to death. This sly snake character was not guaranteed. In case he took Kimui with him easily, all his plans would be frustrated. However, Kakashi, after doing desperate training, needed Kabuto's illusion Big Tonic to start Mangekyo on the verge of collapse. This Mangekyo has once again shown its pattern after 12 years. It's a pity that it is Kakashi who is really lacking in blue, so he can only continue to work hard to fuse the white Zetsu cells implanted before. In order to improve his chakra faster, Tsunade gave him enough Greer energy and the physical activity technique to him. As for Orochimaru's, when the time comes to capture Uchiha Letter alive, let them speed up the cloning technology. Isn't it a lot of Mangekyo? At that time, Tsunade laid a teleportation array for the ninja world. Hey, what are you going to do? Need this battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Danzo borrow Yamato again, and even Mike Guy, suddenly feeling uneasy. Routine some training to maintain the quality of the root ninja. Danzo replied, some things are still uncertain, and there is no need to answer Hiruzen completely. Once you have confirmed the situation, you will notify him according to your needs. Moreover, Danzo was excited about such a piece of information for a long time. He didn't plan to let people know it. After all, if Hiruzen knew it, even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be able to get the best thing. And Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. Others may not be able to see, but growing up together, Sarutobi Hiruzen is 100% sure Danzo is going to be a demon again, a little sad. It doesn't matter what Danzo is hiding from him. The two have a clear division of labor for many years. There is no need to know everything. Danzo will sort it out. He was worried that Danzo might not go back, even though he was in his 60s. For the ninja, this was too much. But Tsunade is about to take the lead. Konoha has no suitable roots yet, so Danzo still has to hold on. As for Uchiha Ashina, even if he keeps making Jiraiya to be open-minded, he is also very vigilant. Rinnegan is mine. So is Mangekyo. Danzo, who rushed through the night, was very excited. His root ninja suddenly inquired into the internal division of Akatsuki's organization, and he wanted to confirm it. Then set a trap. If you can capture a time and space Mangekyo, can Rinnegan be far away? In the latter part of the 3 World Wars, for the benefit of the Land of Fire, Danzo led the fake rock shinobi to attack the Land of Rain. Then he was fortunate to see Rinnegan, but he never forgot. It's a pity that Hanzo of the Salamander finally flicked over, but he was caught in a flash. The demigod Hanzo of the Salamander flees, and since then he hides in the building and dare not come out. Danzo sent the roots to inquire about information many times, but there was no return, and it has been delayed until now. Unexpectedly, God has eyes. His Danzo eyes are set with Rinnegan, and the day when Mangekyo hangs his arms is coming. Chapter 63. That person's recent actions are weird, Nagato. Conan with blue hair and golden eyes said to Nagato in the high tower-top secret room somewhere in Rain Shinobi Village. Although the tone of voice is a little worried, Conan, who frequently looks at Nagato, reveals unconcealed joy in his eyes. Since transplanting the Hashirama cell prosthesis cut off from Centipede, Nagato's body has recovered visible to the naked eye. After many years, Nagato's body can finally walk. After that, Nagato also became a ruthless man. He even chopped off his own hands and connected a pair of Hashirama cell arms. For more than half a month, he was once thin, and he has returned to his normal appearance, and his discolored red hair has gradually become ruddy. Nagato, as a descendant of Sage of 6 Paths, the Uzumaki family, naturally fits the gradual cell better than ordinary people, and the speed of fusion is amazing. But it's nothing more than the jumping clown who relies on the special pupil technique. When we cooperated with him, we were only for his intelligence. Sooner or later, we will have a victory or defeat with him. His body gradually recovered, and Nagato's confidence became full. With his ability, he could have contacted those people quietly. Why was he discovered by us? Was it deliberately let us discover? Conan frowned and said, over the years, they have been helpless to mask the man's ability. And even Conan has prepared many sets of targeting plans that are not known to be useful. With the opponent's ability, they will not be able to find out. Perhaps it was deliberately letting us know, creating suspicion, and gradually dividing us and the members of the organization. It seems that he wants to do it, Conan murmured gloomily. These eyes are the key to the Master's initiative. He has been hiding a lot of things from us over the years. Are we not? That's good, so I don't need to collect rings one by one. Now that he has become a god, Nagato has never thought of compromise and can't push everything horizontally. So how can he be a god? Take this fake Madara and become a stepping stone for your god to the world. Hoo, quack, quack, Mount Shumi, once the base castle of Bailu. Obito, who had just come out of the laboratory, were immediately stopped by the crow in front of them. A few crows whirled a few times, and then flew out of the very leaky castle hall. In the west window of the hall, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, a long figure slanted down. Swish, seeing this, Uchiha immediately stopped in front of the masked Obito. The Shinong next to him was stunned for a moment, and then he was always ready to fight, even looking at the person in the afterglow of the setting sun with a vague intent to fight. You seem to have something? When Obito saw Itachi waiting for them here, it seemed that he had come badly. Itachi didn't speak, his expressionless face, and his indifferent eyes. Several people fell silent for a while. Obito sighed inwardly. It seems that he still underestimated Itachi. He didn't expect that he could get rid of Kisame and appear here. It seems that even Kisame and Samahata can't resist Itachi's illusion. Otherwise, Kisame would not be too far away from Itachi, and he would not have received any information. You know, it is tens of kilometers away from Range Shinobi Village. Shinnon grinned, headed forward a few steps, but Obito stopped him. Obito looked at Shinnon next to him, and then thought about the negotiations with Majiren, and he understood what he had learned. Every one of us can't stop the torrent of this world. I know the agreement between us, but you can rest assured that I will abide by it. Of course, you have to help us kill someone. You should understand how unrealistic his idea is, since he will eventually become an enemy of the world, and that place cannot avoid the war he brings. This is also what you don't want to see. Are you there? Obito said to Itachi. Itachi made Obito feel ridiculous. He thought it had been 3 years, and he had forgotten it. For Konoha? For yourself? Or is it for someone? A person who doesn't know what he is doing is really sad and ridiculous. Shinnon and Heima held great hostility towards Konoha, and they recruited Shinnon and cooperated with Heima, so Itachi came to inquire. Is it for Konoha? Or for what? To be honest, Obito can't see through Itachi now. Not because he is advanced, but because he seems to be confused by himself. As for Itachi, he still doesn't care about Konoha. Obito doesn't know, but he will definitely care about someone. Master Madara, who is he? After Itachi left, Letter Uchiha asked. Seeing that I recruited Shinnon, he worried that I would help Shinnon fight Konoha village. Huh. Uchiha Xion and Shinnon were completely confused. This is Master Madara. Do you want us to be him now? Shinnon said in a deep voice. Even Letter Uchiha, who once worshipped Itachi, was entangled. If I could kill him, I would have done it a long time ago. He is so strong. It's just the tortoise shell. We will kill him. Hiyo Uchiba Shursue's Mangekyo distinguished heavenly gods. Hiss. Shinnon drew a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and immediately disappeared from the fiery challenge to Itachi in his heart. This F***K was slapped and beaten, and he didn't know what he had become. As for Itachi, Obito under the mask smiled even more. It seemed that Itachi was threatening him, but he was holding Itachi. As long as Itachi cares about that place and someone there, he now has to accept the conditions he proposed. Shoo-hoo. Boom, boom, boom. On the edge of Range Shinobi Village, on the foggy sky, a series of detonating cymbals exploded. A short white figure struggled to escape in front, and a dozen Range Shinobi frantically chased after him. Damn, Uchiha Ishina. You are not human. At this moment, Bailu who was quickly escaping, roared with anger in his heart. Of course, it was only in his heart. Swish, swish. After going out of the range of Range Shinobi Village, suddenly a figure flashed by ghostly, and Range Shinobi who was chasing behind was attacked, and it was completely destroyed in an instant, leaving only 2 living mouths. I am Konoha's humble humor. You can't shoot me. Seeing 3 men in black masks who had no emotions were killed, Beiliohu quickly dodged and said loudly. Sure enough, the effect was immediate. The 3 ninjas who attacked him were taken aback. Although they still surrounded him tightly, they didn't do anything anymore. Then the battle ended, and 7 or 8 ninjas gathered around Bailu. "You are Balayu? Huh, why are you so small?" a voice came. Bailu's face was very ugly, and he stared angrily at him. After seeing the person who took off his mask, Bailu was surprised, and then immediately shouted, "Elder Danzo, I'm really Bailu." Seeing that the other party actually knew him, Danzo hesitated for a moment, but decided not to knock out. He knew it. After all, Konoha Sanin's friend, when studying the forbidden technique, was able to escape Sanin's roundup. Danzo, who was professionally cleaning this kind of person, naturally had some impression. It's just that if I remember correctly, Bailu is about 1.8 meters tall, right? Who is this 4-meter-long baby? Except for the same white hair and white skin, what does it look like? It seems that Bailu has also been out of the village for 11 years. Could it be? Finally, Danzo believed the other party's words after a while. He did not rush to learn about the forbidden technique research of Balayu, but eagerly asked about the situation of Akatsuki in Rain Shinobi Village. Who would have thought that Balayu was actually a peripheral member of Akatsuki or a research partner of Uchiha Shinobi? "Elder Danzo, can you study the next pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan?" Regarding Danzo's problem, Bailu started a business. Danzo was not angry when he heard this. After all, no one would be willing to do things for free, nor did he ask how Bailu knew he had Sharingan. He stayed a lot in the dark world. These things are not unusual. Yes, the other one depends on your information. Danzo was very real and took out a bottle from the scroll. Inside the nutrient solution, there was a scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan. Bailu happily took it. Shinobi ********** didn't lie to him. Danzo really has Sharingan. Then he expounded on the intelligence of Chi Shao organization. Danzo grinned again when he heard the words. Things are more interesting than he thought. The masked men and the group of 3 Mangekyo Sharingan have to fight with the leader who owns Rinnegan, while the other members are ambiguous. Danzo felt that his luck was really good. Not only did he get this information from the roots, but he also confirmed it further, and he happened to bring Might Guy. The masked man and the 3 of them, Mangekyo Sharingan, confronted Rinnegan, and they couldn't avoid it. The masked man's purpose is Rinnegan. They have the time and space pupil technique, and the offensive power is in their hands. Although Rinnegan is strong, but the base is here, he will not leave easily if he wants to. Then it is bound to be a big battle. Danzo is a good fisherman. Chapter 64. Elder Danzo, where's my other 3-hook jade? After the information was finished, Bailu looked at Danzo hopefully. Let's go. Danzo was yelled back to his senses by Puliu, said softly, then turned and left. It's not the time to be happy, so I have to continue to lurch and wait for Akatsuki to organize an internal battle before he becomes a fisherman. Elder Danzo, I'm finished with the information. Look. Puliu followed Danzo eagerly, but was slightly blocked by the 2 rooted ninjas. Please pay attention to your identity. Konoha's rebellious ninja. Danzo still ignored Hiryu, and a masked ninja warned next to him. Huh? A transaction is a transaction. Why do you want to talk about this? Did I do any damage to Konoha? It's obviously that you don't understand science. See if Orochimaru. I won't kill you. You should be thankful. The rules are still to be observed. It is already the limit to give you one in advance. Why should you give it to you before the information you give is confirmed? No wonder 3rd generation didn't accept you as a student back then. His vision is correct. You are indeed very unqualified. Danzo was a little impatient and said coldly, What are you talking about? Obviously, he has a bad vision. What's wrong with me? The 1-meter-4 humble, stubborn little boy's face stared at Danzo to retort. Danzo couldn't bear it because he was said to have bad eyesight in front of him. 3rd generation has a bad vision. Is it because Konoha's root, which is highly valued by Hiruzen, is also bad? Danzo, do you want to kill the donkey? You are 1,000 swordsmen. Bailu immediately backed away, yelling. Seeing the root ninja who came instantaneously, he immediately drew out a dozen detonation charms prepared earlier with both hands. His eyes looked sourly at Danzo, revealing the sorrow of the injustice of his destiny. Seeing Bailu's greatly aggrieved expression, Danzo was stunned for a moment. Is he too much? Although his heart was softened by 1 second, This guy was not only Konoha's rebelliousness, but also insulted himself and Hiruzen. He must not stay here, or else his Danzo's stalwart figure would collapse in the heart of these subordinates. At this moment, Bei Liuhu is full of humiliation. If he can, he would like to lick Danzo. All kinds of flattery. Maybe he can join the route promotion and raise salary, contribute secret skills to the elder Danzo's appreciation, and move to the pinnacle of life. But thinking of someone more ferocious, Bei Liuhu had to do what they said, tearing his hand to the surrounding detonation symbol. Who would have thought that the Lord was Tsunade? Who would have thought of the one who could flying Thunder God technique? In the blink of an eye, he took himself from the underground base of Rain Shinobi Village to 10 miles away in an instant. Thinking that that guy might leave the mark of flying Thunder God on him, what could he do? He was also desperate. Even though 4th Hokage has passed away many years, the legend of flying Thunder God technique is still there. Uchiha Shina compares with Danzo. He finally chose the former from his heart. Scatter! Hilyu suddenly threw the detonating talisman, and the surrounding root ninjas immediately retreated. Shuhu. At the same time, they leaped back and immediately threw countless shurikens at Bailu. Boom, boom, boom. After a roar, dozens of ninjas surrounded the middle of the gunpowder smoke. Danzo Kian a wind style blew out, blowing out the gunpowder smoke. Then he was dumbfounded, and there was no humiliating figure in the messy ground all around. What about people? Perceived ninjas? Danzo's small eyes were greatly puzzled. I'm very sorry, Lord Danzo. His subordinate has neglected his duty. Please punish it. Sensing Ninja honestly goes up and kneels and asks for punishment. Danzo's mouth twitched, but he waved his hand to make him back down. Even if it is a perception ninja, it is impossible to keep perception all the time. What's the escape technique, or the space-time secret technique? Encountered this moment before the storm, Danzo felt a little uneasy in his heart, and once felt a chill in his back. Think about it, or hurry to Might Guy's body, where it is more complete. Yo, Xiaohu, isn't it exciting? Chi-Yu said teasingly in a jungle 10 kilometers away, looking at the Pu Liuhu who had broken free from his hands, and at the same time dispelled the peculiar smell from his body. In order to avoid being aware of his existence by Danzo and others, he used the transformation technique before using a special secret medicine to change his breath. After all, I am afraid I will still work with Danzo in the future to avoid unpleasantness. Hiryu fainted for a while, unable to answer Uchiha Shina, leaving his angry gaze aside. He couldn't win the fight, escape, and was heartbroken. He is the Jonin who used to be Konoha at any rate, and now he is comparable to the elite Jonin. Why does he live so humble? Afterwards, Chi-Yu held the Bei Liuhu and tried his best to use Mangekyo's pupil technique Shinshing, and flashed a few times with all his strength. When I was fainting in Bailuhu, I was more than 30 kilometers away to the west. Yo, Bailuhu, long time no see. A familiar voice came, seeming to have been so long lost. Bailu was taken aback when he heard the words, turned his head and looked around, and saw a beautiful blonde with big breasts coming, still the same as he remembered. And beside her, there were several beautiful women. After Tsunade yelled, he ignored the dumbfounded call and rushed to Chi-Yu to touch Chi-Yu's face. Chi-Rain Shinobi stayed in the act of kissing her face. His wife is very heroic, but in this respect, she is still very shy. In front of outsiders, she won't break her image of being very manly. Let's talk first, I'll go back first. Chi-Yu said after rubbing Tsunade's blonde hair. Don't wait a while. No, it's been a long time since I came out. If you can't bear it. Cough, cough. Anyway, it's almost the end of Zhao's organization tour, and Chi-Yu still has a clear order. A few more magical jumping spaces returned to the Rain Shinobi village base. Chi-Yu touched his somewhat sour eyes. Unexpectedly, now that I have transplanted white Zetsu cells and get enough Greer energy for training, I still can't use pupil surgery as frequently as Abido. Chi-Yu's Mangekyo pupil technique has the effect of jumping through space like Flying Thunder God, but it is not as far away as Flying Thunder God and can only move within the range of his own perception. After enabling Sage Mode's augmentation perception, Chi-Yu could only move as far as 5 kilometers. Considering that Namikaze Minato often supports wars across the border, thinking about his operation during the Fourth World War in the original book, Chi-Yu drools with envy. However, I also have an advantage. That is, within the range of perception, I can move where I want to go at will. You don't need to have a Flying Thunder God mark like Flying Thunder God. Of course, the battery life is not as good as Flying Thunder God. Not only does it consume chakra, but it also consumes power. Frequent short-distance displacement is no problem. Pupil power consumption depends on the distance. Like just going back and forth for 30 or 40 kilometers, Chiyu's eyes became sore after many consecutive jumps. Uchiha Shina, come here. Sure enough, after a while, Conan came up. Huh? Can Bailuhu run out of the village? Do you think I will believe it? Even without the seal I gave him, can so many ninjas and white zetsu in the village not notice? At the meeting organized by Xiao, faced with the question of heaven, Chiyu answered confidently that it was time for Biao to act. However, he has the confidence to act. Although Tiandao Pain is questioning himself, he is actually suspecting Madara in the mask. Take a look at the lineup for this meeting. All of them have come to the meeting, including Shinnong, who was in the first meeting. Although everyone pretended to be stupid, they had some guesses in their hearts. As soon as this was going on, Obito discovered at the moment that it seemed to have been targeted. Hillihu was able to cross-range Shinobi Village's heavy blockade to reach the outside of the village, leaving no traces at all. Didn't this point be directed at him, an Uchiha letter? Obito has a thick-skinned face. He doesn't care about God Pain's intentional or unintentional targeting, but he frowns. The white Zetsu avatar detected part of Rain Shinobi's hurried return and learned that Hiryu had escaped. He was still gloating and preparing to watch the show. Let's see how Nagato Conan and Uchiha Shino can solve this problem. Unexpectedly, coming to the meeting excitedly, it turned out to be such a situation. Once I explained it, things became even more bizarre. Although the two sides are still standing here at the moment, everyone knows some of the actions behind them. At this time, when this happened, Obito was not angry about who framed him. Rather, he wondered, what kind of ability is this to completely send away Hohu? Even if it is Nagato's hands, the many white Zetsu nearby will not fail to discover it, right? But, apart from him and Uchiha letter, there is space-time secret art in it? This can be made by Obito, not dignified. After all, he relied on a space-time pupil technique, and he naturally knew the difficulty of space-time pupil technique. While everyone was pretending to be stupid, only Chiyu deliberately muttered a few words, and then nothing came of it. From this moment on, everyone except Haiden knew that this disharmonious organization had broken up. Chapter 65. Nagato. Something serious happened. The high tower of Rain Shinobi Village. Conan flew all the way to Nagato. Seeing Conan hurried all the way, his face was very gloomy. Nagato was stunned for a moment. All the information of Akatsuki's organization is revealed. Bailuhu is Danzo's. Danzo wanted to shed his grievances and kill the donkey, but Bailuhu ran away and then spread all the news in order to retaliate against Danzo. Rao is Nagato, who has been immersed in pain for many years, and he who has been pretending to be like a rock for many years is also blinded by this reversal of the plot at this moment. Now Bailuhu, who is fleeing, is spreading news around. He used to be the rebel of Konoha's forbidden technique, but was recruited by Danzo in a cooperative way a few years ago. After Danzo's plan to use himself and Three Tails as bait to catch the Shao organization and Shinnong and others failed, he continued to replan. Then he arranged for Bailuhu to enter Rain Shinobi Village to investigate the situation. He did not expect that he was arrested by mistake, and then used his research ability to survive. Now that Danzo came to the Rain country, he brought the information back to Danzo, but he didn't expect Danzo to clear him. And Bailuhu also exposed a lot of Danzo's information, such as that Baizu, who was secretly recruited by Danzo. Using the information he gave, Baizu stole Tsunade's research results. The original plan was to let the 100 feet who have been under siege, relying on their rebellious status and the strength of the first-generation cell prosthetic limb transplantation, to enter the Akatsuki organization and become an undercover agent. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Ashina and Baihu of Akatsuki killed Hundredzu by accident. But now Danzo, he knew that Mangekyo Sharingan, headed by the masked Madara, of the Akatsuki organization, would attack the leader of the Akatsuki organization with Rinnegan and Snatch Rinnegan. He has quietly led the team into the country of Rain, wanting to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Such shocking news. How not Nagato surprised when I heard Conan said, "This may have been spread by the humble call after escaping yesterday morning." Maybe many forces now know this news, and it won't be long before it will spread throughout the ninja world. Conan is sweating coldly now. How can she believe in Nagato's strength? But the 5 great shinobu villages have accumulated prestige for a long time. Let's go. Let's find the masked Madara at once. The war is urgent, Nagato said in a deep voice, making up his mind immediately. Nagato didn't want to unite with the masked Madara to fight against foreigners because of the presence of foreign enemies, but immediately implemented the practice of keeping the inside out first. Regardless of whether the masked Madara considered the latest move, the news spread throughout the shinobi world, and Rain Shinobi Village immediately became the target of public criticism. As it faces internal and external troubles, it is better to slash the mess to solve one's shortcomings. But after a while, the 2 of them and the other 6 paths Pain could no longer find a person from the Madara line of masks, and their faces suddenly became gloomy. This, Obito, who had already left through space-time pupil technique, met face-to-face at the border of the country of fire. With White Zetsu's ability to detect intelligence, they actually came back shortly after the meeting yesterday. White Zetsu brought the news. Obito was stunned for a long time, only to realize at this moment that he was a bit tenderer than those old fritters. I didn't think that if I had Kim Yui, I could sit back on Wu Yu, come and go freely, and play with the ninja world. Now that I have seen Danzo's methods, I know what a profession is. In the Three Tails battle 2 months ago, although they barely succeeded, they finally realized that all of this was set by Danzo, but they underestimated the strength of Akatsuki. They didn't know the existence of Uchiha's letter, plus their own. Be cautious, it didn't succeed. How long is it now? It's all the same, and Obito suddenly feels tight in his chest. They didn't notice anything unusual about Bailuhu's infiltration. After all, they had already investigated the base of Bailuhu, and they didn't find any pushers behind Bailu. They didn't expect that they could not wait for others. If 100 Feet were not killed by Uchiha Ishina and Conan, they would definitely take in another spy that Danzo had pushed in. And they knew that although there were rifts in the organization, why did Danzo see that they would inevitably fight? How about getting ready to be a fisherman 1 step in advance? Obito's back is chilly. If it wasn't for Bailuhu to be demolished by the river and escaped, these things were exposed. In case when the time comes, they and Nagato will fight each other, and there will be a day tiger kicking behind the unknown. It will take more than a day for Shinnong's flying fortress to open. I will try my best to arrange White Zetsu to search for information and beware of other forces' movements. Seeing Obito stunned, Black Zetsu scorned in secret, and then said, "Of course, Black Zetsu also admires Danzo. He is a talent, but unfortunately not from the Uchiha clan. Master Madara, I found Orochimaru in the west. He seems to be coming directly towards us." Suddenly, White Zetsu emerged from the ground to convey a message. For a while, Obito was confused again. What time is this time? I haven't cleaned up that pawn yet. How come one after another? I will meet him, said Kisame with the shark face, carrying the huge samahata. Puff puff. Just when a few people leaped to the high cliff nearby to watch Kisame stop Orochimaru, the situation suddenly changed. In the 4 shadows leaping from 1 mile away, one by one, sharp, white, huge bone spurs densely popped out of the ground and directly attacked Obito and the others. Uchiha was quick and swift and immediately used his pupil technique to manipulate a few huge blades and floated a few of them to a height of 100 meters. The terrifying underground technique stopped, looking at the white bone forest 1 mile in a radius of 1 mile. A few people became solemn for a while. Shoo-hoo. Just as they watched the front, the rear suddenly felt the attack. Ding ding dong dang. Kisame immediately took the huge samahata in his hand and slapped away all the bone bullets that attacked them. I saw a young man with white hair and eyebrows, who had purple eyeshadow, emerge from the tip of a huge bone spur. At this moment, what came from the front was a huge red crystal dragon flying over, with 3 people standing on it. Orochimaru, Obito said in a deep voice. Uchiha Exine, who was next to him, suddenly turned pale. After looking at a few teammates around him, he was a little relieved, but he didn't dare to look at the person in front of him. so he quietly persuaded him for a while. Pop, damn it. Danzo, who was hiding somewhere on the border of the country of rain, looked at the intelligence in his hand with a very bad expression. Baliohu, this broken jar is too cruel, isn't it? It is said that blocking the way of wealth is like killing one's parents, but Rinnegan and Mangekyo are more precious than the way of making money. So humble and call this son hateful. Danzo felt the sensation of heaven and earth collapsing in an instant. Oh my goodness, why made him fall when he was about to succeed? With this trouble, he has nothing left. At this moment, the news quickly spread throughout the ninja world under some kind of dark hand. All the forces in the ninja world that received the news moved instantly. The Konoha forces and most of the people who received the news were very sorry, and they all yelled at the base, causing the plan of the warrior Danzo to collapse. The other forces are more or less fortunate. If Baliohu didn't disclose these news, if Danzo succeeded, Konoha, who was the #1 force in the ninja world, would be even more unstoppable. Regarding the authenticity of this incident, the various forces did not cautiously inquire about it, and directly led the team to the Kingdom of Rain. After all, the entire ninja world has been peaceful for about 10 years, and everyone is in a panic. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, Kwandang has taken a team to travel for a while, even a military exercise. Now that the ninja world is barely peaceful, the daimyos are starting to find excuses to exploit military expenses. Many people hope that in the ninja world, who will be the fuse? After all, without the baptism of war, the generation of ninjas is not as good as the generation. There is no war. In this era, how can the ninjas who were born for war find their reasons for existence? Chapter 66. Master Danzo. We have been discovered. What should we do now? If we continue to stay, it doesn't make much sense, and there is even a danger of being anti-siege. Yamato asked when Danzo was still angry here. The ninja at the root is a tool of unreasonable feelings and will only be very obedient, but Yamato has to consider the consequences. At this moment, he looked at Danzo's eyes with a little more understanding. Why didn't he see it when he was at the root? Unexpectedly, Lord Danzo would have such courage. Of course, when Danzo and others went to see Baloo, they didn't bring Guy and Yamato. Yamato has some toolman attributes, but it is not suitable for root actions. As for Might Guy, Danzo was very sorry. He still resisted the intention of pulling the opponent into the roots so as not to twist his roots. No, even if they know how we are coming, the war between them cannot be affected by our existence at all. A Mangekyo who possesses the supreme pupil technique of the legendary fairy, and a group of Mangekyo who are also known as the shocking ninja realm and have an extremely dazzling record. As arrogant as they will definitely not shrink back. Moreover, the strong Rinnegan needs to sit here and will not leave the base he guards. The Mangekyo on the other side possess the time and space pupil technique, and were able to advance and retreat freely, and this battle was bound to erupt. Yamato nodded when he heard the words. Shake people to the village. If I guess it's right, I'm afraid there will be many shinobu villages joining this war. Danzo sighed and screamed at Baloo inside and out. Danzo is 60 or 70 years old. Is he easy? Now that the situation is complicated and beyond the scope of his ability, Hiruzen can only help. Conan, our war has begun. This will be a fateful war. Unfortunately, it came too early. If other forces are involved, we are in a dilemma. After making a decision, Nagato still couldn't help but go to the highest tower of Rain Shinobi Village and looked at the Rain Shinobi Village around it in a very complicated way. The peacefulness, I am afraid it will be broken again. If it's just a war with the masked Madara, Nagato doesn't mind playing with them to the end. Rinnegan is in his own hands. The day when the Gedo statue is fully awakened is the time to practice his ideas. Masked Madara peers at his Rinnegan. He knows naturally, but he is not afraid of him. But with the uproar of Baloo, now the whole ninja world is raging. With his knowledge of the 5 great ninja villages, they will definitely be moved by smelling the fish, just like the second ninja battle that year, taking the country of Rain as the battlefields of several major powers are the same. If the Gedo statue wakes up and can absorb the tail beast, then Nagato doesn't mind meeting the 5 ninja villages now. Some things are often determined by strength. But now that the chaos has started 6 years earlier, not to mention that it may arouse the ninja union, Even if you win them, can you collect the complete tail beast? After collecting it, it can't be absorbed. Isn't it necessary to accept the counterattack of countless ninja forces for 6 years? And Nagato knows that if he really has the ability to push the entire world, he doesn't need to hide it until now, and he doesn't need to plan 10 tails. Wouldn't it be enough to just end this ninja system? Now the situation suddenly becomes chaotic, and the situation has long been unpredictable. What should I do? If Yahiko is still there? Konan frowned when she heard that, and subconsciously, she wanted to take Nagato away, leaving far away, until it was time to start the plan, and then she would come out to make plans. But, just abandoning the country of rain they developed, and abandoning the idea of the three of them, Konan can't do it. But where is there a way to do both? Since war is unavoidable, let's pass this level first, and then think about the future. Destruction is often easier than creation. I will take the initiative to prevent the Kingdom of Rain from becoming a battlefield. He took a deep breath and did. Nagato, who was determined, turned around and prepared to leave. Are you going to find them? Konan asked. I will go to the bases in Mount Sumeru and the Iron Country to see if I can find them, or if they dare to come out. We have been in the Rain Country for a long time. The turf is at war. Rather than waiting for them to drag the time to figure out a way to deal with us, I might as well take the initiative and see how courage they are. Wait. Konan seemed to have thought of something and said immediately, is that so? What is my reward? Chiyu looked at Konan and came to find himself. Chiyu asked realistically after hearing the task she had assigned to herself. Those things you picked out belong to you. Konan replied coldly. For this extremely realistic man, she didn't catch a cold very much. Huh? Now you have a branch house. As long as I catch White Zetsu, it will be mine. Isn't that supposed to be the case? You have to pay for it. Since you like White Zetsu so much, I don't think I need to take this as a task anymore. Konan left after spreading his wings. Chiyu was silly on the spot, and he sighed for a long time. As expected to be the biggest rich woman in the ninja world, matters involving interests are so logically clear. Then Chiyu shook his head and turned on sage mode. Since Konan said so, then Tu and Nagato have completely turned their backs. Konan wants to clean up White Zetsu near Rain Shinobi Village. It means that Brother Tu and the others should leave, so Chiyu himself is not welcome. Let's see how many White Zetsu is nearby. As Chiyu cleaned up White Zetsu in Rain Shinobi Village, and then got a task from Nagato Konan, and the art duo, the undead duo, the five began to secretly transfer more than 100,000 villagers under the perception of Chiyu's sage mode. As for Nagato Konan, in Chiyu's perception, the two moved toward the northeast. Can we talk about it? Somewhere in the northwest of the Fire Country between the Rain Country and the Iron Country, Orochimaru asked in a deliberate tone. Do it again. Under Itachi's Tsukuyami, he was seconded again. Orochimaru was very unwilling, and his obsession with Mangekyo deepened. He had worked so hard. Why couldn't he escape Itachi's illusion? Buren was sneak attacked by the masked man in seconds, and Kimimaro, who fought back and forth with Uchiha Shin, after the masked man joined the battle, faced 2 time-space Mangekyo pupils, and the end of the game can be imagined. As for Shigego, he had obviously transplanted White Zetsu's cells, activated the immortal technique, and even used morphological changes. How could he be unilaterally hammered by the shark's face that replaced him? At this moment, Orochimaru, who has become a fish on the plate, keeps his skin smiling and does not smile, and the Shizuhiro who still has no feelings, but the tone is a bit bitter. Nyocha coaxed to appear, but he didn't expect it to end like this. After that, when Shinnong arrived, he saw 4 more people beside a group of people, and saw the pair of vertical snake pupils, which made Shinnong shiver and subconsciously activated the physical activity technique. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, Shinnong still looked at Orochimaru with hatred, and also avoided Orochimaru's letter next to him, and launched a group operation. Rao is the 2 people whose strength has been turned upside down. When they look at Orochimaru, they still subconsciously take a half-step back. Orochimaru, on the contrary, looked at them both with interest. Based on years of experience in contact with thousands of corpses, Orochimaru discovered the vast energy in the 2 of them. It seems that this masked man has a lot of things that can be planned. Why didn't you come out to find yourself back then? If I knew that Akatsuki had a boss behind the time-space pupil technique like you, Would Orochimaru still leave Akatsuki? Chapter 67. Master Madara. We found that Nagato and Konan have already been to Mount Sumeru and are now heading to the country of iron. Huh? Why did you find out now? Obito was stunned for a moment. At any rate, it is also a distance of tens of kilometers. Why is there news now? We stayed in White Zetsu near Rain Shinobi village and were all killed by Uchiha Shina. The White Zetsu replied helplessly. Obito's mouth twitched. Xianshu? Really disgusting. Kimimaro and Shigogo, who were next to Orochimaru, slanted their eyes and secretly lifted their chests. We lost it, but we have Xianshu. When we know the way to deal with Mangekyo, we will continue to be brave. And Orochimaru, when he heard the familiar name Uchiha Ishina, smiled at the corners of his mouth. The masked man actually paid Uchiha Ishina's Mangekyo to let himself participate in this war. Things are getting more and more interesting. Sure enough, life is meaningless, but as long as you live, you can encounter interesting things. Looking at the people around, Orochimaru's smile grew stronger. Occasionally, it's good to go out. I think they are not because they are very sure to deal with us, but because they are worried that the war with us will spread to Rain Shinobi village, so they want to change the battlefield. It is a pitiful existence, and their aura is only as big as Rain Shinobi village. That being the case, we should also show up, and the preparations are ready. Let's go to Rain Shinobi village. The more they want Rain Shinobi village to avoid war, the more they have to grasp this weakness. Shinnong brought the flying fortress over, and Obito was more confident. When I first went to Shinnong, I just wanted to get sick of Konoha in the future. After Orochimaru rescued Shinnong, he didn't expect Shinnong to bring him such a big surprise. It was just absorbing some chakra from Three Tails. The guy Shinnong had undergone an earth-shaking change in strength, which made Obito a little bit tickled. Then after Shinnong experienced the increase brought by the possession of White Zetsu, Obito still got the physical activity technique. What's more, it is this huge flying fortress floating in the air that gives Obito the confidence to attack Nagato. Standing at the top of the huge king's fortress at a height of 1,000 meters, Obito was full of pride for a while, looking at the clouds below. Your Excellency Danzo. I have been admiring the name for a long time. Now we rely on the wisdom and courage of Your Excellency Danzo to discover the cancer of the ninja world of Akatsuki in advance. Tsunade is also obliged to crusade against the evil organization in the ninja world. Your Excellency Danzo has been immersed in the Akatsuki organization for a long time. Can you share the information of Akatsuki? In Danzo's dark face, 4th Kazekage Luo Sha asked graciously. The news passed by Balu quickly communicated to the various forces in a strange way, and Luo Sha came directly happily. Also dispatched are Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage Old Man, newcomers Mizukage Terumi Mei, and Reikage Ai. Only Hokage did not arrive, but it was Nara Shikahisa who led the reinforcements. Luo Sha not only led the team to join in the fun, but also brought back places that had been scared by Tsunade before. What's the matter? Behind Baizu, it was Danzo. Luo Sha suddenly thought of Danzo and Tsunade acting together, and he suffered. And Tsuchikage Onoki, it is purely because he knew the danger of Akatsuki's organization, and that Iwagakure had no successor, so he had to drag his old bones to support the scene. His son didn't dare to bring him, and he brought a granddaughter and his apprentice Chi-Tu and other young people. The attitude is obvious. Strategically, he is watching the battle, and he will go if he has the opportunity. These young people come here with long experience. Naturally, Terumi may, needless to say, this is a person who embraces the director's thigh and has a half-god perspective. Although Kirigakure had fallen, Terumi May came with Jonin, including Blue, Sword, and Rock Flow. As for Reikage Ai, originally he didn't come. After all, it was a country of rain. But after hearing the other movie's presence in person, this wolf Mia directly sent Technique over. After they found Konoha's support unit, they gathered together and contacted Danzo together. After all, Danzo has a lot of intelligence. In the battle between ninjas, intelligence is the most important. Yeah, I really missed the days when Your Excellency Danzo was with us in the Land of Rain. I didn't expect that Your Excellency Danzo has such a deep obsession with the Land of Rain, and he has been studying it until now. It's not as good as the old man. Onoki said strangely. Arrive. Whether it was once lost to Konoha village, or Danzo faked rock shinobi in the land of rain, he remembered it. Your Excellency Danzo is great. To eliminate such dangerous elements, we at Cloud Shinobi Village are obliged to do so. Thank you so much for your contribution to the ninja world. Time is running out. Let's research the information quickly and solve them quickly. Although everyone has different positions, but the purpose is the same now, Rakage still flatly praised Danzo. Senior Danzo is really a role model for my generation. Last time the Three Tails battle, this time around the organization, we Kirigakure, thank you so much. Without you, we Kirigakure would have no chance of revenge. Danzo looked at these shadows with a flattering look, but couldn't get happy. Danzo knew what their purpose was. I don't want to say that I don't even want to see them now. I am actually very embarrassed. What have I calculated? He is still confused about Three Tails. Didn't he discover Three Tails and steal it happily? Come out with Ma to get him, Shinong out to get him, Xiao organizes to get him out. All the actions failed, and he even inexplicably carried the name of a warrior. Is he Danzo so brave? Using yourself and Three Tails as bait to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? This time, too, after finally finding out that there was a problem within Akatsuki's organization, he quietly came over to confirm the situation. How did he become the mastermind behind the arrangement of Hei Liuhu into the Akatsuki organization? Still want to plan Baizu to enter Akatsuki's organization? Danzo is very sure that he is Danzo. It's the real one. But he didn't do this. He just... Ahem, Elder Danzo. Seeing Danzo in a daze, Nara Deer saw that the other 4 shadows looked bad, so he quickly reminded. Lujo always felt that things seemed very confusing. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see through it. Especially when he came, the 3rd generation looked melancholy. After the leisurely talk, it was fine to listen to Danzo. Lujo became even more confused. He listened to Elder Danzo. Then why did you ask me to go there? It's too complicated. Bei Liuhu said it indiscriminately, and I didn't confirm any information. To be honest, I don't know as much as Bei Liuhu said. Danzo finally sighed. By now, many of his ideas are gone. Hiruzen, you are not around. How dare I work with these people? But I am not willing to go like this. Haha, Your Excellency Danzo joked. Although there was an accident in the Baizu matter. But you have studied Akatsuki for so long, right? Since you have already occupied the position of fisherman. Although Luo Sha is only older than Terumi Mei, she is also an old yin and yang person, so the atmosphere here is just right. Baizu's matter has nothing to do with me, and even the humble call has nothing to do with me, Danzo said in a deep, angrily voice. But except for Nara Lugio, everyone else looked at him. It was obvious. Are you kidding me? In the end, Danzo told the whole story honestly. From the time he got the information from Akatsuki until now, he said it truthfully. But seeing suspicious look was still what greeted him, and Danzo was so angry that he almost ran away, but his strength did not allow him. Danzo is so sincere once, no one believes it. Seeing that he can't get the ideal answer. Ji Ying's complexion is also ugly, but there is no way. Who said he has no roots in his home? Isn't there a warrior like Danzo? Anyway, this time I came here just to add the position of the fisherman. Akatsuki organized infighting, and they acted on the occasion. If they didn't fight inwardly, then they would go back to their respective houses. Chapter 68. Master Madara found that the 5 great shinobi village ninjas gathered in the western part of Rain Shinobi Village. The shadows of other shinobi villages have come. Only Hokage has not arrived, but their support troops have joined Danzo. Arriving near the Rain Country, the flying fortress continued to hide above the clouds. Obito took Kisame, Itachi, and Orochimaru and other 8 people from the flying fortress. The toolman White Zetsu immediately came to report the information. Obito frowned when he heard the words. Maybe he could be invincible, even in the face of Nagato or the 5 ninja villages. But considering that Danzo has suffered a series of combo punches recently, Obito's self-confidence is quite frustrated. This person is obviously not strong, but the tactics shown are frightening. Still, a ruthless person, dare to use himself as a bait, and dare to set up such a big game in a short time after failure. It is a real devil. Itachi, how much do you know about Danzo? Finally, Obito couldn't help asking Itachi, hoping to hear some useful information. Itachi was surprised, then shook his head without speaking. Obito didn't care either. If Itachi's position was still there, he would definitely not tell himself. However, Itachi really didn't know. To be honest, Itachi suddenly felt that he didn't know enough about Danzo. Recently, Danzo's series of actions, whether it is strategy or courage, are the best choice. People who are not afraid of being cruel to others are afraid of being cruel to themselves. Using himself and Three Tails to set up Akatsuki, Shinobu, and Hama, even after the failure, they did not compromise, but quickly came to the second pounce, and it seemed more fierce. Danzo dared to use Konoha's rebellious forbearance. Danzo dares to use Tsunade's fugitive ninja. Some time ago, Danzo's reputation almost surpassed the transportation alliance formed by Tsunade, Saramethria, and others on the northwest side of the ninja world. Now after this battle, even if Danzo fails again, his ability has been proven. Now Itachi faintly knew why his family had failed. Not only was he limited, but his vision was limited. Encounter Danzo's years of immersion strategy, it would lose too much. Maybe they dragged on the Uchiha thing that year. If Uchiha weren't given a chance, I'm afraid third Hokage was really kind. Orochimaru, you should know Danzo. Obito asked Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then Inchan smiled. I think I understand, but his actions recently really surprised me. Orochimaru's long tongue stuck out and licked his mouth. Is there any chance? Seeing Orochimaru no longer said, Madara didn't keep the mask too strong and continued to ask. Kisame exited. A good wage earner must learn to help leaders. Opportunity? Maybe you can see the essence of life. He was a very cautious person and cherished life very much. Of course, there are also ideal people. For example, his right arm is my arm transplanted with Hashirama cells, and Sharingan made it to him. Speaking of this, Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha letter and saw that the other half of the body was hiding beside the slightly sturdy Shinon. No matter how you say Danzo, he is almost 70 years old. He has no wife and no children in his life. It's too late to see through life and death. What's the fuss? The saddest ending of the ninja is not to die inexplicably or meaninglessly, but to die in a sick bed. He had a serious illness back then, and that hand also had a time limit. The skin snake is also top-notch, and he hopes that the muddy water this time is as muddier as possible. Hey, did you want to make yourself more valuable before you die? After hearing Orochimaru's words, Obito realized. Then he became melancholy. He is a person who has experienced life and death and extreme sadness. At some extreme moment, a person will suddenly explode the potential of ultimate. This is not only in strength, but also in wisdom. Now, no matter how Obito looks at it, he feels that Danzo's IQ has exploded, but the purpose is still the kind of desperation. He wants his life in exchange for honor. I didn't see all the other Shinobu movies coming, and Tang Hokage didn't come, but gave it to Danzo. Is this support not obvious enough? Orochimaru smiled dazzlingly. Somehow, suddenly felt that the world was so fun under that little fiddle. Look at the poor pawns on the chessboard today. You don't even know who the chess players are. It's a pity that the big-breasted woman doesn't bring herself to play, so it's a pity that she can only attack on her own. With so many Mangekyo, you let me study technology. How can I have the mind? Madara, I have leaked the news to Nagato. I think they will come back to range Shinobi Village immediately. The way to deal with him depends on your space-time pupil technique. Finally, let us cover you. White Zetsu pretends to be you to attract Nagato, so as to have a chance to attack. Black-White Zetsu came out, and then discussed with Obito secretly. Honestly speaking, Obito's backhand, Black Zetsu, is a little scared. In case Rinnegan smashed into scum, wouldn't he be a scum for Black Zetsu for 2,000 years? I don't need it here. There is a Fei, and I can't avoid a head-on collision with him. His attention will be focused on me. It is easy to be seen through. You go to Shinon. Obito frowned and refused. The method Black Zetsu gave was indeed safe. In the end, there is a high probability that his method is the most effective and safest. But apart from the reason he said, Obito was very reluctant to think that the other party was Uchiha Madara's will. Are we just waiting like this now? Luo-san's shinobi couldn't help asking at the gathering place of the 5 ninja village ninjas. Although there are no large-scale ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages, there are a lot of top ninjas, but they are all carried here, and they don't move. Is it fair to say? Ninjas have no mobility and no continuous collection of information. Is this still a ninja? Picnic here, then go home separately? If you don't fight fiercely in a war that shocked the shinobi world, the daimyo's money is not easy to blackmail, and Luo Sha's hair is falling out of worry. Tsunade's development of its hand-operated business is only a small amount of money. Joining Tsunade Methriya and their transportation alliance, because of the low cost, the income is naturally limited. In addition, the early gains did not show the effect so quickly, and Luo Sha is uncomfortable to continue to scouring his own gold sand. And if he continues to do it, he will become the weakest figure in the history. Why don't you go ahead, Danzo, and I will fight for you. Third Tsuchikage is still weird. We have a puppet master. I still think we should check it out in real time. Now that they have reached this point, it is impossible for them to not know our existence. Your Excellency Danzo, our puppet master takes the lead. How about opening the way for your scout ninja? Rosa said, ignoring Tsuchikage's subtext. Uchiha Ishina, the ninja of perfect genius. The perception of Sage Mode completely covers the entire range shinobi village for a few miles, but any chakra reaction cannot escape his perception. Danzo glanced at Luo Sha disdainfully, then said, "These people are very poor. Most of them don't understand Xianshu. Although Danzo doesn't know how to do it, he feels superior at the moment. From Jiraiya and 4th Hokage, they get very detailed information on Xianshu. Honestly, it's this time, don't hide Danzo. Look, isn't this a very important piece of information?" Reikage said in a frantic voice. Suddenly, everyone around him looked at Danzo. "Do you still say that you know little? Looking at this information, it is no wonder that I have been hovering around the edge of range shinobi village, and I have been stuck in a safe position." Danzo also woke up, feeling very uncomfortable immediately. Chapter 69. Master Danzo. At this moment, a ninja in black and white mask came to kneel and report the news outside the tent. You say it. Looking at the shadows next to him, Danzo has been staring at him, and Danzo can't say anything like "I'll leave." Yes, Lord Danzo, you guessed right before. Even if Akatsuki knew about our existence, he still chose to go to war. The leader of Akatsuki secretly arranged for Uchiha Ishina and Kakazu to help range shinobi transfer the villagers. He took the initiative to find the masked man and waited, and wanted to put the war elsewhere. But just now the masked man and others appeared in range shinobi village. As you guessed, the battlefield is still here in range shinobi village. When the ninja finished speaking, everyone was not calm. They all looked at Danzo with a complicated expression. Good guy, said that he didn't know anything. Even after everyone came, Danzo didn't do anything. They almost believed it. Unexpectedly, it was because I was not enough to wait for others, so I just arranged everything while sitting. Looking at their previous designs and their previous speculations, it is no wonder that they are so calm. And Danzo was also dumbfounded at the moment, and was overjoyed. The inquiries that were arranged before have never been rewarded. Why is the information obtained when the intensity of inquiries is not high now, but the information is so clear? In fact, the root ninja who reported it was also very surprised. The situation reached this point. They were just fishing on the side, and unexpectedly encountered range shinobi who fled, and got the news from them. It's a pity that in the end those ninjas were killed because of their small actions. On a cloudy day where the sun is invisible, 10 people flew from the east in range shinobi village at this moment, and the masked men flew on a large iron plate controlled by Uchiha's pupil technique. Among the 4 of Orochimaru, it was Guren controlling the very tall red crystal dragon. After contacting white Zetsu cells at Tsunade 2 years ago, Orochimaru transplanted several capable subordinates early. Regarding Guren's crystal style, Orochimaru guided Guren to develop her crystal style through his understanding of magnet style. Guren, who has the ability to make crystals and turn things into red crystals, has a strong control over the red crystals made by his own chakra. So there is this, the same ability as magnet style, to control the flying of the crystal, has become a tool that Orochimaru pays more attention to. Why is it so quiet? People. Obito under the mask asked suspiciously. After entering range shinobi village, I noticed the strangeness of the village, and it was very quiet. Although the environment of range shinobi village looks a bit depressing, the place with more than 100,000 people is not so silent. Then Obito also understood that it must be Nagato Konan who was also ready for a final battle here. So he moved all the villagers. Obito didn't care. Based on his understanding of the two people over the years, even if the villagers left, this place is still a place they value very much. Besides, how can so many people move so fast? Probably just move to nearby. Looking at Uchiha Ishino ahead, without him restricting White Zetsu's actions, the White Zetsu who want to come will be able to find out soon. After all, in recent years, Obito and White Zetsu have not found Nagato Konan nearby. If there are any shelters that can accommodate so many people, they probably just move to nearby towns or the wild. Kami? At this moment, Chiyu, dressed in red clouds and black robes, and the undead duo, the art duo, are on the top of the tall tower of the Shao organization base, watching the masked men fly over. Especially when seeing the four Orochimaru, Chiyu suddenly became confused. No, Uncle Snake, is it jumping right and left too? Hiss, Chiyu shuddered suddenly. If Uncle Snake joined them and leaked information about himself and his wife, it would be over. Hey, I said you wouldn't do it? Isn't it Orochimaru? Look at you like this. When the people next to him saw Chiyu's appearance, Deidara spoke a little contemptuously. Although he couldn't beat Uchiha Ishino, he and Sasori kept Orochimaru running. Think about Uchiha Ishino who was hunted down by Orochimaru for a few days before hiding in the Akatsuki organization all the way. Deidara felt that after taking Orochimaru for a while, should he ask him how to deal with Mangekyo? Several people, do you still choose their side now? Obito and the others had their opening remarks after falling to a high tower. The scene was embarrassing. No one paid attention to Obito. After all, after Chiyu entered the Shao organization and had a fight with him, he was regarded as an official appearance, or as a leader partner. Such an identity does not mean that they can speak in a few words with a large number of people nowadays. Everyone is in the high-end game of the ninja world anyway, and face is still important. Can't you say that you are going to go with you? Just go and go with you? Do you want us to warm up first and wait for the leader to come back? Don't you call yourself Uchiha Madara? Wouldn't you be almost 100 years old? If you don't move your bones, the legs will be discounted for a while, so I'm sorry for Ninja Shura. Title. Chiyu teased. Seeing that Uncle Snake is still dazzling, but looking at this situation, it seems that he hasn't betrayed himself, otherwise he will be instantly caught up by both sides. That's weird. Is this also a daughter-in-law situation? It's too big to play, right? Playing with snakes, this is. But Chiyu still doubted. After all, if this is the case, his wife should tell him. As Mangekyo Sharingan, your aura is only to live in a closed circle? In such a world, your avoidance is very sad. If there is no courage to explore the truth of the world, there is no courage to pursue a more perfect self. I am ashamed of these Mangekyo Sharingan under the command of a foolish person. Obito said coldly, even though Uchiha Ishino was unhappy, but it was also Mangekyo Sharingan after all. Now there are only 4 Mangekyo of them in the ninja world, but Uchiha Ishino is not gregarious. If all 4 Mangekyo stand together, there will be many rows of noodles. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chiyu leaned against the wall and looked away, disturbing his ears with his hands. I felt a little sorrowful. You, an escapist, actually said to teach me this? Under the mask, Obito's mouth twitched, and his hands in his wide sleeves tucked. It seems that ever since I met Uchiha Ishino, he has always been magnanimous, and it seems that this Mangekyo is too much. At the time, Mangekyo who accepted Orochimaru, although just casually talked about it. After all, whether Orochimaru will live or not have enough energy, he will have more excuses to perfuse this commitment. Now it seems that this pair of Mangekyo might be better in Orochimaru's eyes. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Orochimaru smiled a few times. Suddenly, Kimimaro and Shigego understood, and immediately turned on Sage mode, and Uchiha Ishino's strong killing intent was locked. Since it's here, it's impossible to watch. Orochimaru knows it very well. However, there is a very safe choice. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. When Kimimaro and others were about to rush over, Kisame next to him immediately started. With the seal on both hands, a huge water dragon suddenly appeared, winding and whistling towards Uchiha Ishino. He is very strong, let me come. Kisame said with a chuckle with a shark face. Seeing this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with regret. Chiyu was selected away. Who should he go to paddling with? Chapter 70. After Kisame finished speaking, he quickly closed the seal and moved on to the next shot. A water curtain appeared and wrapped him, and turned into a shark-like water bomb, leading him to glide and rush forward. As he said, Uchiha Ashina's strength is indeed very strong. I am afraid that Orochimaru's subordinates may not be pleased. It is only useful to keep them to contain others. Moreover, Orochimaru's purpose is very clear. Although I don't know what he used to drive Uchiha Ashina all the way, but if he gets Mangekyo, his boss will not be the master. Kimimaro and Shigegokai Xienshu, his boss, Madara, needs this kind of support very much. After all, Uchiha Ashina's sage mode perception has caused them headaches these days. Here, Chiyu, facing Kisame's water dragon bomb, quickly Jane blew a dragon fire to greet him. Boom! The steam from the instantaneous water and fire collision immediately spread tens of meters around. In the thick fog before the fire and water disperse, an aqua-blue big shark water bomb rushed towards Chiyu. When approaching, the human skills separated, and the shark water bomb came first, and Kisame suddenly swept Samahata with both hands behind him. Boom! Then, in full view, Chiyu's clumsy hands resisted the shark water bombs, and Samahata, who was swept by the subsequent third combo, slapped him in front of him. He was instantly collapsed and smashed into a tower 100 meters away. Boom! The 10-meter-wide spire shattered directly, and then everyone saw Uchiha Ashina falling tens of meters down. And Chiyu, who was standing in Chiyu's original position, was very embarrassed by Bingfei. Next to him are 4 former teammates. Uchiha Ashina is gone. Should he play or not? What? Haiden, wearing a fleece fur coat, cooperated very well with the performance and watched the scene in shock. Isn't that guy very strong? Was it so fast? Immediately, he reacted and immediately lifted the huge Shinigami sickle he was carrying and cut it at the Kisame next to him. Snapped, then a big hand held him. Haiden turned his head in confusion, but Kakuzu's green eyes were still expressionless. Kakuzu, Haiden asked puzzledly, looking at Kakuzu, who turned his head and left after blocking him. Before Baihu paid me a lot of rewards. I still haven't finished counting. I'm leaving now. Although Haiden often quarreled with Kakuzu, he still listened to Kakuzu's arrangement. Since Kakuzu stopped him, let's not fight. Regrettably, he glanced at the shark's face and left with Kakuzu. This shark's face is so strange. Maybe after the sacrifice, Lord Cthulhu will like it. Here, Sasori ignored Kisame next to him, instead staring at Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru entered the Akatsuki organization that year, the two worked as partners and experimented together. But the two people with different majors dislike each other very much. But in the current situation, it is impossible to stay out of the incident. Of course, he also wants to get involved after the incident and see how many of the opponents will become his hands. I want to reap the novices afterwards, but I don't want to get caught up too much. I have to weigh it. After all, this is just a battle for the throne between the masked Madara and the leader, so you can only find Orochimaru to paddle. After all, he was not as thick as Yoyu Chibashina, lying down and paddling grandiosely. As for Kakuzu, even if he leaves now, he is a very loyal believer in money. In the entire Akatsuki organization, I am afraid he is the most determined to follow the leader, although it is because of the money. Orochimaru's purpose is Mangekyo Sharingan. Undoubtedly, if he wants to come to Madara, who just joined the mask, he should not be able to do his best. It would be good to bring Deidara to paddling with them. Kisame watched Sasori stare at Orochimaru, a little embarrassed, so he slowly sorted out Samahata and then carried it on his shoulders. Madara-sama, Nagato, and the others are here. Obito and the others were on the top of the tower, and the tool let White Zetsu out. The war has begun, Obito murmured. Hearing Kisame, he shot Sasori and Deidara instantaneously and swept away the huge Samahata in his hands. Since the war has started, there is no more to talk about. Boom! Suddenly a figure in a red robe appeared, and the black sand immediately condensed, and the iron body blocked Kisame's attack. Boom! Swipe! Deidara and Sasori backed away, while throwing ready-made clay birds, while throwing a few clay centipedes towards Kisame. Boom! As Sasori and Deidara took the clay bird to leave, There was also a burst of explosions in Kisame. As soon as the gunpowder smoke cleared, Kisame, who was protecting himself with the water prison technique, was exposed. Seeing Sasori and Deidara flying to the sky in a clay bird, Kisame was helpless. At this moment, in the northeast, pieces of white paper entangled Konan and Tiandao Pain flying in the air, and 5 ninjas, also in Akatsuki uniforms and possessing Rinnegan, leaped among the tall buildings. In addition to the leader, there are 5 Rinnegans. Madara has already revealed some information, but when she really sees it, she can't help but breathe. After all, just relying on the puppet Heavenly Dao Pen, the other party has firmly occupied the position of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Now that he has to face so many, it is strange not to be confused, not to mention these 6 are puppets, and there is one body that hasn't been seen. Sasori and Kakazu, who saw this situation in the distance, were also a little grateful for their previous attitude. Swipe Lala. When approaching 100 meters, Konan was fluttering the paper angel wings. A gliding speed accelerated towards the masked man and the others. In an instant, the 2 paper angel wings shot countless paper shurikens and shrouded towards the masked Madara and others. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, great waterfall technique. Itachi and Kisame, who jumped back, immediately used ninjutsu to greet them. 2 ninjutsu, one on the left and the other on the right, enveloped Konan's paper escape. Boom rumble. In these countless pieces of paper and paper shurikens, many detonating symbols in them burst immediately. Shoo-hoo. In the smoke of gunpowder, on the left and right sides, more pieces of paper continued to hit a curved trajectory. Crystal style, crystal prison technique. To deal with the attack of the big scene, you have to use the ninjutsu of the big scene to deal with it. Defensively, apart from Itachi's Susanoo, among them, Durin's crystal style is also good. Boom rumble. In a series of roars, the dozens of meters of red crystal that enveloped 10 people was as solid as a rock. Hula whoosh whoosh. At this time, the bald man who came later used the 5-finger missile to separate his arm from the wrist, pulled out a string of missiles, and rushed towards the tortoise-shell red crystal. Boom rumble. There was a roar that exceeded the explosion of Konan's detonation talisman, and the small tower was instantly destroyed. However, Durin still manipulated the huge crystal to float in the air and was still moving. Shuradao's outstretched fist immediately separated from his wrist and slammed into the huge crystal like a cannonball. The huge impact caused a gap in the tens of meters of crystal. But the gap in the red crystal quickly recovered. Boo! Azura Dao's attack still did not stop. The bald head with a few black yin and yang sticks in it immediately opened in several petals, revealing a very technological muzzle inside. I saw the intricate muzzle spinning, the huge chakra gathered, the dazzling light bloomed, and then the muzzle was aimed at the huge red crystal. Seeing this small face, Gu Yin suddenly increased chakra and immediately faced this side of the Azura Dao. The red crystal once again covered layers of crystals and thickened. Baboom! The laser cannon on the top of Shura Dao's head suddenly exploded, impacting on the red crystal, and immediately exploded with dazzling light. Chapter 71. TSK Tut, Chi Yu, resurrected with blood, sat on a tall tower in the distance, watching the war. The 2 sides don't talk to each other. It's really unprofessional. There is no foreplay at all. How about water time? Moreover, the weapon summoned by the Shura Dao is very unscientific. Was it summoned after crafting it, or was it summoned from somewhere else? It's weird. There are not only laser cannons, missile grenades, etc., but also fancy melee weapons such as Sawtooth. Perhaps chakra is indeed omnipotent. And with the series of fierce attacks by Azura Dao, although they did not break the red crystal defense, their goal has been achieved. At this moment, Konan uses the paper dance, and the layers of paper have surrounded the entire red crystal. Tisk, crystal style, crystal breaking down the dragon. In the huge red crystal that was still floating in the air, Holian's face condensed and immediately sealed. 3 huge red crystal flying dragons snaked out of the huge crystal and rushed towards Konan and Shura. Konan and Shura Dao didn't persuade them when they saw this. Shura Dao summoned a sledgehammer and smashed it directly against the crystal dragon with his great power. Konan fluttered his wings and slid, while gathering the paper spear to greet him. At this moment, the man with orange hair was hungry, and Kido jumped several times and leaped towards the huge red crystal in the air. Behind the same orange-haired heavenly Dao Pain, his left hand stretched out and held it slightly. Numerous nearby buildings immediately became fragments and flooded in front of him, forming a more than 10-meter sphere. Hungry Kido jumped on the red crystal in front of him. When Guren was about to attack him, he realized that the crystals he controlled to the opponent's side completely failed, and all the crystals were absorbed by the opponent at an extremely fast speed. This is the ability of the Hungry Kido to absorb the opponent's ninjutsu. Seeing this, Tiandao Pain stretched out his right hand and pushed, and a colorless ripple suddenly appeared. Under the strong repulsion, the ruined sphere more than 10 meters in front immediately blasted towards the red crystal. At the same time, the Hungry Kido, who had absorbed the destruction of the red crystal, instantly left, and the ruined sphere photographed by the gods of heaven and Shinra Tianzhong collided with him. Moreover, Konan had previously surrounded the countless papers on the huge crystal, and when the red crystal had a gap, it immediately lit up. Boom rumble. There was another continuous roar. Swish. In the gunpowder, a red figure fell down. Suddenly, it was a red Tsunade of more than 20 meters with a shield in his left hand. Swish swish. Seeing this, the missiles of Shura Road and the countless pieces of Konan's paper continued to blast away densely. Just at this moment, 2 Uzumaki spaces appeared. One appeared behind Tiandao Pain, and the other appeared beside Konan. Bang. Tiandao Pain didn't even look behind his back. A ripple burst out, and Obito's hand stretched out from Uzumaki in the Kimui space was directly shattered by Shinra Tianjin. The time-space pupil technique uses ordinary Uchiha letters, which may not be as effective as Kimui Mangekyo. He appeared behind Konan, but was quickly counterattacked by Konan and Shura, who were close together. When Obito and Uchiha returned to the space and reappeared near Susanoo, Obito's severed hand was accepting Uzumaki's recovery, and White Zetsu, who was attached to Xian, died directly for him to resist the attack. Obito was very solemn at the moment. Uchiha Xian was found to be excusable, but he had prepared for so long and seized a good opportunity, but it still had no effect. Master Madara, I observed the 2 puppets in the distance. Their attention was mostly on Tiandao and Konan. I guess these puppets, Rinnegan, should be able to share vision. In Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, Black Zetsu spoke up and said, Obito was really lost. Okay, we should also fight back. Shinnong, lead your flying troops and blow his body out. Obito ordered immediately. With the help of Itachi's 8-foot mirror to resist the bombing, the dedicated Kisame made Susanoo's seal. Water style, boom. Suddenly, as Kisame's big mouth sprayed out the ocean, with him as the center, a few hundred meters here immediately became his water prison. The attacks of Konan and Shura Dao immediately lost their effectiveness in the vast ocean. Shinnong immediately waited for the opportunity to leave, and Kisame saw the Hungry Kido not far away. Although he was in a water prison, but he was quickly absorbing the ninjutsu Kisame. Kisame immediately merged with Samahata and became a gray shark man, dragging a long tail to kill the Hungry Kido at an extremely fast speed. As expected to be the best wage earner, Kisame used all his strength when he came up. He was too dedicated. How did Obito fool you? Shura Dao took Konan and quickly swam out of the dungeon. However, Tiandao Pain didn't seem to care about the limitations of the water prison. He raised his hand to grab Kisame and rushed to the Hungry Kido Kisame. He was absorbed by Tiandao Pain without any restrictions, and the Hungry Kido, who was still absorbing the huge water-style water prison of Kisame, immediately rushed to Kisame. What he just did was just to seduce Kisame out and crack the water prison without him. Kisame's body, controlled by gravity, doesn't listen to it. Seeing the Hungry Kido attack, he can only use ninjutsu as hard as he can. Kido's shot was just hungry, and knowing his abilities, even if there were more Kisame chakra, he couldn't stand his absorption. Water style. 5 eating shark. Although his stature was restricted, it did not affect his formation. 5 huge shark water bombs appeared. 1 rushed to the hungry Kido who was attacking to contain him, and 4 rushed to the distant heavenly path Pain. Shun Luo Tianzheng. At this moment, heavenly Dao Pain stretched out his hands. Huge energy burst, and the wave of repulsive force appeared like a shape in an instant, directly blasting the hundreds of meters of water prison made by Kisame, and immediately all impacted and scattered. With the addition of chakra, the Shinluo Tianzheng is different. Amidst the roaring sound, an area of several hundred meters is empty in an instant. Whether it is a dungeon or the original building, only a clean open space is left. Even the hungry Kido was devastated by Shinluo Tianzheng. But with the summoning technique of the single horsetail orange-haired beast, the hungry Kido turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Then Kisame quickly came out wet from the ruins, and scathed, looked at heavenly Dao Pain, with a grinning smile on his mouth. Sasori, Deidara, beware of Orochimaru and them. Kakuza Haiden, you stare at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shina, you come to deal with Kisame. Konan was guarded by Shura Dao and left the attack range of Shinra Tianzheng, came to Sasori and the others, immediately arranged the task, and shouted to Chi-Yu on the tower next to him. You see that Shark Man is terrible, and the leader can't help him. Don't you let me die? Shall Kakuzu and Haiden go to die? They are not afraid of death. I will stop Uchiha Itachi. Chi-Yu said, Kisame is Obito's most loyal horse, and the one who works hardest. How do you paddle against him? Wouldn't it be better to go to Uchiha Itachi, a sea expert? When Konan heard this, his indifferent golden eyes kept staring at Chi-Yu, and Kakuzu also glanced at Chi-Yu. Oh, I have to pay more, otherwise, who wants to do things that are not thankful? Chi-Yu spread his hands and said to Konan. Chapter 72. Konan was not irritated when she heard this. She was already a little numb, but a bottle was unfolded in her hand. This is what you want to study, and I will give it to you after this war. Oh, Master Baihu is so polite. The other party is so arrogant. It is my duty to maintain the majesty of the leader. Look at the shark's face. It looks like a beating. I will go and clean him. When Chi-Yu saw what was in Konan's hand, he immediately changed his face. The energy of the ghetto statue was really awkward. He was absent from the dangling appearance, and he looked like he wanted to organize for Shao. Swish, seeing Kisame's tiny shark eyes, and staring at the Shura road approaching him, Chi-Yu directly turned on the pupil technique, Jinwei chakra mode, and rushed up. After all, Kisame in the form of a shark man should not be underestimated. Seeing this, Shura retreated and gave them the battlefield. Ahem, Master Baihu, can I change this into a gold coin for the subsequent remuneration? It is convenient to carry. Kakuzu coughed and asked when Konan was about to leave. When Konan heard the words, he flew in the air and his face turned black. He glared bitterly at Uchiha Shina who rushed towards Kisame, and then said blankly to Kakuzu below, if you can survive, remember to keep an eye on Uchiha Itachi. Konan, who fled immediately, left immediately. Otherwise he was worried that he couldn't help but attack his own people. As Konan rushed to the battlefield, a space Uzumaki appeared, and hundreds of knives spun out and attacked her. Shoo-hoo! Swish swish. For a while, the blades of the sky and countless white paper shurikens collided dazzlingly in the air. Uchiha Xen, who was also floating in the air, looked at the blue-haired beauty in front of him and became solemn for a while. Although he only manipulated a few hundred blades to dance in the air, the quality of the blade was better than that of the opponent's paper, but his combat experience was not as good as this blue-haired beauty. Masked Madara's request to him is only to contain this woman. He has nothing to be convinced. After all, these days, he is also a person who has seen the world. Just as soon as I played against it, I felt the tremendous pressure, which really made Uchiha Xen very uncomfortable. Boom, boom, boom. Konan's signboard, countless pieces of paper mixed with detonating charms, and with the roar, Konan's countless pieces of paper immediately smashed Uchiha Letter's control area. Swish swish. Uchiha Xen quickly manipulated the armor flying on his body to evade him, while pulling out countless detonations from the scroll. Under the control of his pupil technique, these all imprinted detonation coup, meandering and spinning towards Konan. For a time, Two people with flying ability and intensive long-range attacks fought a magnificent aerial battle in the air. And now the huge rain shinobi village is also full of smoke and roaring. Chiyu, who started Jinwei chakra mode, relied on Mangekyo Sharingan's insight and matched Kisame. At this moment, Chiyu deeply felt how strong the person in this original book, whose name is remembered by the Emperor Guy, is half. It should be known that Chiyu's physique is much stronger than ordinary people after transplanting a series of cells and a large amount of Greer energy to strengthen the cultivation. I still respect Kisame and Samahata before opening the Kingwei chakra mode to play against him. Even if Chiyu didn't use the Strange Force Fist, but the basic principle of the Strange Force used some. With so much increase, it's just barely keeping Kisame. The two of them collided like wild savage beasts, fighting fiercely in close quarters, crashing and knocking down countless buildings all the way, almost comparable to Era. And Sasori naturally took Orochimaru here, using the magnet style of the puppet third Kazekage to fly, and Deidara, who also used the clay bird to fly, while dealing with the same flying crystal-style Gyurin, while bombarding Orochimaru and the others below. Orochimaru seemed to save face. One of them wanted to explode, and the other wanted to escape, and the roar continued for a while, and no one would doubt that they were paddling. At least compared to the battlefield next to them, they are too dedicated. And next to him is the future Haida person, Uchiha Itachi, the Haida person at the moment. Kakuzu and Haiden came over. After Haiden cut a few shadow clones, the two sides were in a stalemate like this. Itachi looked at the surrounding battlefield, as if his eyes were out of focus. While Kakuzu and Haiden looked at Itachi, they performed the task given by Konan, perfectly keeping an eye on Uchiha Itachi. Hey, you too. He doesn't have much chakra, and he's still sick. This is to save chakra. Don't stop and consume him. Chiyu shouted to Kakuzu and Haiden in the distance. Jealousy separates the hostage wall, so it is oneself who can complete the task of marking so leisurely. Boom, see. Chiyu was distracted, and he was shot by the elbow by the super excellent hitman. Feeling the numbness of his hands being shaken, Chiyu took a breath, and then turned on sage mode. Don't underestimate Kisame. What if you get rid of it? This is a ruthless person and can't be careless. Besides, there is such a physique master double training. Chiyu is also excited, so even the ultimate focus state is not turned on. I hope to better exchange experience with Kisame. If you beat him, you have the qualifications to challenge King Guy. Kakuzu heard Uchiha Ishina's words, right in his ears. After living for about 90 years, he knows how to mix himself. Is this the strength of Akatsuki's members? In a hidden highland in the distance, the temporary joint team of the 5 ninja villages, Danzo and Seeing, watched the battle with telescopes. Seeing that the battlefield was broken as soon as the battle started, many people took a breath, and Luo Sha directly sighed with emotion. Here is a random force. Tsunade can block these people except himself? Moreover, even if he saw the Akatsuki members who had taken shots on the field, it seemed that none of them could win, but there were a few who were quite sure that they couldn't beat them. Yes, Kirigakure's rebel Kisame, Tsunade's rebel Red San no Sasori, and the disciple of Lord Rock, Shinobi Village Tsuchikage, are naturally powerful and terrifying. Danzo murmured in a deep voice. The surrounding area suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Danzo suspiciously. Nara Lugio next to Danzo was dumbfounded. What about you, Em? Sure enough, the next moment everyone in Konoha village bowed their heads. Look at these 4 Mangekyo and Orochimaru. Konoha is worthy of being the cradle of geniuses. Any number of rebels are all in the world of extreme ninjas. It is really terrifying. My ineffective disciple makes you laugh. NS. The voice of third Tsuchikage Anoki Yu came. Danzo only felt angry, but he was helpless. Why did Akatsuki organize so many people related to Konoha? The Masked Man and Uchiha believe. If they say they have nothing to do with Konoha, Danzo doesn't believe it, let alone others. And there is one thing Danzo dare not say. That is, the leader of Akatsuki and Konan, who are disciples of Jiraiya. If several Shinobu villages knew the news, Konoha really wouldn't know how to explain it. Shock. Konoha used the bondage of his master and apprentice to secretly control the country of rain? Shock. The man behind Akatsuki's organization turned out to be. Think about Danzo and shudder. The minds of the people in the ninja world are too big. Just look at the Three Tails incident, and you will know that Danzo suffered a lot from it. In just half an hour, he strolled with his roots and ran into range shinobi, who was running away, and then suddenly got the information of Akatsuki members. When I saw Kisame attack Sasori just now, Danzo teased him about Sasori. After all, the shadow of Tangtengi village, and third Kazekage, who was rated as the strongest wind shadow in the past, was turned into a puppet by the rebels in his own village, which is really shocking. Although Luo Sha was embarrassed, third Tsuchikage's words of yin and yang became strange, and all the information Danzo had just collected was shared. The meticulous information surprised everyone. The three Mangekyo of the masked men, plus Kisame, Shinnon, and Orochimaru. On the other hand, Akatsuki's leader has blurred information, but Konan's abilities, as well as Sasori and Deidara, Kakuzu and Haiden's intelligence, showed a lot. After seeing new about it, he still wanted to inquire to see how much information Danzo had concealed. Rao has been in contact with Akatsuki several times, and there is not much information. However, Danzo was very distressed. He honestly said that it was the information he had just obtained, but no one believed him. And those few range shinobi, because they took the opportunity to resist afterwards, they were thwarted by the root ninja. Danzo really wants to be quiet now. Think about how he got to this point. Chapter 73. That is, here, the joint team of Zhongren village immediately noticed that in the high sky southeast of Rain Shinobi village, a huge shadow appeared from the clouds. The main body is gray, the upper part resembles a huge quaint castle, the lower part resembles a slender spinning top, and there is a stone statue of a human head carved nearly 100 meters in size. It looks shocking. The entire huge flying fortress is 500 to 600 meters in diameter. In this ninja world that needs 2 feet to hurry on 2 years ago, now when trains and airships just started, your huge flying fortress is exaggerated. Buzz. Not only that, the huge flying fortress just under the clouds immediately flew out from above nearly 100 ninjas carrying aircrafts, and they flew neatly. Here, the joint team of the 5 ninja villages, all the people who have seen this battle side. I heard that hundreds of air forces bombed Danzo before. Many people couldn't imagine such a scenario, and even thought it was a big talk. Seeing this now, everyone subconsciously thinks, can their village defend against such an air force attack? When will the village have an air force? This big guy, wasn't it broken back then? Just at this moment, a whispered voice came. In an instant, Si Ying and the people nearby looked at Danzo with a unified expression. It's going to be finished. Nara Lugio's face was tangled, and immediately turned to look into the distance. Your Excellency Danzo, please speak directly. Onogi sighed and said, looking around, there is nothing that Danzo doesn't know. Back then, the country of the sky suddenly appeared. Konoha suddenly declared war during World War II, and then was destroyed in minutes. So the ninja world hardly knew about the existence of the king, and few people even knew about the country of the sky. Swish swish. Shoo-hoo. I saw these empty ninjas, hovering 300 or 400 meters above the sky, not targeting the ninjas below, but carrying out an indiscriminate high-altitude bombardment of Rain Shinobi village. Amid the continuous roar of artillery fire, the joint team of the 5 ninja villages was dumbfounded. How to prevent this destruction? This can be regarded as enchantment and underground counterattack artillery, and it can't prevent such dense high-altitude bombs, right? Moreover, one of the large aircraft, which dropped huge bombs, was quite powerful. Where Zhongkongren passed, countless buildings fell in thick gunpowder. Sasori, Deidara, Konan yelled from afar, seeing that Kongren was not targeting people, but bombarding the village indiscriminately, and Konan was angry. However, she was blocked by Uchiha Shin, and she had no way to stop it, so she had to call Sasori and Deidara. Rain Shinobi village is almost all very tall buildings. Looking at countless collapsed buildings, Konan's heart is bleeding. How much less rent and tax collection? Upon hearing this, Sasori and Deidara immediately gave up to continue bombing Orochimaru below, and then Sasori blocked the Gurin who came to entangle, and Deidara rushed to those Sora Shinobu on the clay bird. Summoning technique. At this time, the animal Dao Pain, who has been on the edge of OB, immediately seals the seal and uses the summoning technique. Boom! In the thick white smoke, a 20-meter yata bird immediately fluttered into the air and rushed to the huge flying fortress. Wow! Yatatori had just approached the flying fortress, and before he could fly to it and cast an explosive egg, a black arrogant figure immediately jumped towards him. Subconsciously, Yata Bird used its huge beak to slam the attacker. Superactive Fist. Shinong turned on the physical activity technique and opened the 8 gate where chakra circulated in his body. His figure soared, his white hair turned black, and his body exuded black arrogance. He directly condensed a black energy ball with his right hand and hit Yata Bird. Boom! In the horrified eyes of everyone, Yatatori was blasted back like this. Shinong took this opportunity to entangle the Yata Bird, stepping directly on its huge beak, and be G, his fist on the Yata Bird's head. Swish swish. As for Deidara, after approaching the Air Force, he was greeted with dense attacks. However, he was extremely flexible, easily speeding up the clay Asuka and dodged these attacks. A few clay birds condensed in his hands flew towards these empty birds. Boom rumble. Then Deidara looked dumbfounded. These Soras were too clumsy, as flexible as him. They simply rode them to fight. And these empty nines, there are almost no strong people. They can only wait to die if they are attacked. So Deidara flew up and down in the air, throwing out the clay birds all the way, and one by one, Sora Shino burst open. Shinong, who fell with Yatatori, glanced at his empty troops with a frown and fired a retreat signal. They jumped to several fierce battlefields and saw Uchiha Shina in a golden chakra coat and Kisame in the form of a shark man in the distance. That fist to the flesh, every blow shook up a violent shock wave, destroying the buildings and land passing by all the way. Shinong saw his blood boiled. Then he fixed his gaze on Shura, down not far away. When Orochimaru was tied to the experimental platform all night, Shinong was heartbroken. Unexpectedly, after being rescued by the masked Madara, the other party also loaned him 3 tails. Shinong, who was delighted to descend from the sky, not only absorbed enough 3 tails chakra by himself, but also filled the energy of King 2. He has condensed the physical activity technique all the year round, and now he has been supplemented by a huge chakra. He has suddenly stepped into the high-end combat power of the ninja world. There is no need to plan any trash Zero Tail and Dark Chakra anymore. In this battle, he most wanted to fight against, in fact, Uchiha Ashina. After all, he was also a ninja with strong physical skills. During this period of time, Kisame helped him exercise physical skills and combat experience. First let Kisame feel refreshed, and then he went to Uchiha Shina. The plan has been planned. After kicking Uchiha Shina, he will challenge Raikage and Might Guy to win the title of Genin World's #1 body art. Of course, it will take some time. He was fortunate enough to have seen the day Tiger kicked out by Might Guy before. Swish swish. Shura Dao naturally did not confuse and fired a few missiles directly at Shinong. The corner of Shinong's mouth grinned, his figure flashed like a ghost, and he quickly approached Shura Road at an extremely fast speed. This is not the instantaneous technique, it is just a burst of speed. With habitual tactics, Shinong walked to the side of Shura Dao. Even if the other party looked over, his ultimate speed instantly swept behind Shura Dao and went down with one hand. Boom! In Shinong's surprised gaze, Ashura Dao's head, which hadn't turned, unexpectedly stretched out an iron plate from his body to block his attack. Thinking of what Ju had said before, the other side's puppet, Rinnegan, shared his vision, and Shinong frowned. Siv at this moment, a man with an orange mask emerged from the ground at the back and bottom of Shura Dao. Shun Luo Tianzheng. He didn't make a lot of shots, but he had been staring at the battlefield. He immediately abandoned Itachi and rushed over. He didn't participate in the battle. That is, he has been guarding against the masked man. Boom. As Tian Dao Pain raised his hand, the masked man who was about to attack Shuradao was attacked. Heavenly Dao Pain didn't even take into account the Shura Dao, the large-scale and rapid Shinluo Tianzhong, and Shinong etc. flew together. Pop! When he saw the masked man fell to his death on the ruined wall, Tian Dao Pain's expression suddenly changed. Cracking, click, there was a sound from a distance, and Tian Dao Pain turned his head and saw Hell Road was directly stirred to death by the masked man who came out of the Uzumaki space. And a wide range of wood-style ninjutsu surrounded and suppressed the hungry Kido who had just been resurrected by the Hell Road next to him. Hungry Kido immediately used the seal technique to absorb the ninjutsu of wood style. Obito, who knew the ability of Hungry Kido for a long time, actually only limited the time of Hungry Kido. When Obito got close instantly, he directly turned on Kamui and absorbed the Hungry Kido into Kamui. White Zetsu, who had been around before, discovered that Hell Road resurrected the Hungry Kido. Obito knew that if the Hell Road was still there, then other puppets would always be resurrected, so he kept waiting for the time to solve the Hell Road. Let White Zetsu pretend that he came out of the ground to attack Shura Road, and then he attacked Hell Road and took away the Hungry Kido by the way. 3 were resolved at this time. The Azura Dao was accidentally injured by the Heavenly Dao and Shinluo Tianzhong, and he could not recover. Nagato's body has never appeared. He is waiting for time. Obito himself is also waiting for time. It depends on who can bear it and who can seize a better opportunity. And now, he succeeded one step ahead. Tiandao reacted. Shinra Tianzhong was cooling, and when he raised his hand to use the universal pull, Obito was already hollow. Chapter 74. In the air, Uchiha Exine was in a cold sweat, looking at the blue-haired and golden-eyed beauty who had been chasing him frantically, with a solemn expression. Where's this charming beauty? Looking at the other party's ninjutsu and the actual killing intent, Uchiha Exine felt that he was in the most dangerous moment in his life. Let's go letter, said White Zetsu on the new generation of possession letters. But Black Zetsu boss said, let him try to keep Uchiha's chakra and his pupil power. He can provide chakra, but Hitomi has to stare at Uchiha's letter, hoping that he has a degree. Uchiha believed and heard that. Although he was unwilling, he also knew that he was scared. He immediately turned around and manipulated dozens of blades to attack the opponent. He immediately activated the space-time pupil technique and disappeared into the Uzumaki space. Conan looked helplessly at the other party's disappearance. Then his eyes were cold, and he flew towards the huge flying fortress. At the same time, the scrolls around him opened, and more papers swirled around her. Boom, bang, bang. Then she was greeted by a series of cannons on the flying fortress. 400 meters high in the sky, several hundred meters away, in the empty space. Obviously, she couldn't cross at all. Deidara, who was continuing to purge Kunanen, shook his head. He chased Kunanen without chasing those who went back. He had seen the fort on the huge flying fortress a long time ago. Hey, shark face, why are you so serious about you? Chiyu walked out of the ruins with Kisame on his face and wiped his mouth with his hand. Looking at the surrounding mess, I asked Kisame helplessly. Who knows? Kisame was kneeling, his abdomen wound by Chiyu's hand, was recovering quickly. Do you want you to be buried here or in the country of water after you die? Here. Chiyu slowly walked towards Kisame and started to talk about it. The shark's final journey is the sea. That way, you won't even have any hair left. If you look at other people's loquat shirzong, you will know that fallen leaves return to their roots. The sharks born and grown by eating their compatriots will eventually become food in the sea. Isn't this destiny? And you are not the end of my life journey. After speaking, Kisame immediately sealed his hands. Water style, water mackerel technique. Finally, do you want to fight ninjutsu? Sage art, fire style, great fireball technique. Seeing this, Chiyu also quickly sealed, and a huge fireball erupted in his mouth to greet him. Boom! With the blessing of Xianshu, the great fireball directly destroyed the shark water bombs and continued to whistle towards Kisame. But in the end, the power and speed of the shark water bomb was weakened. Kisame drew away easily and pushed hard on the broken wall next to him, before rotating towards Chiyu. Relying on Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, Chiyu did not retreat but moved forward. He stepped forward, suddenly rotated his body, and kicked at the base of Kisame's huge tail. Cut off his huge whip power, otherwise he would not be able to hold the huge tail whip in front of him. At this moment, Kisame, who was close to him, had already landed his hands on the ground and tried his best to swing his stopped body down. The little shark eyes fiercely stared at Chiyu and suddenly jumped towards Chiyu. Chiyu took a step back with the shock force of the collision, and the golden figure quickly turned back into a leaf hurricane. turning on Sage mode and Kingwei mode by himself, surpassed Kisame in strength. But after changing the Sharkman form, he has been thinking about fighting Chiyu up close, using his size advantage and an extra giant tail to block Chiyu. Chiyu had no choice but to hit every blow, with the help of Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, not to give the opponent a chance. Rao is Chiyu, who has obvious advantages in all aspects. Facing the extremely brutal Kisame at this moment, he has to give in by 3 points. Summoning technique. Here in Pen, after losing 3 important Pen puppets quickly, Tiandao Pen continued to beware of the surroundings. The low-powered Beast Dao and the human world came to his side, and the Beast Dao immediately used the summoning technique. Boom bang bang. In a thick white smoke, several huge summoning beasts appeared. The huge summoning beast bullfight, with a burly physique, glared at Shinnong and rushed towards him. Other summoning beasts, giant centipedes, multi-headed hellhounds, hell crabs, and rhinoceros all rushed towards Orochimaru. Guren, who was dealing with Sasori in the sky, was exhausted and retreated to the ground helplessly. After all, she was only 13 or 14, and the speed of fusion of white Zetsu cells could not be as fast as Kimimaro and Shigego, and the consumption was serious. If Sasori hadn't deliberately paddled, Guren would be even more dangerous. Facing the charge of several summoning beasts and Sasori, who was staring in the air, Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, and they still took their usual style and fled. Orochimaru was so bad that it went to places with relatively tall and luxurious buildings. Sasori continued to manipulate the puppet. Third Kazekage released a sand bomb attack, but some summoning beasts with Rinnegan eyes were hesitant. However, although the big summoning beasts did not rush, they surrounded Orochimaru and blocked them. Sasori looked at the Orochimaru people hiding in the building and had to stop on the nearby high tower, staring at the Orochimaru people while looking at the battlefield leisurely. Here in Shinnong, facing the charging summoning beast bullfighting, with the help of the bullfighting collision, he flew to Kisame and Chiyu. Activity punch. Shinnong, with a light black arrogance erupting, wrapped a thick black arrogance with his left hand and rushed towards Chiyu during the battle. Chiyu, who swung back Kisame, reluctantly stretched out his right fist and turned towards Shinnong. Boom! In an instant the earth shook and the feet shattered, the ground tens of meters collapsed, and cobweb-like cracks spread everywhere. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, Chiyu was helpless and turned on the ultimate concentration state. Suddenly, his mind became one, and he became a lot more ethereal. He twisted his body to the limit, and under the impact of the two men, the Chiyu bomb flew out and jumped to the nearby wall that was about to collapse. At this moment, his expression was calm, his eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes looked at Kisame and Shinnong without a wave, and the domineering coercion from his body just disappeared. He is also a golden light. Compared to the sharp edge before, at this moment, he seems to be reassuring and warm. Just seeing this, Kisame has a solemn expression and often follows Itachi. He knows that the more introverted people are, the more terrifying. At this moment, there is no peace in the only peaceful battlefield. As Conan attacked the huge flying fortress to no avail, he immediately glided down in the direction of Itachi, and countless paper shurikens surrounded Uchiha Itachi. She knew very well that what Uchiha Shina had said was right. Although Itachi was very strong, chakra was his weakness. He must be killed or consumed here to prevent Itachi from becoming a variable in the decisive battle between Nagato and the masked Madara. Shuhu. Facing the rainstorm attack, Itachi didn't seem to have seen it, so Conan and Kakuzu next to him constricted their brows. When countless attacks passed through Itachi, it turned into white smoke. When Kakuzu, who had been watching Itachi next to him, immediately watched the surroundings in amazement. He didn't slack off. After all, he was a ninja who had lived for about 90 years. It was impossible for him to make such a mistake. But it's still not clear when Itachi became Shadow Clone, or was he Shadow Clone in the beginning? But I didn't perceive it. In vain, a figure appeared behind them, and Itachi, holding a keen hand, appeared and stabbed Haiden at an extremely fast speed. Haiden didn't react. Kakuzu moved immediately, and 8 giant black lines on his shoulder rushed towards Itachi. But when he heard the strong wind on his other side at the moment, He looked back and saw another ferret spraying a fireball. Water style, water curtain tent. Kakuzu resented the water style mask monster, spraying a powerful water cannon in his mouth to greet him. Boom! At this moment, the Itachi who raided Haiden, because Kakuzu's giant black thread penetrated, turned into crows and flew away. Kakuzu immediately focused on Uchiha Itachi, who had just released fire style. When Kakuzu turned his head to look at Itachi, he suddenly felt something wrong, and suddenly turned his head to see Haiden holding a giant sickle at him. Seeing Haiden's look different from the usual silly eyes, but a pair of indifferent looks, Kakuzu didn't hesitate to manipulate the 8 huge black lines on his shoulders to pass through. Puff, ugh. Kakuzu, what are you doing hitting me? It hurts. After seeing the two of them being attacked, Haiden, who was about to chop the front of Itachi, felt a sharp pain in his body and turned his head angrily to stab his Kakuzu through angrily. Looking at Haiden not facing him at this moment, but his back stabbed by himself, Kakuzu's green eyes were dumbfounded, and he was shocked in his heart instantly. Cold sweat broke out. Chapter 75. At this time, a cold blade that made the soul tremble close to his neck, and Kakuzu was shocked both physically and mentally. Dang! When the kunai in Itachi's hand struck Kakuzu's neck, it suddenly seemed to be scratched on a steel plate. At the moment of crisis, Kakuzu used the earth style to harden, and the circle of the neck immediately turned black, as hard as steel. Boom! Kakuzu's hands were quick, and he launched a counterattack on Itachi. A tentacle fist quickly bombarded. Facing Kakuzu's ensuing tentacle punch, Itachi greeted him with a kick and left with the help of the impact. Kakuzu swallowed his saliva, ignoring Haiden's yelling, and leaning against Haiden tightly, the cold sweat on his forehead oozing out, and he resisted the move to touch his neck. It has been rumored that Itachi is very strong and illusion is very strong. Although Kakuzu thinks that he is not weak, he does not think that he is strong enough to surpass his own abilities. But at this moment, he fought with fear in his heart. Shoo-hoo! At this moment, Konan, who was assisting in the air, saw Itachi leave Kakuzu's position, and immediately countless paper shurikens flew away. Fire style, head hard. Wind style, suppress. The fire style mask monster and wind style mask monster on Kakuzu's shoulder immediately sprayed fire style and wind style. Taking advantage of the wind, the fire suddenly roared, flooding Uchiha Itachi with Konan's paper shuriken like a torrential rain. Boom rumble. In the bursts of blasting, 200 meters here, a burst of flames instantly formed. Despite this, Kakuzu was still uneasy. The 5 mask monsters on his body stretched out and explored around Kakuzu. Even he bit the tip of his tongue immediately to prevent himself from falling into the illusion. The feeling of illusion just now was very bad. At this moment, not only watch out for the surrounding area and the sea of fire, but also Haiden. But the situation changed suddenly. When he saw a huge red Susanoo coming out towards them in the sea of fire, Kakuzu was relieved instead of worrying that Itachi was still nearby. Swish swish. Boom boom boom. Looking at Konan in the sky above, the dense papers attacked Susanoo, and Kakuzu was naturally unwilling to lag behind. Let my strongest attack see how your defense is. As he said, Kakuzu stretched out his right hand, and the masked monsters of wind style, fire style, and lightning style gathered on his right arm. Finally, the final shot. Bah! Boom! 3 masked monsters gathered the chakras of wind style, fire style, and lightning style. After the energy storage was completed, a powerful terrifying chakra cannon blasted the huge Susanoo that came. Boom! Suddenly the dazzling light exploded, and there was a violent vibration and roar. The powerful shock wave immediately threw the original sea of fire and buildings all around. As the gunpowder dissipated, Kakuzu and Haiden, who was coughing violently next to him, looked at the center of the explosion together. Before they could see the result, they saw Konan, who had just flew high in the sky to avoid the explosion, flew down again, and continued to launch countless paper escape attacks. Kakuzu's heart sank suddenly, and then, as the gunpowder dissipated, he saw the huge red figure. Haiden, go help Uchiha Shina. You can't help here, Kakuzu said solemnly. The strongest attack failed to defeat Itachi, and the follow-up could not be avoided to continue the fight. He was very afraid that Haydn would cut himself with the illusion. Although Haydn's abilities are amazing, everyone in Akatsuki's organization now knows Haydn well, and it is not easy for him to do so. The 5 masked monsters on the body immediately aimed at Susanoo. "Be careful!" Suddenly, Conan in the air shouted to Kakuzu in amazement. Puff! Kakuzu and Haydn hadn't reacted yet when they heard that. A slight voice sounded, and Kakuzu turned his head in amazement. I saw Haydn's head flying up, and what caught his eye was a pair of Mangekyo, a pattern of 3 windmills all over the sky. Then the world changed instantly, and entered a world of black, red, and blood. Kakuzu! Kakuzu! Wow! After a breath, Kakuzu vomited a mouthful of blood and woke up amidst Haydn's panic cry. But he was severely tortured for a long time in a certain space. Kakuzu watched as he knelt and fell to the ruins next to him. Seeing Haydn, who was still yelling in panic after his head fell to the ground, Kakuzu felt that his will became more and more blurred and a little confused. Only then discovered that the 5 masked monsters on his body were dead. He no longer had a heart, and the body's chest was refreshed, and the coldness penetrated his soul, making him unable to move. Try to look at the indifferent Itachi standing aside, then turn to look at the huge Susanoo next to him. How is it possible? Kakuzu was very dumbfounded at this moment. He knows too little about Mangekyo. It is obvious that Susanoo is still there. How could this person come out so far? Kakuzu looked at Haydn, who was panicked, and wondered if this fool also had fear. Suddenly Kakuzu returned to the light and stretched out his hand, grabbed Haydn's head, and threw him towards Conan. Puff, boom, somewhere, a wooden thorn hit Haydn's head. In his hysterical scream, the wooden thorn exploded on his head and turned it into roots and soil, and Haydn screamed as the corpse separated in pain. At the end of the day, Kakuzu's last consciousness looked in the direction of Uchiha Ishina, but unfortunately only heard the sound of fighting. Although that person didn't communicate much, he also loved money like him. He wanted to tell him where he hid the money. People are dead, but money cannot be run out. So he turned his head to look at Conan, who was horrified high in the sky. Kakuzu stretched out his trembling hand, gestured, and then died. At this moment, Conan rose rapidly, his face dripping gloomy. They didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to be so strong. Originally, they thought that Itachi was the most common pupil technique among the 4 Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately, it was blessed by an artifact, the 8-foot mirror. Who could have imagined that people's use of Sharingan and fighting wisdom is so high? Haydn has no power to fight back, but he didn't expect that even Kakuzu could not escape Itachi's illusion. No wonder he could kill Orochimaru in the first place. Especially the final move to leave Susanoo, far beyond Conan's expectations. After her and Kakuzu's combined bombardment, Conan was shocked when he saw Susanoo still in the gunpowder, so he continued to bombard him. After all, Uchiha Shina is right, that is, chakra that consumes Itachi. But as she continued to bombard Susanoo, she found a figure flashed beside Kakuzu, and at this moment Kakuzu thought Itachi was still in Susanoo. So there was no fortification, and he was prepared to attack with all his might. It wasn't until a few seconds after Haydn and Kakuzu were killed that Conan discovered that there was no one in that huge Susanoo. I originally wanted to use the immortal Haydn and the multi-life Kakuzu to contain Uchiha Itachi. I thought I valued Itachi enough, but I failed. It's a pity that Haydn is a great killer, but in the face of Itachi who knows his abilities, Haydn has no chance to perform. Ascending into the sky at the moment, watching that Susanoo dissipate and the masked man who didn't know where he was hiding nearby. Although Conan's face was gloomy, he didn't dare to stay. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and others were instantly suppressed by Itachi's illusion. Conan couldn't bet he could resist it. Seeing this in the distance, Tiandao Pain frowned slightly, and then jumped over with the human and animal roads. His own side suddenly lost 2 combat powers, and the masked man also appeared nearby, and he could only do it. With the loss of 3 important puppets, Pin and Kakuzu's death, Haydn is almost dead. Uchiha Shina was besieged by a strong 2-body technique, and the situation on his side became increasingly unfavorable. Chapter 76. Kakuzu and Haydn were instantly shocked by everyone present. All of them have been in an organization, knowing the abilities of Kakuzu and Haydn more or less. Such a strong person. The second is the second. At this moment, Everyone looked at Uchiha Itachi with deep fear in their eyes, without exception. Here, Chiyu and Kisame Shinong stopped for a while due to this change, and looked at the Itachi standing in the distance. Still so high and indifferent, his arms hung on the large cloak on his chest, as if nothing had been done. Chiyu secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had not gone to deal with Uchiha Itachi just now. I don't know what the opportunity was that caused this high Dao to run away suddenly. Although his physique is stronger than him now, his ten-fist sword makes Chiyu very heart palpitated. Sure enough, people at this level and in this environment cannot look at them with their inherent impressions. A person's temperament and mood cannot be set in stone. There will always be some time to be irritable. So the option of challenging Itachi was immediately crossed out in Chiyu's heart. Although my surname is Uchiha, my name is not Sasuke, so I will stay away from him in the future. Poor Kakuzu and Haiden, what do you say are you messing with this man? Isn't it good to mix well? In front of Itachi, it's so difficult to still want to be a good employee. It's a pity that Kakuzu didn't know Chiyu's thoughts, otherwise he must cry fiercely. It was the woman who did it, but it was him who died tragically. When the imposing heavenly Dao Pen and the human Dao Beast Dao approached Uchiha Itachi, the few of them were so quiet and motionless. They looked at each other as if they were not related to each other, which was very strange. However, Chiyu in Sage Mode felt it and knew the reason. Itachi's figure was already a shadow clone. The death of Kakuzu and the near death of Haiden made the whole situation a lot more serious. At this moment, Konan was also fierce, called Deidara, and immediately walked towards Orochimaru and the others. At the same time, the several large summoning beasts surrounding Orochimaru and others immediately ignored the buildings of Rain Shinobi Village and rushed towards Orochimaru and others roaring. Really, I wanted you to have a little more fun, Jejia. Orochimaru laughed when he saw this. He originally wanted to fish in troubled waters. As for the mask Madara gave him Uchiha Shina's Mangekyo, Orochimaru never thought about it. What Chiyu's pupil technique was, he didn't know, but what he wanted more was Uchiha Shin's eyes. The spatio-temporal pupil technique and the ability to manipulate matter were witnessed, and Orochimaru became more greedy. Now that it's fine, it's impossible to paddle, so I have to show my hand. Haven't you guys been not really fighting? Then I will let you show up to see if you can fight. Kimimaro. Orochimaru called to Kimimaro. Yes, Master Orochimaru. So Kimimaro turned on Sage Mode, and purple eyeshadow appeared, leaping forward. Sage Art, Dance of Grass Fern. WHHHHHH. With the completion of Kimimaro's seal, the entire land changed drastically in an instant. Among the original high and low buildings and ruins, countless huge bone forests protruded from the ground. The huge bone spurs are like giant bamboos, 1 or 2 meters wide and 100 meters high. They grow densely like seedlings. The approaching Deidara and Konan immediately rose, and Sasori, who was on the nearby tall building, immediately asked the puppet third Kazekage to use magnet style to take him away. The huge summoning beasts that had just rushed in from the surrounding area were immediately pierced by countless bone spurs like a barbecue, unable to move, and then disappeared into white smoke. There is only one exception, that is the summoning beast multi-headed hellhound. This summoning beast can keep splitting. Crystal style, Yoshindu technique. But as the blue-haired beauty Honglian crystal style used her, clusters of crystals poured out from her, touched the divided hellhound, and directly crystallized them. In an instant, all the summoning beasts on the ground were wiped out. And this very extravagant bloodline boundary secret technique suddenly surprised countless people. Many people here, including the few shinobu villages who peeped from afar, all know that Kirigakure's former Hui Uruchi is very reckless, but this is the first time that the bloodline boundary is so gorgeous. Puff, this is not over yet. Kimimaro's bone forest this time is targeted. For example, right now, at the edge of a bone forest that was intentionally extended, where there was nothing, the bone forest seemed to have pierced something, and the night of blood slid down on the bone spurs. Afterwards, everyone saw that a huge dark green lizard gradually appeared, but it was already cold. Then, a young Rinnegan with bright red hair came out of the lizard's mouth. Tilda Uzumaki appeared in 2 spaces, and the masked man and Uchiha Shin appeared in the vicinity of Nagato. The remaining 3 puppets, Pin, immediately rushed to the vicinity of Nagato. Whizzing Kisame and Shinnon, who were confronting Chiyu, immediately rushed to Nagato. Chiyu is naturally unhappy, so you fight as you say, or leave as you say? Sage art, fire style, arrogant fire extinguished the arrow. Suddenly, Chiyu immediately sealed the seal, and a laser-like fire beam rushed toward the two people 100 meters away from his mouth. Water style, great waterfall technique. Kisame turned his head back to seal, and suddenly a vast curtain of water surged. The fire and water collided, suddenly blazing everywhere, and the water vapor instantly spread 100 meters like a shock wave. Shuhu. Uchiha believed here, and at the moment he appeared, he immediately manipulated countless prepared detonations and went directly towards Konan and Daida in the air. After there was no sniper in the sky, Shinnon rushed towards Nagato in a daze. Superactive fist. Shinnon was attacking swiftly, his black arrogance skyrocketed again, and a black energy ball condensed in his right hand to attack Nagato. Boom. Seeing that Nagato did not move, Tiandaopin raised his hands and used the Shinluo Tianzhong, and the powerful repulsion exploded. The oncoming Shinnon jumped in midair and was immediately stopped by Shinluo Tianzhong. The black energy ball in his hand and Shinluo Tianzhong's repulsive force collided with each other, and Shinnon was directly charged into the air. And this Shinluo Tianzhong was not only aimed at Shinnon and the people around him, but more importantly, at his feet. Suddenly, at the feet of Heavenly Dao Pain and Nagato, a huge pit that was blasted out by Shinluo Tianzhong appeared, and countless pieces of wood chips were seen below. At this moment, the masked man who had just emerged from the Uzumaki space was once again shattered by Shinra Tianzhong, and the same as before, revealing white syrup. Obito used Kimui to send out White Zetsu, who was disguised as him. He used Kimui again to reach the ground. In the state of Earth style, Earth Dragon hidden technique, he used with style, Hell Rebellion. But it was noticed that Shinluo Tianzhong resolved it. At this moment, Nagato looked at the tall bone forest nearby and looked towards Orochimaru with a slight dignity. He didn't know how the other party discovered him. When he was about to enter range Shinobi village before, he summoned the invisible chameleon and hid it in it. He knew that although he was strong, the real difficulty for the other party to solve was the temporal pupil technique. The right to attack and retreat is in the hands of the opponent, and he has to observe it secretly, allowing Pin's 6 paths to deal with the enemy. But I didn't expect that the masked Madara successfully attacked the Hell Road to prevent the puppet Pin's 6 paths from resurrecting, and Itachi also shot Kakazu and Haiden in seconds. Although he is not afraid of the masked Madara and others, he considers that the ninjas from several nearby ninja villages have surrounded him. Both of them are very careful not to really become a fisherman. In the present scene, Sasori and Konan Deidara meet in the air, and Chiyu continues to pester Kisame. And Shinnon, the strongest move, failed to please. After being bombed into the air, he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and then immediately took out the chakra aircraft, and the king who flew into the air was filled with it. Chapter 77. Obito's sneak attack just failed, and he didn't feel discouraged. He had enough time to test Nagato. As long as he is careful enough, he will not be defeated. Fire style, Storm Flurry. In vain, when Obito appeared, Uzumaki appeared in the Kimui space in the right eye of the mask, and the huge fire snake hovered out and rushed towards Nagato. Heavenly Dao Pain immediately went to Nagato and opened an energy shield to protect Nagato. At the same time, the human and animal paths immediately turned into white smoke and disappeared. In today's situation, the combat power of these two is untenable. Everyone else was busy, and Obito rushed to Nagato immediately. Tiandaopin stretched out his hand and shook it slightly. Obito, who ran towards Nagato, was immediately caught by the gravity of heaven. Just when Tiandaopin pulled out the black yin and yang stick and was about to grab Obito, the hand he grabbed in vain went straight through Obito. Obito also played a wave through the universal pull of the heavenly way. After passing through the heavenly way, Obito turned his back to the heavenly way. He shot 2 wooden thorns in the back that restrained the opponent, and the body continued to rush towards Nagato. Bang! With the Nagato body as the center, a burst of energy, repulsive force, surged toward Obito. Then, as if the attack was false, Obito was not attacked at all. But everything behind him was devastated. Nagato stretched out his hand and used Hungry Kito's chakra swallowing ability. Regardless of whether the masked man is real or hollow, he is not afraid. In this way, Nagato Rinnegan was vigilant, and Obito went straight through his body, then disappeared. After Obito left using Kimyi, Orochimaru, and others, also on the crystal dragon flying by the Red Lotus, surrounded Konan and the art duo in the air. Just at this time, Uchiha letter appeared again, and the Mangekyo in his eyes had begun to ooze blood. However, his appearance shocked Konan, Deidara, and others in the air, because Itachi also appeared with him. Without hesitation, surrounded by the left and right, Konan, Sasori, and Deidara immediately retreated to the vicinity of Nagato below. The masked man Obito took the opportunity to appear, Kimyi opened, and for an instant, Itachi, Uchiha Shin, and Orochimaru, and others immediately entered his Kimyi space. Deidara was taken aback for a moment, but Konan stared at the surroundings closely, and Nagato also felt it carefully. After all, the spatiotemporal pupil technique is magical, so I have to guard against it. At this moment, the flying fortress in the sky has undergone a few changes. The King's Gate, which had been slowly turning before, was already pointed here after Nagato appeared. Kisame, who was still fighting a few hundred meters away, saw the King Dosai turning to aim at Nagato, and immediately retreated far away. Chiyu knew the power of the king, so he seemed to be chasing Kisame, chasing him all the way, and then chasing into a basement. The 500 to 600 meter flying fortress, under a huge statue of a human head, is a huge disk of tens of meters. At this moment, the disk slowly turned, and the golden light flickered a few times. In an instant, the rich and dazzling golden light condensed the entire disk. Seeing this, Nagato's face was solemn, and he sensed the violent energy. Konan was not short of him, and it was too late to take her away instantly, so he immediately manipulated Heavenly Path Pin to store chakra in front. Boo! The clouded sky, the golden light dazzled in an instant, piercing the void. From the flying fortress in the sky, a golden laser with a thickness of more than 100 meters immediately spurred Nagato and others here. Konan, Sasori, and others were shocked, and they couldn't react at this speed. Shun Luo Tianzheng and Heavenly Dao Pain, who was in front of them in advance, raised his hands, and a vast energy greeted him. Boom! A more dazzling light flashed, and the Union Army of Ninja Village, which was a few kilometers away, was also flashed with eyes closed, and the whole world was immediately shrouded in white light. Then the whole world shook violently, a loud and deafening noise came, and a powerful shock wave surged in all directions. A fierce hurricane then swept across, engulfing countless flying sand and flying rocks flying around. After more than 10 breaths from the start of the bright light explosion, the provisional Allied forces a few kilometers away, when the hurricane weakened, "Did you look at me, and I looked at you?" After a trance, both eyes looked at the battlefield in amazement. At this moment, even near them, countless pieces of rocks fell nearby, and many trees broke off. As the thick gunpowder dissipated, they saw a ranged shinobi village, which had been destroyed a lot. At the moment, the surrounding area was razed to the ground for thousands of meters. A huge ravine with a width of 200 meters and a length of more than 1,000 meters appeared in the middle of the ravine opened by the three-way divergence, which raised high loose soil on both sides. At this moment, Shinnong, who was standing on the flying fortress, immediately became very proud. This attack launched by him personally showed the power of the king's fortress as a war weapon. It was also the way for him to rise to the sky, so Wang Du was filled with a frantic laugh. He doesn't care about Nagato's life or death, or even anyone here. If it wasn't for the opponent to help him, if it wasn't that he couldn't win, would he Shinnong follow them? Then, smiling and smiling, his smile stopped. I saw a gray humanoid monster like a demon god appeared in the long and intermittent gully of gunpowder smoke. Oh dash, the huge humanoid monster. Under the long gully, the 100-meter-tall body screamed from the sky, and suddenly blew the gunpowder nearby. The roar that seemed to permeate the soul changed countless people. Here, Chiyu ignored Kisame, who also crawled out of the underground ruins. He was covered in golden light, and immediately rushed to the source of the sound. Passing over the new soil slope over 10 or 20 meters high from the huge gully, Chiyu saw the end of the long gully. Under the 300-meter pit, the 100-meter high Gedo statue suddenly appeared there. Then Nagato Konan, Sasori, and Deidara stood on the head of the Gedo statue. Boom, boom, Gedo statue stepped out of the deepest pit. Just now, Shenluo Tianzheng of Heavenly Dao Pain did not resist the laser cannon attack of King Do. Fortunately, Nagato sensed that the energy was too large and promptly summoning the Gedo statue as a meat shield. For this reason, they were also bombarded into the ground, and a gully was drawn down more than 1,000 meters. The location where they were just now has been destroyed by a violent explosion, and several hundred meters around them, as well as on both sides of the long ravine, have been razed to the ground. At this moment, Conan's eyes were murderous, very cold. Not only Rain Shinobi Village was hit hard again, but also Heavenly Way Pain. That's Yahiko's body. Nagato's purple Rinnegan has been staring around. Unfortunately, those people have not been found to show up. The anger couldn't be suppressed. Nagato didn't wait for the key moment when the trick was used and directly stretched out his hand. The vast energy surged, and a black energy ball appeared in the palm of his hand. Planetary devastation. Then the black energy ball flew high in the sky and approached the flying fortress. After the black energy ball approached the flying fortress, a white light flashed suddenly, and the sky and the earth shook. Shinnong, who knew the bad news, wanted to drive the king to leave, but it was too late. Boom rumble. At this moment, the earth broke apart, and countless ruins in the chaos all flew towards the black energy ball in the sky one by one. But the king of Shinnong had to plug, but also leaned on the black energy ball. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Shinnong, who sensed the bad news, exploded the energy in his body and immediately ran away alone. However, he who had just escaped from the king's fortress was also attracted to this newly created sphere by gravity in the air. The huge flying fortress instantly shattered and became a part of the sphere. Roar! As the king's fortress burst, Three Tails, which Obito lent to Shinnong as a power bank, was also sucked into the huge stone ball. Three Tails has been ill-fated lately, and it couldn't be more tragic. Boom, boom, as the rising earth and ruins more. The huge sphere suspended in the air takes shape, and Shinnong and his empty ninjas, in a horrified roar, following the giant king to Plug and Three Tails, they melted into the sphere. Chapter 78. Hit it. Let these self-righteous, self-proclaimed old times look at the dangers of this world. At Tsunade, more than 10 kilometers west of Rain Shinobi Village, I whispered softly as I watched the violent light to the east, the vibration that conveyed here, and the hurricane that came from howling. The stage has been set up, the actors have been invited, and the audience has arrived. From today onwards, this script called Ninja New Era will gradually open. Don't be scared by this small degree of war. What awaits you in the future will be even more magnificent. With that said, Tsunade also stared at the 400 to 500 meter sphere above Rain Shinobi Village 10 kilometers away, praying in his heart not to exceed his plan too much. But after thinking about it, I feel that I am too ideal. If anything else, Orochimaru is very annoying. Didn't stare at him for a day, so he ran away? Tsunade was also dazed when he saw Orochimaru appear in Obito's camp before. Finally, looking at the development of the situation, it seemed that Orochimaru did not expose her plan, otherwise it would be really miserable. Orochimaru's spoiler made the situation even more confusing, and Tsunade was not easy to guess the result. Now, in fact, only one step has to be taken. Teacher, Aoi Luchinlan and a group of Rain Shinobi want to escape. Kabuto's figure flashed past and said to Tsunade, in the current situation in Rain Shinobi Village, many ninjas have started to run. Except for the previous ones that he got to Danzo on purpose, the others are really going to run. Huh? Don't run early or late. Run this time? It's beautiful. Kabuto, drive him back. I'm going to cut him in front of everyone by then. My grandfather's blade of the Thunder Spirit is like that. Is it easy to steal? Tsunade murmured. When Kabuto heard the words, he immediately left. Yakushi Nanoyu thought about it and followed Kabuto. The child has been immersed in scientific research for too long in the past 2 years. Such things are a little strange. Mill, Sarah, take a look. Is Yi Nayu's rhythm to eat young grass? Tsunade looked at Yi Nayu's back and said teasingly. And Mithria next to Tsunade gave her a blank look, but Sarah had bright eyes, very 8 trigrams. Immediately, the 3 of Tsunade returned and came to the crowd team. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Xiaxing, Fenghua Koyuki, and others are suddenly listed. At this moment, Jiraiya and others were stunned at the change in the direction of Rain Shinobi Village. Especially Jiraiya. He wanted to go ahead and see what happened to the leader of Akatsuki's organization. But before I observed that several people have Rinnegan, and several summoning beasts have Rinnegan, everyone else is stupid. In addition, the teacher blocked herself before, and now Tsunade blocked herself. Jiraiya has no urge. Similarly, at the moment at the Shinobi Village Union Army, a few miles south of Rain Shinobi Village, his eyes widened, his mouth was open, and there was no sound. Who could have imagined that the final collision between the two sides would be so intense? Danzo, who had been greedy by Rinnegan for a long time, was shocked after seeing this situation, thinking about whether he should leave. Can Konoha really come into contact with this level of war without Mr. First Generation? Rao is known as Reikage AI, who is also a serious face at the moment. Afterwards, each ninja village took action, except for a few leaders and powerful ninjas, all repatriated without exception. Not only are they worried that they won't be able to help, but also that they won't be able to run fast in the event of a fight. Danzo wanted to leave very much, but now he represents Konoha, so naturally he can't counsel him at this time. So he can only lean against Might Guy as much as possible. And something in the arm of the right hand was counted and counted, always ready for the backhand. On the front battlefield, Chiyu reached the huge gully. Instead of going to the ghetto statue to meet Nagato Konan and the others, he stared at where they were just now. See if the ghetto statue has lost its skin or something, and quickly pick it up. It's a pity that he didn't see it. Chiyu looked up melancholy and sighed. Kisame saw that Chiyu didn't bother him, and he also observed the situation from a distance. At this moment, a space Uzumaki appeared above the ghetto statue. Swish swish. Several figures appeared at once. The moment Obito waited for the group to appear, all kinds of escape techniques smashed downward, and the sky suddenly became colorful. Shun Luo Tianjung. On the Nagato on the ghetto statue, he raised his hand and slapped it up with a huge repulsive force. In an instant, all these fire-style crystal styles and the initiation were all being shot and flying back. This is the time. Obito yelled. Itachi Susanoo turned on and used an 8-foot mirror to help everyone block the impact of the repulsive force. Boom bang bang. Immediately, Orochimaru and Kimimaro and Shigego summoning technique, 10,000 snakes and several huge snakes appeared, and they immediately smashed downwards. Nagato is not in a hurry, although they are stuck in the cooldown of Shinluo Tianzong, but it doesn't mean that he has no move. I saw Nagato stretch out his hand, a universal pull, and a block of more than 100 meters next to it was pulled out and slammed into the huge summoning beast, and Susanoo that fell. However, the summoning beasts such as One Snake were huge, and this impact did not cause any harm. Ignoring the countless detonation charms from Konan, One Snake snaked up, but Susanoo of Itachi disappeared. Boom! Nagato once again played Shinluo Tanjong, and then arranged for Konan and the art duo to fly in the air to wait for the opportunity to assist. Obito had anticipated that he pulled his teammates into the Kimui space again in advance and escaped the Shinra Tianjin. Swish swish. Space Uzumaki appeared, Obito, Itachi, and Orochimaru surrounded Nagato. While the others, Kimimaro and Shigego charged below, Uchiha Shin and Guren flew into the air to suppress Konan and the others, preventing them from flying in the air. At this moment Konan, as well as Sasori and Deidara understand that the 3 of them must leave, otherwise Nagato will be restrained. Crystal style, crystal, maze technique. The red lotus not in the air, just after it came down, the 8 trigrams had been laid out, forming a small crystal enchantment with a diameter of several hundred meters, which framed the battlefield here. Water style, boom. This is not over yet. In the crystal barrier of Gulian, Kisame has built a huge oval water prison. These don't necessarily limit Nagato, but they can stop others, especially Konan. Boom, with a loud bang. Chiyu, who had just been separated from the outside, punched a hole in the red crystal and rushed in with golden light. Watching Gedo statue being entangled by a few giant snakes, such as one snake, Obito, Itachi, Orochimaru stared at Nagato, Konan, and Kimimaro, and other four. After Chiyu came in, he struck a waterless zone towards Kisame in the dungeon, kicked him instantly, and then went to Nagato and his group. Wow, Nagato threw a scroll to Chiyu, and Chiyu took it. It turned out that the Gedo statue didn't lose its skin just now, and the king had such a strong attack. Although the Gedo statue resisted, it also broke and was taken by Nagato with a scroll. Woke up. Now the meaning is obvious, and that is to let myself take these three people away, so that Nagato can show off his skills. Chiyu was dressed in golden light, and he was sculpted by Golden Susanoo, wrapping Konan and the art duo. Immediately after Chiyu's Golden Susanoo's hands, the two Susanoo Nungtai swords appeared, and then moved out. Boom! After Chiyu turned on Susanoo, Nagato was not polite. A Shinluo Tianzhong from all directions broke out, attacking Obito and others, and also attacked Chiyu Susanoo, making him leave sooner. Chapter 79. The huge repulsion blasted everything away, and the water cell of Kisame and the red crystal barrier of Guren were immediately shattered by the impact. Now that Susanoo, who has Chiyu, protects Konan and others, Nagato let go of his hands and feet. Swish swish. The water cell with Kisame resisted a lot of the power of Shinluo Tianzhong, and the uninjured Kisame people immediately rushed towards Chiyu's Golden Susanoo. Universal pull. Nagato stretched out his hand. Uchiha Itachi was attracted by gravity and flew backwards towards Nagato. After pursuing the people in Chiyu's place, Nagato was most worried about Uchiha Itachi. Now Uchiha Itachi's record is too bright. After Itachi was controlled, Nagato threw out two black yin and yang sticks. Swish, ding dong. Itachi immediately turned on part of Susanoo. Only Susanoo, who was in the abdomen and left hand, still held the 8-foot mirror to block Nagato's attack. I guess it's good. You care about that woman. I bet you are right. You can't let her go. However, Uchiha Shina can't keep her. I originally wanted to threaten you with the hundreds of thousands of people in the north, but now it doesn't seem to be necessary. This woman is enough. Obito was behind Nagato, and several wood-style cutting techniques flew away, not forgetting the language interference. Obito knew his weakness very well. Nagato raised his hand and shot out with a gale palm, shattering Obito's wooden thorns. Nagato didn't speak, staring coldly at the masked man, looking at the right eye Sharingan of his orange one-eyed mask, which had penetrated blood, but Nagato still did not relax. Such a dark and cold person, who knows if he did it for himself on purpose. In fact, Obito is not feeling well at this moment. He has used pupil technique many times and has already reached his limit. The array of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru suddenly got down, countless snakes gushing out of his mouth, spreading densely for 100 meters, and attacking the heavenly path. Nagato avoided floating in the air and hurried to the battlefield ahead. Uchiha Itachi ran away again. Except for Orochimaru and Mask Madara who wanted to restrict themselves, everyone else besieged Uchiha Shina and left. Don't worry about anything else. That Uchiha Itachi must stay. In Chiyu's place, Susanoo, who was cumbersome, could not escape the interception of Kisame. Fortunately, Itachi had just been sucked away by the Nagato universal pull, and Chiyu immediately rotated Susanoo's double swords in a circle, pushing back Kisame, Kimimaro, and others. Immediately jumped into the air with Konan and others from Susanoo. So Konan and Sasori's puppet third Kazekage had a brilliant aerial duel with the blocking Guren and Uchiha Shin. Standing on the Deidara clay bird, Chiyu drew out his double swords, covered the chakra of Kingwei mode, and struck Guren with 2 slashes. Although she is not as proficient in air combat as Deidara and Sasori, the limitations of crystal style are too large, and Itachi will catch up. Seeing the slash, Guren immediately wrapped himself with a huge crystal. Chiyu retracted his sword, kicked out suddenly, and hit the huge crystal of Honglien with a heavy fist. As the crystal broke, the huge impact force also caused Guren to fall. Uchiha believed that he wanted to help, but the 3 of Konan were forced to retreat. After landing, Chiyu watched the Konan trio pass Uchiha letter and hovered to a safe position in the sky. He ignored Kisame's approaching figure and immediately retreated. Kisame was a little surprised, but then he was slightly surprised when the golden light on Chiyu's body dissipated. After all, from the beginning of the battle, it seems that Uchiha Shina's chakra mode has been on until now, which is terrible chakra volume and pupil skills. Seeing that the opponent's power-increasing mode disappeared, and then looked at Konan and the others in the sky. He and Itachi went to Red Lotus immediately, ready to continue chasing Konan. Chiyu is indeed a little tired. After all, Kisame is too dedicated, so he has no time to rest. His physical strength and chakra are not afraid of Kisame, but the Jinwei mode consumes his pupils. What is his purpose? Chiyu is very clear. There is no need to work hard. Currently, he can't fight in the air. Isn't it good for him to paddle? Nagato, who rushed to see this, brows condensed, and he was helpless, especially now that it is almost all air combat, and Uchiha Shina can't help. The masked Madara disappears again, and Uchiha Itachi and Kisame meet at Guren and Uchiha Shin. In the attack by Konan and others, Itachi and Kisame flew into the air with the help of Guren. Uchiha believed to the nearby tower, kept a safe distance, and restored his bloody eyes. Shu Nagato, who flew towards Uchiha Itachi, was attacked again. Between the offensive and defensive, the roar continued, and gun smoke was everywhere. In this way, within a few breaths, everyone flew back and forth to the huge Sea of Rain Shinobi village. Speaking of the sea, it is actually a huge inland lake, but the people of Rain Shinobi village call it the sea. After all, the country of Rain has been raining, but this lake is very big. Konan and Sasori naturally did not dare to let Kisame and others approach easily, and they flew forward while attacking towards the rear. A space Uzumaki appeared above the Konan trio. The original Edge Obi Uchiha letter appeared, blood oozing from his right eye. But what was shocking was that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame appeared after him, and there was a black-white Zetsu of Nepenthes next to them. Konan, Sasori, and Deidara were horrified. After all, the Uchiha letter in the distance was on the tower, and Itachi and Kisame were also on the crystal-style girl's flying dragon. Even Nagato was shocked. His arrogant perception ability has been deceived by these fakes all the time. Thinking of how many times the masked man was killed by him, I didn't expect White Zetsu, who had been underestimated in the past, to have this ability. Water style. 5 Eating Shark. As soon as Kisame appeared, he immediately used water style, and 5 huge shark water bombs rushed away. No matter how fast Konan, Sasori, and others reacted, they could not attack Itachi and had to subconsciously defend. After that, the figure of Itachi flashed, and he passed several tens of meters and appeared beside Konan. Nagato tried his best to come here, stretched out his hand, and used the universal pull to suck Konan back. How could Obito miss this opportunity and immediately interfere? Nagato's Shinluo Tianzhong, but blasted away, Obito was still a phantom. The hungry Kido Chakra's ability to swallow more prepared did not come in handy. Obito, who rushed towards Nagato, passed through Nagato as before, but this time was different. After Obito passed through, a chain was still behind him, which immediately caught Nagato. As for Konan, he was sluggish by Itachi's illusion, and Sasori and Deidara shot it, and immediately forced it away. Konan, who had been hit by the illusion, was sucked away by Nagato's universal pull, and the black-white Zetsu shot, the wood-style cutting technique, exploded in Konan's abdomen. Nagato's face suddenly became gloomy, and his murderous intent was overwhelming. Facing Madara, the mask that was successfully killed by the chain, Nagato also leaned toward him. But the leaning hand passed through Madara's head in the mask, and the hand stretched out by Madara in the mask caught Nagato's neck, and then a Uzumaki appeared in the right eye of his orange mask, about to swallow Nagato. However, at this moment, a laser muzzle suddenly appeared on Nagato's arm. Boom! Obito was too late to dodge, so he was pierced through his heart and fell. The reversal of the situation caught people off guard. Nagato sighed too late, and immediately flew to Konan, who was sucked back. Only Black Zetsu, who had a dark face in the distance, fluctuated a little, and the look in Obito's eyes was meaningful. Nagato's shot wasn't for the heart, but Obito was for the heart. Nagato landed on the water, with one arm around the seriously injured Konan and another arm stretched out to help Conan take out the wooden thorns exploded in his abdomen. Shoo-hoo. The people surrounding Nagato will naturally not let this opportunity pass. Nagato Ishin's dual purpose once again broke out the Sainshinlo Tanjung. The people in the air were almost angry. He used the Shinra Tianjung, and even ninjutsu, and people rushed into the air. Guru wow, but at this moment, underwater anomalies suddenly occurred. The Shinluo Tianjung just now did not target the underwater, and the two figures quickly killed. Chapter 80. Here, Orochimaru, Nagato chased him out before, but Madara didn't take him with the mask. Orochimaru smiled radiantly. After canceling the summoning technique, the 10,000 snakes being rubbed by the Geto statue, and several giant snakes immediately escaped from the claws. Then Orochimaru recalled Kimimaro and Shigeo and touched them quietly. It's not quiet, it's fair and upright in front of Chiyu. So when Obito fell into the water, and Nagato took Conan to the surface, Orochimaru took Kimimaro and Shigego to the water. Immediately after seeing the Nagato of Shinra Tensei being used on the water, Orochimaru made Kimimaro and Shigego rush up. He himself rushed to Obito, who was falling into the water. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment. The heart was penetrated, but he didn't die? Unfortunately, I missed this time and Spaceman Gekyo. Swish, facing the underwater attack, Nagato's hand stretched out on his arm immediately greeted Kimimaro and Shigeo, who rushed in the water, and then easily pinched them. Nagato was a little surprised, but he didn't start slowly, and immediately used the abilities of Hungry Kido to devour the chakra of both of them. After repeated battles, his consumption can be described as very huge. Observing vaguely, Orochimaru, who was rushing towards the masked Madara, turned back and rushed over. Nagato was solemn. At this time, his perception realized that there was chakra flowing in the masked Madara. He did not expect that he was not dead. Hiss! Just as Orochimaru was approaching and Nagato was about to end Kimimaro and Shigeo, who had been absorbed by him in chakra, the situation changed. Nagato suddenly felt unwell. His body was eroding his body like sulfuric acid. At this moment, he met Orochimaru's successful gaze. That's right. Orochimaru noticed that Nagato had the habit of using chakra swallowing ability before, so Kimimaro and Shigego deliberately sold the flaw. The purpose was to wait for Nagato to absorb their chakra. Kimimaro and Shigego, at this moment, there is a large amount of chakra in the body. If Nagato does not know the magic, he will inevitably be backlashed by the inhalation of the magic. His cooperation with the masked Madara depends on the opponent being too much stronger than him and his own lack of opportunity. Now that the situation is complicated and I have the opportunity, why do I follow their plan? Just the last time, the masked Madara did not bring him into that space. Orochimaru knew that the real final battle was coming, so he immediately planned this, not the attack planned by the masked Madara and others. Fortunately, Nagato's reaction was not slow. When Kimimaro and Shigego were about to break free, the outstretched hand of the arm immediately changed to zigzag to stab them, and at the same time a laser shot towards Orochimaru. Although his power was reduced a lot because of his body's backlash, with the recoil of the attack, Nagato instantly left the orbit of Orochimaru's attack. Nagato, let me go and run. Conan, weak at the moment, yelled anxiously. She didn't know what was going on in Nagato, only knew that no one could defeat Nagato without being dragged down by herself. Nagato ignored her. At this moment, the fairy technique in his body was backlashed, and he consumed too much energy to recover. Have a rough insight into the battlefield and immediately prepare to retreat. Tilda, at this moment, Uchiha believed above his head and suddenly attacked him. To make matters worse, the masked Madara's space Uzumaki also appeared in front of him. Shinluo Tianjung. Nagato once again erupted into the cool Shinra Tianjung and immediately got ready to face Madara, the mask behind Hollow. As he expected, the spatio-temporal pupil technique is really annoying, and the mask is Madara Hollow. At the same time, Uchiha's eyes ooze blood and disappear again in the space Uzumaki. On Nagato's arm, the Azura-powered arm, laser cannons and missiles blasted at Hollow's masked Madara, and his empty hand kept the chakra-swallowing ability of the Hungry Kido at all times. Obito completely maintained Hollow this time, without any other means. Although he was still alive, in any case, it was the heart that had just been bombarded, and he almost lost his combat power. But that was enough. A space Uzumaki appeared again. Avoiding Shinra Tensei's Uchiha letter, bloody eyes rushed to Nagato, and at the same time black-white Zetsu followed behind him. Nagato fought back suddenly, kicking Uchiha Shin very easily, and then using the hand of the hungry Kido Chakra's swallowing ability, he reached for the black-white Zetsu coming from behind. Uchiha believes that chakra he doesn't like, but he knows that there are many chakras on the black-white Zetsu, and the quality is very high. However, just when Nagato pinched the black-white Zetsu to absorb chakra at an extremely fast speed, he discovered that the black Zetsu on the black-white Zetsu's body was liquefied, revealing the true contents of the package Uchiha letter. The letter of Uchiha that just kicked off is still fake. At the same time, Nagato was grabbed by white Zetsu and Uchiha Shin's hand, and at such close distance, Uchiha Shin's eyes flowed with blood and tears, and a space Uzumaki appeared at Nagato. Pushing his face and zooming in, it is Nagato who is also holding the back of his neck by Shinigami. But he didn't sit and wait for death, and the body between the electric light and Flint made a move one step earlier than his thought breaking his arm. After all, holding the goddess in his hands, how could he hesitate? At the cost of abandoning the grasped hand, Nagato held Konan in his other hand and instantly left Uzumaki, the space that almost swallowed him. A series of true and false transformations and the invincible spatio-temporal pupil technique made Nagato confused. But it was too late. When he suffered from the severe pain of a broken arm and was extremely vigilant around him, the newly liquefied black Zetsu fell on him. A surprising black shadow flashed by, and Nagato was stunned. His eyes flickered. It seemed that two black tentacles were hitting. Then his eyes hurt sharply, and he couldn't see anything. Using his last reason, Nagato didn't counterattack the opponent, but suddenly threw Konan in his hand in the direction of Sasori in the air. It was also at this time that Uchiha Shin used a blade to rush forward and cut Nagato in the middle. Nagato, Konan, who was in Nagato's arms just now, naturally saw what had happened and immediately cried out sadly. At the same time, as Nagato's Rinnegan was taken, the 5 to 600 meter ball suspended in the air immediately fell. Boom, boom, the earth shook violently, and countless buildings that hadn't collapsed again collapsed on a large scale, and thick smoke swept all over the place. Sasori was also a little loyal, and immediately manipulated the puppet third Kazekage to dive down to catch Konan. The huge wound in the abdomen was also bleeding from it. Seeing that Nagato, who had lost Rinnegan, was chopped up and dumped into the sea, Konan griefed and summoned the scroll viciously. After using the divine paper technique, pieces of paper burst into the sky in an instant. Swipe lala. Countless pieces of paper poured out from the scroll and enveloped the surroundings. Boom rumble. A burst of continuous explosions roared, and a radius of several hundred meters was immediately submerged in the explosion. Seeing Konan struggling violently to get down, Sasori knocked her out with a knife, and then ran away with her and Deidara immediately. Orochimaru was a little bit startled here. Although he had missed his hand before, he saw that the strange pitcher plant took Rinnegan. The masked man was weak. He licked his tongue, and when he was about to wipe it out, the sky full of paper exploded. After more than 10 breaths, the explosion disappeared. When Guren was panting and accepting crystal style, Orochimaru looked at the empty water with a bit of embarrassment. Master Orochimaru, the ninjas from several ninja villages are here, Shigego said. Orochimaru heard this, looked at Kisame and Itachi who were evacuating from a distance, and sighed. At this point, the war between actors and gangsters is almost over. Obito finally faced the sky full of papers, and also hid in the Kemui space. Boom, but as soon as he entered, he was punched in the abdomen, almost suffocating him. Seal of the 5 elements. A voice came from behind him flying upside down, and his whole body was suddenly painful. Tear and pull. Uzumaki Fei, who possessed him, was violently ripped out in panic. At this moment, the whole body is weak, chakra is confused, and Obito, who can't maintain Sharingan, tries his best to raise his head. I saw a blonde busted girl with light blue eyeshadow looking at Uzumaki Lfy. I looked at his uncle with white hair, and a woman with dazzling blue light all over, as well as a white-haired boy with light blue eyeshadow, and a red-haired girl. When he saw the last one, a hedgehog with white hair, a mask, and Mangekyo Sharingan with the same pattern as his left eye, Obito instantly understood something and closed his eyes bitterly. At this moment, Kakashi is staring at the masked man. Chapter 81. The situation on the battlefield reversed so ups and downs that many people watching the battle with telescopes in the distance did not react. He looked at the leader of the Akatsuki organization in surprise and was taken away by fancy combos for saving his comrades. It wasn't until the continuous roar ended that seeing Danzo and others rushed to the battlefield quickly. Here, Sasori and Deidara are preparing to send Konan to the place where the people of Rain Shinobi Village stay temporarily. But on the way, the two of them saw a dozen people running from below, especially Danzo and Reikage, who were extremely conspicuous. After all, they were highly recognizable. Deidara didn't say a word and shouted Sasori to turn around and ran. Sasori froze for a moment, but unfortunately, it was too late. Third Tsuchikage Inoki and fourth Kazekage Rosa directly flew up. Deidara, if you don't go back with me again this time, I will execute you here. Inoki's voice came. No death. In Sasori's incredible gaze, Deidara slipped fast. Third Tsuchikage flew up, without even looking at Sasori. Whitebeard blew and flew towards Deidara angrily. Sasori watched Rasha flying towards him, already sealed, and immediately threw Konan in his hand at him, and the puppet third Kazekage took him away. Luosha was also taken aback. After catching Konan subconsciously, she didn't know whether she should chase or not. Boom rumble. At this time, Oyemu and his disciples made a lot of noise in the distance, and then Luosha still carried the blue-haired woman in his hands and went down. Sasori is the grandson of the grandmother of the 1,000 generations. He knows that the grandmother of the 1,000 generations is afflicted. If he really hits Sasori, the old man will definitely go crazy, and he may not have been able to play before. Considering that Sasori killed third Kazekage, he has the chance to become the 4th generation. If you think about it, let him forgive him this time. Really, great destruction. Third Tsuchikage, who arrived at a leisurely pace, arrived at the beach and floated in the air looking at the battlefield with emotion. I just took some time to clean up the ineffective disciple, tied it up, and threw it to the granddaughter and aka two to take care of it. The times are different now. Deidara, a good seedling, can no longer let him go. When I go back, I will use this old bone to teach him well, otherwise Awagakure will not have the strongest Kabuto. The 2 Jinchuriki who went out should also be recruited. At this moment, the huge Rain Shinobi village is almost completely destroyed, and there is no one left. Although it seemed that the opponent was losing and hurting, none of the Ninja Village ninjas were happy. The leader of Akatsuki's organization was indeed dazzled, cut off, and fell into the water. But the masked men had left, and apart from the destruction of Kongren, this dangerous group was still there. 3 Mangekyo, plus 1 Rinnegan, they will be even stronger. Guy. Danzo suddenly called Might Guy next to him. After giving an order, Might Guy immediately scowled and dashed towards a tall tower in the distance, followed by the Konoha shinobi behind. Chiyu was still feeling that now there was only one non-staff member of Shao organization left. Seeing Might Guy rushing, he was taken aback and left immediately. After Uncle Snake took Kimimaro and the others to leave Chiyu, Chiyu ran to the place where the Geto statue was to explore. After Orochimaru took back the summoning beast, Nagato also took away the Geto statue. Chiyu searched for a long time, but saw no organization left by the Geto statue on the ground, and then complained that one Snake's attack power was not good. Then I turned on the Sage Mode perception, didn't find the Geto statue in Rain Shinobi Village, and sat on the edge of the tower in melancholy. I don't know that Danzo has brought Guy here. Although Chiyu wanted to challenge the Emperor Guy very much, it was not this time. In case of being surrounded, he could only expose the spatial pupil technique. I sensed Itachi and Kisame leaving just now. Kuro White Zetsu and Uchiha Shin were waiting nearby for a long time, and then they left after seeing the 5 great ninja village ninjas coming. Black Zetsu didn't wait for Obito, and Chiyu knew that the daughter-in-law had succeeded. Unfortunately, the situation was a bit complicated and it was not as ideal as planned. It was up to the daughter-in-law, and the others to plan. Danzo stopped when Uchiha Shina left quickly. In today's situation, it's really a bamboo basket to draw water, although he didn't pay any price. In his expectation, the three Mangekyo should not be Rinnegan's opponents. At best, they can advance and retreat freely by relying on the time and space pupil technique. He originally thought that if the masked men lost, he took the opportunity to use distinguished heavenly gods to plan a space-time pupil technique or something, and then plan Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, that Rinnegan had so many weaknesses, and it was really superficial to fall into such a situation in order to save his companions. At the end of the trouble, his distinguished heavenly gods were useless. It's a sigh. Now that the masked men got Rinnegan, Danzo's back was chilly, and that kid cheated me. The Three Tails incident and this rumors. Danzo always feels that this group might have to do their own thing. Thinking in another way, if such a person calculates himself twice, he will retaliate and go back. The people at the scene were very solemn. Only Terumi May was taking Warren to recycle Three Tails, and he was in a good mood. It's just a pity that the huge flying fortress is now completely scum, and nothing is left. Terumi May is very sorry. Obito. In Kamui space, when Jiraiya removed Obito's mask, Obito's original face was revealed. The closed left and right eyes returned to black, showing a tired look. It has a face and scars on the right side. This was left by two brothers to save Kakashi. Kakashi, who now sees Obito, is shaken both physically and mentally. When I heard that Tsunade-sama said that the masked man is Obito, who was the culprit of the Nine Tails chaos, Kakashi was very excited and he didn't want to believe it. After all, Obito was the one who shaped his will and the one who saved him. He is Konoha's hero and the one he has been sorry for all his life. However, the world is unpredictable, and the sacred friend in his heart has actually embarked on this path. Obito, why? Why didn't you return to Konoha in the first place? Why? Teacher him. Shut up. You can't even protect Lin. To live sadly in such a vain world. What right do you have to speak? It is Obito, who has already accepted his fate, and yells at Kakashi viciously at this moment. Kakashi was stunned, staying beside him, not knowing what to do. Failing to protect Lin is the pain of his life. Kabuto. Tsunade finished examining Uzumaki, then called to Kabuto. Yes, teacher. Kabuto walked over and took out some medical supplies from the scroll. Immediately treated Obito's chest and heart. This ruthless man previously used Nagato's attack to destroy his heart, in order to destroy the control spell that Uchiha Madara left in his heart. Even if he knew this kind of spell, he couldn't get rid of it. As long as the mind was together, he couldn't move his hand. He also understood why Lin committed suicide in Kakashi's hands back then, so he had some guesses and was selfish. Without Uzumaki's vitality supply, Obito would die in a moment. Tsunade wants to rescue him. At least he can't die right now. Kamui, but it is very useful. What? After a while, Obito, who barely got rid of his life-threatening life, was forcibly controlled by Kabuto and used control illusion on him. Kakashi couldn't bear to turn his head away, knowing that he had no room to speak. After a while, Kabuto was sweating profusely, and it was resolved safely. Obito is not only Mangekyo Sharingan, but also a master of illusion. After all, he can control fourth Mizuki Jigura, the perfect Jinchuriki. At this moment, when he was seriously injured, it took a lot of time to perfectly control him. Chapter 82. Well, the way to deal with Kamui, I still have to use Kamui easy. Tsunade said. After Chiyu revealed Akatsuki's information, Tsunade immediately planned a series of actions. Although the loopholes are not small, and luck is in many places, the Akatsuki organization has come to a split step. After all, they are not one mind. Even if there is no accident of the members in the original book, in the end, Nagato and Obito will eventually collide. With such a big rift between them, with a little guidance, naturally there is no fear that they will not mess up. Unexpectedly, Nagato still didn't keep Rinnegan. But what is even more pity is that Obito didn't even get Rinnegan, or it would be done once and for all. However, there are still opportunities, depending on Kabuto's skills in illusion. After preparing for such a round, Tsunade would be unsatisfied if he couldn't do a better job of dismantling these people. Immediately Tsunade collected the body of Uzumaki of Fei. This guy, like White Zetsu, was a product of Kaguya Infinite Tsukuyomi, in ancient times. The other white Zetsu may be very weak, but the white Zetsu itself is not inferior to this Uzumaki Alfy. In the original book, Black Zetsu manipulates the white Zetsu body and can use with style, and Terumi made to protect Daimyo's team with 2 tricks. This Uzumaki Afe also wraps Yamato. After absorbing the first-generation cells from him, he can use with style and 5 attribute ninjutsu. Shinsu completely blocked the 5 Kage combination. Kabuto, let's start. Clear. Kabuto replied, and then he took control of Obito. Somewhere to the east of Rain Shinobi Village, Kisame and Itachi were waiting here. Kisame rubbed his sore arms with a worried expression. Madara-sama didn't come to them. Couldn't it be that something happened? Black-white Zetsu and Uchiha letter continued to get closer, and those white Zetsus were also looking for it. Kisame stroked Samahata, soothing his worries. When Kurigi Kurumbu, he no longer knew the meaning of being alive. It's rare for someone to show him a more interesting world. If the masked Madara is gone, Kisame is confused about his way forward. Uchiha believes here, the whole person is almost exhausted. Strictly speaking, this is his first actual combat, and it's still such a plethora of start. Even if a few white Zetsu turns to him as a power bank, his eyes are almost blind. At this moment, black-white Zetsu had to wrap him up and nourish his body. If it's usual, black Zetsu would disdain to do this kind of thing, but at the moment he has to make more plans. Just now, Obito's deliberate action to make Nagato pierce his heart made black Zetsu wary. Obito pretended to be Uchiha Madara and black Zetsu, in front of Uchiha Madara, and Obito pretended to be Uchiha Madara's will. Now that Obito starts to resist Uchiha Madara's control, it proves that he doesn't catch a cold with Uchiha Madara, and I am afraid that he will not have a good face for Uchiha Madara's will. Even Black Zetsu is worried about whether the other party's ideals are still the same as what he planned. Black Zetsu is a little unaccustomed to using the chess pieces that have been used for many years, but after all, Obito has been used smoothly over the years. Except for him, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Ishina are difficult to control. Although the letter is not of Uchiha blood, it can open Mangekyo after all. If you give some assistance, you may be able to do something, but there is still time anyway. Sir, I found Madara. At this time, a white Zetsu came out to report, and the black-white Zetsu immediately followed. Who? Somewhere on the outskirts of Rain Shinobi Village, when Kuro White Zetsu came over, he saw Obito wearing a mask, leaning against the tree and gasping for breath. Absolutely. What about the others? Obito murmured when he saw Kuro White Zetsu coming over. Wait for us outside. Are you okay? It's okay. Rinnegan got it. Let's go. With that, Obito stood up tiredly and walked forward. Black-white Zetsu followed, and Black Zetsu looked at Obito's eyes with some thought. Obito's state shouldn't be, what about Uzumaki? Shoo! At this time, a man with a black robe mask appeared and sneaked towards Obito directly. Obito fell to the ground in amazement, and black-white Zetsu was helpless and immediately used the cutting technique to stop it. Sage Art. Wind Style. Wind Cutting Technique. The visitor immediately sealed the seal, a wind blade flew out, shredded the thorns, and rushed towards the black-white Zetsu. Kemui. Go. Obito next to him immediately opened the Kemui space Uzumaki. Black and white Zetsu did not hesitate, and immediately followed into the Kemui space Uzumaki. He was very wary of Xianshu. Not only can I perceive them, if they have a Sage Art Earth style or something, they will not feel good with Mayfly technique. So it is better to follow Obito's Kemui space. Swish swish. Just after Obito and black-white Zetsu left through the Kemui Uzumaki space, 4 figures came one after another. It seems that I'm still a step late. But, Kabuto, do you just let them leave like this? Or what plans does Tsunade have? Orochimaru came and found that the masked man and the black-white Zetsu just left, unfortunately asked. Tsunade planned for so long that he didn't believe that Yakushi Kabuto would let these people go. Perhaps Tsunade has found a way to deal with space-time pupil technique? Orochimaru suddenly remembered Kakashi, Mangekyo hidden by Tsunade. Kabuto is just completing his mission. Orochimaru named his identity, and Yakushi Kabuto took off his mask. The other party has 2 fairy ninjas, plus they have worked together for a while, knowing that their aura and chakra are not uncommon. Orochimaru looked up at the sky, and then left with Kimimaro. Kabuto used Sage Mode to perceive it, and immediately started cleaning the nearby white Zetsu. Tilda, black white Zetsu, and Obito. The moment they entered the Kimui space, Obito suddenly looked back and drew it, and a kunai thorn pointed at black white Zetsu. Black white Zetsu was surprised. Fortunately, black Zetsu had been very careful. Before he was surprised, he immediately retreated, and at the same time, his gaze also caught the stranger in the Kimui space. 8 Sign Seal. Just when black-white Zetsu was caught by Obito's surprise and the people next to him, a voice rang behind him. What? In vain, white Zetsu and white Zetsu screamed, and the expansive chakra struggled as hard as he could while expanding his body to protect the black part. Adamantine sealing chains. With a soft voice, swipe Lala. 8 golden rune chains poured in and were immediately tied to black-white Zetsu. Obito. Black Zetsu yelled at Obito in a low voice. Did Obito betray them? Uchiha Madara's will. Ha ha ha. The seal of the 5 elements. Tsunade came over and said teasingly. Looking at the struggling black-white Zetsu, he immediately used the 5-element seal with his right hand. With so many seals, she won't be able to print black Zetsu on the envelope. At this moment, the abnormal change protruded, and a space Uzumaki appeared, and was definitely sucked away immediately. Although Huan Naoxiang's adamantine sealing chains were tied, white Zetsu swelled and black Zetsu was able to evade the blockade. At this time, everyone found that the head wrapped in the black-white Zetsu's body contained a pair of Mangekyo, which was the letter of Uchiha cultivated inside the black-white Zetsu. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately stopped them, but they were both too late. Space Uzumaki closed, Uchiha letter, and the pool of black liquid left, leaving only white Zetsu tied up by adamantine sealing chains, struggling and roaring. White Zetsu did his best to leave Uchiha Shin's body, while protecting black Zetsu from being sealed, and protecting black Zetsu and Uchiha Shin from leaving. Tsunade was dumbfounded, staring blankly at this place for a long time, including Jiraiya and Mithraea next to him. Who would have thought that the Uchiha letter is hidden in the opponent's body in a must-eat game? Chapter 83. Ha ha ha. Itachi, how about we make a deal? Orochimaru brought Kimimaro 3 people to Kisame and Itachi. Itachi glanced at them very coldly, and then went to other places, but Kisame immediately stood up. He has never underestimated Orochimaru. After all, he has been chased by Akatsuki for so long, and even his boss, Madara, is very wary of Orochimaru. A very important piece of information that determines your future. Don't you want to know it? Orochimaru continued to smile, very sure. Oh, Mr. Orochimaru, please say. Kisame is not as cold as Itachi. He still heard the subtext of Orochimaru. That is the mask they have been waiting for Madara. Maybe Orochimaru has any information. You need to tell me the location of Uchiha letter. I like his Mangekyo very much. Orochimaru said unabashedly. After the battle, Shigogo and Kimimaro, sensing all the way, did not find the location of Uchiha Shin. Finally, I found the masked Madara and the black-white Zetsu who took Rinnegan, but it was a step too late and was sent away by Kabuto. You're really, but I'm very sorry, Mr. Orochimaru, we don't have information from you Uchiha Shin. Honest person Kisame said truthfully. When you find Uchiha's letter, remember not to scare him. As for the masked Madara, he and Hei White Zetsu have just been captured. After Orochimaru finished speaking, Itachi and Kisame looked at Orochimaru immediately. Itachi was surprised and then thought, but Kisame was stunned, and then he couldn't believe it. Madara has not come for so long. Is there really something wrong with it? Kisame felt bad for a while. Kisame hadn't figured out how to go next. Orochimaru did not continue to disturb or urge them, but stayed beside them. If Uchiha Xion hadn't planned to leave Akatsuki, he would definitely come knowing that everyone was gathering here. Orochimaru is very confident. As long as he comes over, Orochimaru will accept his eyes. Absolutely. It was just. In another white world, Uchiha letter at this moment has completely lost his dream, and his eyes have no highlights. He couldn't believe it. Madara, the mask that made his dreams sublimate, betrayed them? A huge blow for a time made Uchiha Xion languish. And the black Zetsu next to him did not have time to comfort him, and the silent black Zetsu was terrified from now on. Is his black Zetsu easy? The first time I was born, before I had time to talk to my mother, I saw my two brothers cruelly sealed her mother. With a bit of information from his mother, he survived the ninja world, even risking being discovered by Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo back then, and he just let Indra. I'm sorry. He has worked hard for 2,000 years before he has the situation today. Rinnegan has it, and the Ghetto statue is also out of summoning. It is only a few years before the Ghetto statue fully wakes up and absorbs the tailed beast. Why is it so bad? God, what did he just go through? His black Zetsu was almost locked up in a small black room. If you didn't have Yoyuchi Hashin, then he would have been locked up in Obito's Kimui space and his life would be over. Fortunately, he noticed that Obito's actions were different before, so he deliberately wanted to temporarily support Uchiha letter. Unexpectedly, this really saved his life. Thinking of the misfortune of White Zetsu's body, Black Zetsu's heart palpitated. Fortunately, White Zetsu's body didn't react slowly and helped him and Uchiha Shin resist the seal. He was sad, but he hadn't allowed him to hesitate too much. Black Zetsu felt that Obito had told him everything he knew. Black Zetsu is very fortunate at the moment. Fortunate that he has been vigilant over the years, and his information and purpose have not been discovered. Otherwise, it would not be such a small fight. It is estimated that the entire ninja world has to unite against itself. Looking at Uchiha's letter, who lost his dream next to him, Black Zetsu pondered and adjusted his mentality. Looking at the white world around me, I was wary. This is not the familiar world of shinobi, so I must remember it. After this time, I will never enter other spaces easily. Immediately, Black Zetsu brewed his emotions, took out his 2,000 years of fooling skills, and began to target Uchiha Shin to release the fooling skills. Boom, also angry. Boom, in the Kamui space, Tsunade was unwilling to beat the underground square platform, looking very upset. The meat that has reached the mouth, it just flies. Black Zetsu leaves, Rinnegan is gone, Uchiha Obito, it's not a dish at all, it's soup at most. To be honest, with Kakashi's Kimui, Obito is simply a dish that can be picked up at any time. What she really wants to target this time is Black Zetsu, the root of all evil. Although Mithriya and Jiraiya didn't fully understand Tsunade, they thought she was planning Rinnegan, and they were very upset after the failure. Soon after he calmed down, Tsunade shook his head. This is the end of the matter. Just vent his emotions. What can I do? I can only keep going. Anyway, there is so much information about my master, so much is not a way to restrict Black Zetsu. However, since the Black Zetsu was not successfully captured, then the surprise to Black Zetsu could not be stopped. Now she has been exposed to Black Zetsu's vision. Although she doesn't know if Black Zetsu will target her desperately, she can find something for Black Zetsu to do. If she wants to come in front of that, Black Zetsu will not care about Tsunade. Looking back, Kakashi looked at Obito, who fell on the ground with a complicated face. At this moment, Obito's illusion had been unlocked, and he woke up. Looking at Obito, Tsunade frowned. Although from Obito's point of view, he is a poor man. Even from the point of view of a man, Uchiha Obito does have a kind, for a woman who dares to destroy the world. Which woman does not want such an infatuated man to love herself? But whether it was his pitiful encounter, or because of the multiple reasons behind it, Tsunade felt that what was wrong, and countless souls were waiting for Obito to be tried. Tsunade is not as benevolent as Minato and not as generous as Naruto. With the idea of sparing Obito's life, Tsunade felt that countless souls were overwhelming her, and she couldn't bear so much grievances for Obito. Maybe Obito needs someone to judge him. Maybe that can complete his dream of getting together with Lin. Originally, the person who tried him should be Kakashi, but now Kakashi. Tsunade walked to Obito. The scalpel in his hand appeared, and he thrust it into Obito's forehead. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Mithriya only turned their heads slightly and did not stop them. Even Obito was calm, no confusion, no sadness, and no resentment. With his last gaze, he glanced at Kakashi for a while. It seemed that a trace of regret flashed, and then he closed his eyes and accepted death calmly. Just when Tsunade was about to kill Obito, a space Uzumaki appeared, and Obito spun out of it. Suddenly Jiraiya and Mithriya were dumbfounded. Kakashi, Jiraiya asked Kakashi blankly. With tears in Kakashi's eyes, he dared not look directly at Jiraiya's eyes, bowed his head, and knelt on the ground. K. Tsunade was dumbfounded. Is Obito so important to Kakashi? Take your life. Tsunade was full of anger, roaring and slashing at Kakashi, his face full of sorrow. After all, everything was taken away by the two spaces Uzumaki, the game I designed, and the desired gains were lost. Although Obito is useless, his eyes are useful. If two Kimui are gathered together, they can travel through other spaces. Tsunade is going to deal with Uchiha letter and the Otsutsuki clan when he comes. Tsunade, stop. Stop it. Stop it. Kakashi didn't dare to hide at all, honestly knelt in front of Tsunade and waited for his death. Jiraiya hurried over and hugged Tsunade's feet tightly. Chapter 84. Rain Shinobi Village was half ruined. At this moment, everyone in the 5 shinobi villages is still sighing here. Seeing Konan, whose eyes were dull at the moment, kneeling on the beach, no one bothered her. Konan, who just woke up, staggered to the beach as if she had lost her soul. His tears were drained, and then he jumped down. Terumi May rescued her quickly with his hands. Those who had a big feud with Akatsuki were also Konoha Village and Kirigakure, and they were not made by the leader of Akatsuki and the blue-haired woman. Nowadays, no one jumps out to make noise, not even Terumi May. At the sign of Anoki, Terumi May wanted to ask Konan, who was awake, for some news. It's a pity that Konan at this moment, no one cares about it. However, Luosha and Reikage were surprised when they found Haiden, who was still alive among the ruins. Haiden was chopped in the head by Itachi before. Kakuzu finally wanted to save him, but Obito was stabbed in the head by a wooden stabbing. But Haiden was still alive, with a peculiar physique, a few wooden thorns on his head, and he was also screaming in a daze, without bleeding or death. At this moment, to the west of Rain Shinobi Village, a huge airship appeared, with the obvious Lulan Tower sign on it, indicating the identity of the visitor. On the huge airship, it was Tsunade, Mithria, Jiraiya, and others. After Kakashi used the pupil technique Kimui to send Obito away in order to restrain his feelings, Tsunade was furious and immediately slashed at Kakashi. She didn't have the idea of killing Kakashi, but she was very upset, very angry, and disappointed with Kakashi. This time she had almost no results in the game, and she was in a bad mood. Kakashi also had a backstab, which naturally ran into Tsunade's anger. Moreover, Tsunade had trained Kakashi as an excellent hitman, but Kakashi's irrational operation disappointed Tsunade a lot, and he hesitated. After all, can Kakashi, who is so affectionate, really be a perfect hitman? It was Jiraiya who stopped Tsunade desperately, and in the rage, she also beat Jiraiya and Kakashi to the ground. As the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, Kakashi's whole body is almost intact with a set of 72-way punches. The master's degree is very good. That is, it is not fatal or bleeding, but the whole person is bloated, and he is suffering from severe pain, but he can't faint. The so-called living suffering is probably the same. I don't know whether Kakashi's Randu 2 channels will be opened up. Jiraiya is a little better, but his face and hands are completely swollen. At this moment, he is rubbing a pig's face with a wretched face. If he had to go to see Konan, he would not be willing to appear. It would be too detrimental. At this moment, dozens of miles to the west of Rain Shinobi Village, Chiyu and Bei Lyohu looked at Kakashi, who was not a man. The two looked at each other and were silent. Suddenly, Bei Lyohu became obedient and honestly treated Kakashi. Chiyu, who had finally returned, was also sighed after hearing that his wife and the others had failed. Thousands of calculations, the two of them did not forget about the black-white Zetsu package. Uchiha believes this operation fell short. Besides this guy Kakashi, Obito likes Lin likes Kakashi, and Kakashi. Okay, it's a stone hammer. Everyone is here. Things have changed drastically. Everyone. Here, Orochimaru, Itachi, and others. Black Zetsu appeared on Uchiha letter, who was about to fall. Swish swish. The moment Uchiha Shinsuke's Uzumaki appeared, Orochimaru led Kimimaro and killed him. At this moment, Orochimaru was surprised. He saw the black-white Zetsu and the masked man being taken away by Kabuto by tricks. It's so difficult that Kabuto was doing something for Tsunade at the time, or something unexpected happened. Kisame and Itachi next to him were also surprised. Orochimaru couldn't find Uchiha's letter, and didn't it mean that the black-white Zetsu and the masked Madara were arrested? Humiliated Kisame wanted to leave and search for it several times. So what is this familiar black Zetsu? Is it possible that Orochimaru is lying to them? Saw in vain, Orochimaru, who rushed towards Black Zetsu and Uchiha letter, stopped. Because at this moment, the liquid Black Zetsu, the Operation Kamai hits the two Rinnegan's, and at the same time, Uchiha Shin also hits Kamai hits his Mangekyo. Now that they have decided to come here, they are naturally prepared to watch out for Orochimaru. What Orochimaru cares most about is nothing more than Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan. Sure enough, this move was very effective. Although Orochimaru's hostility remained, he had stopped and looked at them with a smile. Itachi, Kisame, Madara, he has betrayed us. Just now he tricked me and Uchiha into the Kamui space, where people from Konoha village were ambushing. Fortunately, White Zetsu and I wrapped Uchiha's letter. With the help of White Zetsu's life, we escaped with the letter's space-time pupil technique. Madara can't believe it anymore. You can go with us. Black Zetsu ignored Orochimaru and spoke to Itachi and Kisame. Now that the Akatsuki organization is split, Obito betrayed inexplicably, and only one letter from Uchiha is left. Black Zetsu wants to come over and see if he can win over the old Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru heard this and knew that Tsunade had miscalculated. Itachi frowned, and after thinking about it, his eyes continued to look into the distance blankly. Kisame looked entangled. He didn't believe this fact very much. He had no choice. Orochimaru, your choice? Seeing that the two did not answer, Black Zetsu asked Orochimaru. Uchiha Xien looked at Orochimaru at this moment, but also a little entangled. He was very afraid of Orochimaru, but under Black Zetsu's persuasion, he reluctantly agreed. Even if Orochimaru is asked to be his subordinate, so that he can turn over. But he was still afraid, and he didn't have the kind of pride that the peasant turned over and sang. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru just looked at them with smiles and stared at them. The letter is to be transplanted to Rinnegan, and he can give you one of his Mangekyo Sharingan at that time. In the stalemate, Black Zetsu still offered the price. Happy cooperation. Orochimaru said plainly. As smart as him, how can he still stare at Black Zetsu and Uchiha even when he loses his first opportunity? But express your attitude and let the other party give the price. Showing his thoughts so blatantly, on the contrary, it will make the other party feel more at ease with himself. Of course, Orochimaru also knows that there is a degree, otherwise it would be bad if it collapsed. As for the business, after the start, are there many opportunities for communication? This time a Mangekyo may be a pair in the future, or even Rinnegan. After all, look at the fish on his chopping board. Oh no, the letter on the experimental platform. Isn't it also at the peak of life at this moment? He had to contact Rinnegan one step faster than himself. My lord, someone is here. Just when Orochimaru and Black Zetsu reached an agreement to treat Itachi and Kisame first, Shigego approached Orochimaru and said, Swish. At this moment, Kisame immediately ran forward. Master Madara. A few hundred meters later, Kisame called to the masked man. Kisame? I'm back. Obito replied weakly. At this moment, Obito's heart is extremely complicated. Today's series of encounters have not allowed him to get over until now. He who had originally accepted his fate thought that Kakashi would use Kamui to let him go. Obito was speechless for a while. Since God won't let himself die, it proved that he still has a mission to complete, and Obito once again strengthened his will and philosophy. Swish swish. Orochimaru and others also came all the way, looking at the masked man in surprise. Orochimaru is very sure at the moment, Tsunade is definitely playing off. And Uchiha Xien glanced at Black Zetsu nervously. He just decided to be the boss, and then the original boss came. At this moment, he couldn't believe Madara's letter of the mask anymore, and he was confused. Orochimaru. Black Zetsu let out a low voice. Swish swish. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, the four Orochimaru Kimimaro immediately attacked the masked Madara. Water style, big water burst. Kisame immediately defended. Swish. At the same time, Itachi flew around and used Susanoo to resist the attack of Orochimaru and others. In the huge dungeon, both sides are at a stretch, and Obito and Black Zetsu both looked sullenly at each other. No matter what happened to Obito just now, Black Zetsu couldn't believe him anymore. Obito only used Nagato's attack to remove the spell of the heart. For such an uncontrollable person, Black Zetsu felt that it was better to choose Uchiha's letter, and with Rinnegan in hand, he also had an idea for a series of plans. And after waking up from the illusion control, Obito also understood what had happened before. But seeing what Black Zetsu is doing now, Obito has a sullen face, knowing that both of them might not be good. But Obito is not worried. He will retake Rinnegan sooner or later. At this moment, even if Black Zetsu is holding Rinnegan, they won't be able to use it. Then they retreated to Kisame with Itachi. Now he doesn't dare to use Kamui at all, and he is seriously injured, so naturally he dare not stay for a long time. Chapter 85. Conan. Here, Jiraiya, with a pig-headed face, rushed to Conan's side. Seeing Conan staring at the sea with dull eyes, Jiraiya's heart was very painful. When he received information that his 3 disciples had disappeared in the war, he was very sad. Who knew this would be the case? Danzo next to him wanted to scold his mother very much. Jiraiya appeared. Didn't he reveal his relationship with Akatsuki? Tsunade, Mithriya, Sarah, Fenghua Xiaoxue, and Xia Xingxing came to chat with everyone, and then ignored the scene here, but killed Rain Shinobi. It is heard that Tsunade is going to destroy Konoha traitor Green Kwai Cyan and regain her second grandfather, second Hokage's blade of the Thunder Spirit. All the shadows rushed to join in the fun, and there was nothing to see here anyway. Jiraiya always wanted to comfort Conan, but Conan kept ignoring him. Conan, although I don't know what you have experienced, teacher, but now Rain Shinobi Village has been hit hard, and hundreds of thousands of people still need you. Don't do stupid things, understand? You and Yahiko Nagato. Isn't your dream for peace in the Rain country? Now that Nagato Yahiko is gone, another group now owns Mangekyo and Rinnegan. The Rain country still needs your protection. Jiraiya is not too troublesome, but still consoling Conan. Sure enough, after hearing this, Conan was numb, and his eyes were clear. I see. You go. I need to be quiet. Conan returned to his senses, closed his eyes, and said softly. Jiraiya, who was given an expulsion order, sneered and left step by step. Tsunade still has things to do, and he has to go there. Conan stared at the water in a daze, suppressing sorrow. Yahiko and Nagato both died for this country. Now they are no longer there, but the country they are thinking of now still needs themselves. Taking a deep breath, Conan looked at the messy Rain Shinobi village around him. His face darkened. Guru, suddenly, in Conan's surprised gaze, there were a few bubbles in the water right now. Hush visible underwater, Conan was surprised to see a person gesturing to her, and then sank again. To the north of Rain Shinobi Village, hundreds of thousands of villagers are here in fear. After being transferred to the satellite town here, everyone understands that a war is about to break out in Rain Shinobi Village. However, the extent of the war scared them, and many people fled. Among the countless people and the 5 Nin village onlookers, Tsunade brutally picked up the green sunflower Qinglan, directly smashed him with a few punches, and then threw it to Nara Luji, asking him to lock the man to Konoha. Tsunade spread the anger of failing to calculate Black Zetsu and Obito here. The attitude frightened many people, but no one dared to say. After all, the green sunflower and blue are not only Konoha's rebellious forbearance, but also stole Tsunade's second Hokage's blade of the Thunder Spirit. People have reasons to lose their temper. Poor green sunflower Qinglan, who ran away several times, was attacked inexplicably and came back, and now it is like this. Then, while all the high levels of the 5 ninja villages were there, and now Tsunade Mithriya and the others, the Northwest Transportation Alliance forces, led by Jiraiya, everyone discussed a plan to deal with the masked man and others. Now that the opponent's 3 Mangekyo, plus Rinnegan, have such a strong lineup, I have to guard against it. Regrettably, the negotiations were not pleasant. Third Tsuchikage's consistent style was irritating to all parties, and often biased the theme of the meeting. Fourth Kazekage was silent. Terumi May had just become Mizukage, and she was young and had no right to speak. Reikage said in an irritating voice that Akatsuki's organization is all the rebels of the other 4 ninja villages. After a discussion, it was obvious that Konoha village was responsible. Tsunade squeezed his fist secretly, and sure enough, his thoughts were still too naive. In the plot of Chiyu's memory, the 5 ninja villages were not of one mind in the end. The reason why the 4 wars united and became a ninja coalition was entirely because Obito took the initiative to declare war. In addition, Obito had the 7-tailed beast from 1 tail to 7 tails at the time, and Konoha had just been razed to the ground. Under such pressure, they reluctantly joined forces. However, Tsunade is not discouraged. After all, people who have experienced 2 battles in the ninja world. This time the Bureau is set up to wait for an opportunity to plan Obito and Black Zetsu. No matter how bad it is, it can also alert the ninja world to know that someone is going to attack the tailed beast. Let's share the pressure together. In the case of warning, whether it is Black Zetsu or Obito, their actions will be much more restricted. No longer like the original book, Akatsuki took the 1 tail to 7 tails with a thunderous speed. Then there is Tsunade's second purpose. That is, with the help of this gathering of the 5 major villages, Tsunade proposed a joint development of transportation. But the effect is very unsatisfactory. Suchikage Reikage said that he would discuss with the daimyo that the railway is not like the motorcycles previously cooperated with, and the cost involved is high. Seeing no profit later, Cloud Shinobi Village and Awagakure left. Luo Sha, he said that he and Sunagakure are willing to invest in the Transportation Alliance. As for the transportation in the Kingdom of Wind, he needs to discuss with the daimyo. So only Kirigakure and Konoha Village are left. What can Danzo say? He didn't bother about it. Hiruzen made it clear and waited for Tsunade to return to the throne. Tsunade's decision, what Danzo can do, can only frown and think about how to deal with the name of the country of fire. Tsunade and Mithriel looked at each other, but they could only sigh secretly. In fact, they all guessed this result. Even now, their Northwestern Transportation Alliance has already made achievements. Now a group of small countries in the Northwest have just been connected to the railway, and the situation is prevailing. But why do these shinobu villages avoid talking about things that are so beneficial to the country and the people? Tsunade knows very well that once such a transportation business develops, it is not Shinobu Village, but the national government and daimyo that will benefit the most. There are too many problems involved. If Shinobu gains economic benefits from the Transportation Alliance and gets rid of the daimyo's economic restrictions, it will become a military force that the daimyo really cannot contain. After all, nowadays, Shinobu Village and daimyo can still live in harmony on the surface. That is, Shinobu Village needs daimyo's economy and daimyo's military. As for Ninja Village, he is also worried that daimyo will gain too much economic and fame through these developments. So it is time for Ninja Village to be dangerous. The coup d'etat of the 12 guards of the Fire Country daimyo. Each shinobu understands very well in their hearts, who doesn't worry whether their guards will go crazy. So now the great names in the ninja world, the power around them is almost cut off. The daimyo uses the economy to restrict the village of shinobi, and the village uses the military to restrict the daimyo. Once the 2 parties are out of balance, the bond between the 2 parties is lost, and no one knows what the consequences are. Don't look at the fact that Tsunade and others are doing well in the small northwestern country. That's because in this small country, no one dares to offend their colossal power. The railway is too easy to be destroyed. Tsunade, Mithriel, and the others can use absolute strength to make no one dare to move in the northwest. But in other major ninja villages and major countries, there are too many enemies. If you dare to engage, others dare to destroy. After all, motorcycles and bicycles, even airships, don't eat the road much. The railway is different. It must have fine tracks. Once it is damaged by a small amount, almost the entire line is paralyzed and the loss is too great. Tsunade didn't care about this, and he still has to try. In the future bloggers, isn't the Thunder Car doing well? As for the contradiction between daimyo and shinobu, Tsunade can no longer control such a deformed system. Perhaps Tsunade subconsciously has the meaning of detonating this contradiction. When the contradiction comes out, everyone will find a way to solve it. Now it's like 2 hedgehogs holding each other for warmth. Isn't it ridiculous? Tsunade has been pondering the word "bu break," not stand recently. Hey, my boss wants to see you. In the evening, Chiyu went to the beach and called Conan, who was confused. Chiyu was helpless. He wanted to be behind the scenes, but his wife asked him to show his face. Because Conan is now lonely and widowed. The wife is worried that she is very radical and cannot communicate well. So asked Chiyu, a member of the Shao organization, to come forward and let Conan slow down. You the boss. Conan looked at Chiyu coldly, making no secret of his murderous intentions. Nonsense, you want to engage in infighting and split. I have to find a home for my stable life. Chiyu scratched his ears and replied. When he heard that Chiyu's new boss was Tsunade, Conan snorted him, then turned his head and left. Chiyu looked at Conan in surprise. It seemed that his mood was very stable, and he shouldn't need to show up by himself. Uchiha Shina, your boss, what do you want me to do? Conan asked on the way back, biting your boss very hard. I will be called Chiyu from now on, and my new life will start with a new name. As for what I'm doing with you, I don't know. Conan also frowned and moved forward. Now that the Rain country is facing this situation, she has to think more about it. Tsunade Mithriya and the others are very powerful. If you join them, you might be able to avoid the current weakening period in the country of Rain, even if there are still her and the Long. This little strength is still not enough to protect the country of Rain. Now the country of Rain is too conspicuous. Chapter 86. Conan was in a normal mood, and under Jiraiya's care, he talked very happily with Tsunade Trumi Mithriya, and others. The transportation alliance established by Tsunade now has taken shape in the northwestern part of Ninja. Although in such a world, it still faces great challenges. But the strength is strong. Rain Shinobi Village joins will make the development of Rain country further and can avoid the current chaotic period. So Conan did not refuse Tsunade's invitation. As far as Tsunade is concerned, the addition of Rain country to the development will not only help explore the way ahead, but when the location of Rain country, the center of Ninja world, develops steadily, then Kirigakure, Terumi May has basically stabilized. At that time, she returned to Konoha village from Tsunade, directly from the northwestern part of Ninja, pulling a long traffic avenue and business road, passing through the country of Rain, connecting the country of Fire, and finally arrived at the country of Water. A path that crosses the entire Ninja world is complete. No matter what difficulties and challenges will be faced, the steps that have been taken are destined to be irretrievable. Every time I think about the future plans and the difficulties I face, I don't know what it is, even if I know that I am going to confront the solidified world of this class. Tsunade was not afraid, but rather proud. She wanted to see if this world and people in this era were really stupid. Occasionally in a daze, Tsunade subconsciously felt a little bit of empathy for Nagato, Obito, and Uchiha Madara. Master Chiyu discovered an accident. Kabuto, who was in the dark with Chiyu, immediately went to Chiyu to report. Chiyu was taken aback, immediately followed Kabuto and hurried away, and at the same time turned on Sage mode, immediately perceiving it. It turned out that it was Haiden who was watching from the 5 great ninja villages before, being guarded by the root ninja. This one was going to be left to Conan. But White Zetsu suddenly appeared from the ground and took away Haiden's separated body. There is no fairy ninja in the root ninja, so I can't perceive White Zetsu diving from underground. Pity. Although Chiyu and Kabuto's Sage mode can perceive White Zetsu, they have already succeeded and used the Mayfly technique to escape. Even if you chase it, I'm afraid it's not realistic anymore. However, Chiyu, who turned on Sage mode, looked at some place on the beach outside the village in surprise, and didn't expect that person was not dead. The people of the Uzumaki clan are indeed monsters, and they are worthy of being looked after by Lord Madara. Considering the vitality of the Uzumaki clan and the special prostheses made by Tsunade on him, there is no burden of Rinnegan. This result is not surprising. After all, in the original book, Tsunade was cut off by Uchiha Madara and laid down for a long time. Orochimaru came alive as soon as he came. Now the vitality is not weak. The original Tsunade's Nagato, it is indeed possible. Here, Black Zetsu was relieved to see that White Zetsu successfully brought Haiden. He used to look down on Haiden, but now there are not many people with special abilities and mental disabilities. He has to use these manpower carefully. Haiden took a long time to regain his senses after being connected to his body. After all, his head was blossomed with wooden thorns, which was very uncomfortable. If he were not for the lack of brain, he would be crazy. He saw Orochimaru Kazuki for the first time, and immediately launched an attack, yelling for revenge for Kakuzu. However, there was a big flicker of black Zetsu, and after a while, the two sides reached a consensus and jointly confronted the masks Madara and Uchiha Itachi. While Black Zetsu took Haiden away, Obito hurried to a hidden base of his own, took away some collections, and then escaped into the eastern part of the country of fire with Kisame and Itachi. Now I dare not use Kimui again, plus Obito without Uzumaki of Fei, from the rank of a mysterious boss to the point where Kaga level is inferior. It's just that there is something wrong with Itachi, otherwise Kisame can't stop him. Here, Itachi has experienced the recent ups and downs, but he is still cold, as if all this has nothing to do with him. In fact, the so-called staring at the masked man is just that he is reluctant to find something to do in a walking dead state. Before waiting for that person to grow up, he must move, otherwise he is worried that he will not survive that time, or he will be mad by accident. The reason why I didn't choose the Black Zetsu group before was that he didn't understand Black Zetsu. A dangerous and dark person like Madara, who is by his side, makes himself more like a bad person. The two are the murderers of the Uchiha clan, which will arouse the hatred of the Oditu even more. Oh yes. In the middle of the night, when everyone was about to separate, Tsunade suddenly hugged Konan and pulled her aside. Then quietly said to her, "Tell that person that Lulon has 3 of his clan. Come and have a look when you have time." Following Tsunade's meaningful words, Konan was surprised in vain. After Tsunade patted her on the shoulder, he turned and left. After getting the information from Chiyu just now, Tsunade was surprised, but rather happy. There are not many members of the Uzumaki clan, so one can survive. If that person has Rinnegan, Tsunade will be very wary of him, but a person without Rinnegan, at most he can only stay honestly with Konan in Range Shinobi Village. After the meeting inviting Konan to join the transportation union, Jiraiya took Konoha Shinobi to help Konan, and Tsunade Mithriya and others were also preparing to return to Lulon. "Tsunade, can you talk?" Then Terumi May put aside the mist and came to Tsunade and others alone. After saying this, I looked at the other people on the airship again and seemed to want to chat with Tsunade alone. Immediately Tsunade took Mithriya, Sarah, and Fenghua Xiaoxue and went to a small meeting with Terumi May. Tsunade, the masked man of Akatsuki, who has been secretly messing up Kirigakure for so many years, is it not just for the tail beast, right? After all, he has a lot of opportunities to completely take away the 2 tail beasts. Who is that masked man? Are there any enemies among them whose true colors we have not seen? What is their purpose? You laid out all this. What is your purpose? Looking at the Tsunade people, Terumi May took a deep breath, but still mustered the courage to ask. After cooperating with Tsunade, she knew through the little information Tsunade gave that this was Tsunade's plan. After all, Chiyu was there, so it shouldn't be too obvious. Akatsuki's information was exposed. Although the internal divisions were divided, both of them aimed at the tail beasts. With the help of Rinnegan, the 9-tailed beasts were used to create weapons that could destroy the ninja world. If these people are to destroy or conquer the world, then what is their Tsunade for? If it is for the 5 great ninja villages and for the ninja world, Tsunade should be frankly announced. Why should it be concealed? It is true that the masked man has controlled Kirigakure for many years, but I am afraid that it is not just for the tail beast. What kind of grievance is that? Although she has just become Mizukage, and although she has not yet secured Kirigakure, she has to ask questions in her heart. Upon hearing this, Mithriya and others looked at Tsunade. You are very smart, but there are some things that you have to discover by yourself, and you will have a deeper understanding. Tsunade replied. Terumi May was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said, Terumi May just feels that if you are for the ninja world, you should not hide this. Terumi May is very worried about your purpose. Tsunade smiled freely when he heard the words, then took a sip of wine, stuck it in front of Terumi May, looked straight at her, and squeezed her chin with one hand. Although Terumi May was shocked, she did not dare to resist the aggressive Tsunade. After Tsunade retracted his hand amusingly, he stared at Terumi May back. I'm glad you can speak frankly, but Terumi May, sometimes ignorance is bliss, even if it's your identity as Mizukage. Naturally, my purpose is to change the world and fight the enemies of the future. You are my important chess piece, or you Kirigakure. Your water country is an important part of my plan. In the next few years, I hope you are alive and don't go the wrong way. While I still have expectations for the people of this era, I hope everyone can choose the right path. If one day, stupid people cannot wake up, there are too many people standing opposite me, and my road is too bumpy. So, I don't know what I will do. Destruction is often easier than construction. However, what everyone does not know is that the ultimate destruction is just another kind of new birth. Chapter 87. Limitations of Thinking and Vision. Tsunade didn't even talk about many things with Mithriya, his best friend, let alone Terumi Mei. Tsunade didn't tell Terumi Mei the truth in the end. Many things, sometimes buried in the dust, are the best results. From the perspective of Uchiha Madara's design of Kirigakure transplanting 3 tails into Lin's body, Kirigakure may have been secretly manipulated by Uchiha Madara before Uchiha Obito. So Obito in the back is just learning Uchiha Madara. As for the years when Uchiha Obito controlled Kirigakure, why didn't 3 tails and 6 tails be taken away? In fact, there is still the problem. Although Uchiha Madara and Nagato both summoned the Geto statue, the Geto statue was definitely not fully awakened at the time and failed to absorb the tail beast. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara and Obito have already started, so what are you waiting for? Since he didn't do anything, it was to avoid stunning the snake. After all, for more than 10 years of this, he would worry that the shinobi would react, and they would be encircled and suppressed. In the original book, the Akatsuki organization suddenly violent at the last moment, and collected 1 tail to 7 tails at a time, making the entire ninja world caught off guard. If it weren't for Naruto and Killer Bee, I'm afraid everyone had been hit by infinite Tsukuyomi, and they still don't know what happened. And Obito manipulates 4th Mizuka Jigura to misfortune Kirigakure, most likely to vent their anger and retaliate against them. Kirigakure is one of the 5 major shinobu villages, and the right to speak is still very high. Tsunade supports Terumi Mei and uses this weight of their Kirigakure to increase the progress and glory of Tsunade's creation of this alliance. Only in this way can the security of Tsunade's future plans be increased. As for telling Terumi Mei the truth, that's fine. Once all the troubles in the ninja world are thoroughly questioned, Konoha definitely has no time to run, and the wrangling is deep, but it is easy to turn his face. After Terumi Mei left, Chiyu and Kabuto rushed to Hiryuho and Kakashi and sent Kakashi to Jiraiya so that he could take Konoha back. Now Tsunade looked at Kakashi's eyes very wrong. If it hadn't been for Jiraiya's desperate request, that I would have been taken off by Tsunade. In addition to being angry, Tsunade also knows that if that eye is removed, Kakashi can go further. The Purple Thunder is no worse than this Mangekyo, and it is more suitable for Kakashi. On the top of the airbag of the huge airship, Kakashi had just been sent back and returned. Chiyu took Kabuto, and Heilu to toast to celebrate. Below are all ladies, and the 3 of them have a group of men to relax here. The most important thing is that Chiyu had to let the 2 get to know each other. Orochimaru left. Now many of Tsunade's experiments require the 2 to cheer. Bailuhu was very tsundere and ignored Chiyu, but was very enthusiastic about Kabuto. Because Kabuto is a top research talent, not only involves science and technology, but also involves a wide range of biological research, including Bailuhu Grandmaster's human body modification. Even better is that Kabuto's attitude towards him is respectful and respectful. He is very helpful. The grievances suffered these days can be regarded as some small comfort. I feel safe. At least Tsunade still values his small hair. Why stay for so long? After a while, Tsunade jumped up and asked with a bad face. Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Didn't you let me promote the relationship between them? Chiyu was dragged away by Tsunade. I think you have been here these days. Why are you staying with 2 men for so long? Don't you know that Xiaobia wins the newlyweds? Tsunade, who dragged Chiyu to the room, muttered. At this moment, she wanted to be with Chiyu warmly. In addition to the long separation between the 2, that is that there have been so many bad things recently, and she needs a person to talk about. This, although it is night, will the impact be bad? Chiyu, who was dragged into the room by Tsunade, muttered unnaturally. What Chiyu thought about this scene, he naturally knew, just looking at the women in the airship cabin. Obviously Tsunade also understood Chiyu's meaning and gave him a blank glance. Then led him through the window and jumped out of the airship and landed on the dark ground below. This, can't you bear to return to Lulan in the middle of the night? In the cabin of the airship, everyone looked at the two people who disappeared below. Sarah murmured very much in 8 trigrams. Ahem, I'm gone. Mithria coughed slightly, and then left. Kabuto, hurry down. Yinayu yelled over the huge airbag, looking out the window. At night, Kabuto and a man were drinking while watching the moon. This scene worries Yinayu. Especially that man is not only an excellent researcher like Kabuto, but also a pretty little boy, although he is a little old. Sarah and others, who left behind Mithria, saw Yinayu's actions, and Sarah thought for a while and whispered, Kabuto seems to be almost 18. Yinayu. Ahem. Mithria hurriedly coughed again, patted Sarah on the head, and dragged her away. Uchiha Shin, Orochimaru, and others came here to the northwest of the border of the country of grass and the border of Takino. In view of certain circumstances, after Black Zetsu and the others arrived here, he took possession of Uchiha letter. This time he was not simply possessed, but passed his chakra to Uchiha letter. Although his Black Zetsu is not strong, he is still the will of his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, a product of Yin and Yang. His own chakra level is very high. He possesses Uchiha Shin's body, and his effect is stronger than Uzumaki Ifei. It is also because after feeling the strong increase of Black Zetsu that Uchiha Shin can be confident to be the boss, or the boss of Orochimaru's reputation at the moment. Black Zetsu didn't break his promise, and believed Uchiha to Mangekyo, one of the substance-manipulating left eyes, and prepared to give it to Orochimaru. In Exion's left eye has Rinnegan installed. Rinnegan needed a huge chakra, and he almost didn't suck Uchiha to death. Fortunately, Black Zetsu possessed him and provided Rinnegan with the energy he needed. Summoning Technique. Uchiha Xion used summoning technique with difficulty, almost done with the help of Black Zetsu. Boom, a huge white smoke appeared. The Ghetto statue was summoning out, and Black Zetsu was relieved at this moment. After a while, Orochimaru looked at the Uchiha letter that appeared with Rinnegan in his left eye, was taken aback for a moment, and smiled. Nowadays, Uchiha believes that although he is almost squeezed to death by Rinnegan, he has the courage to have chakra provided by Black Zetsu. Although most of Rinnegan's abilities are still unusable, the remaining Mangekyo's time-space pupil technique can be squandered. Now they still need Orochimaru's help. They appear here to deter Orochimaru and show that they have the confidence of Rinnegan. Secondly, it gives Orochimaru some benefits. An organization of Mangekyo Sharingan and Ghetto statue. Black Zetsu actually has a hard time here. Uchiha believes that the physique is too poor and needs to be increased, so it can only be improved by Orochimaru's research. Shinnong's physical activity technique and the incomplete version of the Ghost Bud Luo technique were organized with Ghetto statue and given to Orochimaru. I hope Orochimaru can research something useful to strengthen Uchiha's physique. It is not required to reach the standard that Black Zetsu is satisfied with, at least to be able to use the revolving heaven technique. If possible, Black Zetsu still hopes Uchiha believes in this tool man and can fulfill his requirements. After all, he is much better than Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Master, you two. The master said, you quickly escaped from the land of fire. Konoha has been moving more and more recently, especially that Sinister Danzo has returned from Rain Shinobi Village. I hope you will pay attention to everything. If Konoha Village tests the master again, the master has no choice but to release you wanted. Somewhere, in a secret joint, a person solemnly said to Hama, Konoha? Humph. Please go back and report to the master, and you will know what to do. The land of fire can only have one jade from the master, and I will be back soon. Hama said gloomily, but thinking of what happened in the Kingdom of Rain, Hama was still a little afraid. That man's calculations were terrifying. Now that Akatsuki's organization is falling apart, what should he do if he turns his gun to aim at himself and his master? At present, there is only this method of the master, and I blame myself for exposing it. It is a pity that Shinnong is dead. Otherwise, based on his relationship with Shinnong and his hatred of Konoha, he can try to attack Konoha. Now he can only complete his secret technique as soon as possible. In the middle of the night, and the horse did not move without the wind, the four quickly left toward the northwest, leaving a bleak back. Chapter 88. I heard that you are a good painter in Rain Shinobi Village. Do you want me to cosplay for you? At dawn, a small tent beside a river on the border of Birdland stretched out, and Tsunade, lying in Chiyu's arms, mumbled. Chiyu was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and his happy side business was discovered. It must have been revealed by Kabuto. This time we are at a loss. Chiyu did not answer, but changed the topic. When Chiyu entered the Akatsuki organization, he wanted to join forces with Tsunade inside and outside, and then put Rinnegan and Black Zetsu together. Eliminate the main internal troubles so that Tsunade can expand the hands and feet to develop transportation to connect the entire ninja world, thereby promoting the development of ninja power and technological power in the ninja world and communication. But because of miscalculations, Obito and Black Zetsu both escaped. If you want to come to their undead and troublemaking character, ninja will probably be more chaotic in the future. That's not right. White Zetsu and Uzumaki Ifei's body are in hand, Geto Statue's body tissue is in hand, and Rain Shinobi Village is pulled into the alliance. The result is not bad. Tsunade replied that although the plan did not meet expectations, the gains were enough, and she did not lose much. This time, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is nothing but profitable. It's just that the one who would have gained greater benefits has slipped from his fingers. It's just a pity that this time, with the help of the gathering of the 5 ninja villages, it was not successful to propose a connection to traffic, alas. Tsunade continued to sigh. Nonsense, any 1 or 2 thieves can paralyze the entire railway system. In fact, they are also well worried. Although this is a matter of benefiting the country and the people, the world is the least lacking of people who are disadvantageous to themselves. Chiyu replied. The wife was still anxious. However, if they don't join, I feel uneasy. What should they do when they get in the way? It will be difficult to promote. Tsunade said worriedly. With the forces she unites now, the traffic in the entire ninja world is completely okay, and even the roads can be properly prepared. But the problem is not this, but these non-participants. What should they do when they become demon? Whether it is a road or a railway, a slight damage can paralyze the traffic in an area and cause immeasurable losses. To ensure the smooth flow of traffic, the entire ninja world needs to work together. Therefore, Tsunade abandoned the idea of monopolizing transportation interests, and to show off the development and benefits brought by transportation is to seduce countries to cooperate in the development of transportation. It's a pity that the response is quite loud, that is, there is no progress in the actual action. In such a chaotic world, let alone railways, buildings in many places are simplified and simplified again. Not because of poverty, but because of that. Even if it is destroyed by war, it will not lose much. So, after all, we still have to make the world peaceful first. Chiyu said with a sigh. Isn't it peaceful now? Cut, is this a piece of wool? It's just that a big country is messing up with unknown faces, even if it's peaceful. Tsunade heard the words and sighed. Compared with the natural development that Chiyu has always insisted on, he has come step by step. Tsunade is more inclined to give birth to violence, using rapid development and change to directly and quickly advance the progress of the ninja civilization. The feudal age of the Blue Star for thousands of years, hasn't it been sublimated rapidly in 2 close world wars? Ninja World can also give it a try. Whether it will bring any consequences to this era, Tsunade does not want to care. She only hopes that the next generation can see a wider world. She didn't want to be the wind in Orochimaru's mouth. She wasn't so gentle when she was blowing the ninja world. Surrounded by internal troubles in the world of forbearance, foreign enemies peeping, it is a disaster of the world-destroying level at every turn, and whoever has the mind to develop slowly. She wants to become the torrent of the times. Everyone will either obey and adapt or be rushed to death. Listening to Tsunade talking about Shushu, Chiyu also knew her anxieties and worries, and listened quietly. First of all, let the ninja world recognize us, not only to recognize the existence of our model, but also to recognize the strength. So you have to think about how to show your strength, so that it will be convenient for promotion. Then, you can no longer just stare at shinobu to cooperate, even if you can't understand the daimyo, but you have to draw them together. Tsunade frowned upon hearing this, then said, that will directly explode the contradiction between the daimyo and shinobu. Don't underestimate the daimyo. They are not strong. But if they really want to break the pot, shinobi will not have a legitimate name to survive. Over the past few decades, there have been several battles in the ninja world. Although the ninjas have shown their power, they have also caused countless people in the ninja world to feel bad for the ninja. If the conflict between the daimyo and shinobi was brought to light, 90% of the people would still be on the side of the daimyo. Chiyu said at the beginning that Ren Village does not seek state affairs and is not good at people's livelihood. Even if the daimyo is removed, shinobi will not be able to take over the entire country. However, it takes at least 1 or 2 generations to cultivate the credibility of shinobi village and cultivate talents and power. Besides, even if you have this heart, Deming is really looking at you so eagerly, it will definitely be blocked by desperation. If it doesn't work, it will break the jar, and everyone will have a hard time. No one is willing to give up the power in their hands. Think about how the traffic of bloggers develops. I don't believe that Tsunade can't do it. Tsunade sighed and said, "Cut, it's just a single transnational railway. It was more than 10 years after the 4 world wars of ninja. How long have we developed now? I'm more inclined. It was the people of the old era who ended, and the new era brought about changes. So, any change requires time and experience to settle." Chiyu persuaded. "No, maybe both of us have entered a certain misunderstanding of thinking. We have been thinking about things based on the pursuit of peace. Think about it. Will it be faster to use a furnace to forge steel? What do you want?" Chiyu was startled, looking at Tsunade, and asked, "Didn't you say that our current alliance lacks the display of strength to be recognized? If this is the case, then we will create a stage where we can show our strength." Tsunade's eyes were firm, and then he said heavily, "When Mithriya was in Lulan, a nuclear witch god Jade was fired, which laid the foundation for the good development of the Transportation Alliance today. Now their power has already developed, and they can show stronger power." Chiyu was dumbfounded by the plan mentioned by Tsunade. Isn't it too wild to play? It's easy for other ninja villages to have an excuse to trouble us. I'm afraid that this just starting alliance will face the dilemma of paralysis. And you know, these 3 wars have passed 10 years, and many people are waiting for the war. Ninosaur? I hold Konoha and Kirigakure. Which other ninja village is enough to see? Sunagakure? Iwagakure? Even if we add Cloud Shinobi Village, our current power cannot destroy him. Cloud Shinobi Village. Don't. You are going to blacken, daughter-in-law. How did the 4th Ninja War end? Don't forget that there are many rats in the ninja world. Moreover, this is not a question of strength or lack of strength. Even if you can beat them, what then? As long as they are not satisfied, our transportation plan remains stranded. Not to mention ninjas, ordinary people can destroy them at will." Chiyu hurriedly blocked her daughter-in-law's dangerous thoughts and let herself push some thief Ko Xiao in the northwest to make trouble, and then the daughter-in-law and the others clean up and take advantage of the trend. This is no problem, but it was a bit early to be tough. Now he has the top powerhouse Mithriya, and he is proficient in Sarah, who has just merged the power of the dragon veins, the strengthened Star Ninja Village, and the chakra armor of the Snow Country, with thousands of fighters strengthened by Greer's energy. Although the strength is almost not lost to Cloud Shinobi Village, plus Konoha Village, it is no problem to push 1 or 2 Shinobi Village horizontally. But the consequences of this are very serious, and it will put all plans on hold and bankruptcy. Cut, I know, but it's just annoying to look at. You said what would happen if I found something to do for them. What you said before is correct. The 1 country, 1 village system is very weird, and 1 mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers, so I will provoke it. To see what the results are. Don't you blacken, wife? Chiyu was stunned. The war between Ninja Village and Ninja Village has left the people of Ninja World unhappy. If the conflict between the daimyo and Ninja Village is provoked so early, the Ninja World may be split directly. After listening to Tsunade's chatter, Chiyu also thought, Tsunade wants to show his strength, so as to push the alliance he built to the forefront, and then deliberately create contradictions, and then push this contradiction to the entire ninja world, forcing the entire ninja world to make choices together. Although this is a complicated and lengthy process, it is ruthless enough that it not only pulls the entire shinobi world to dance together, but also doesn't even let it go. Want to create disputes within a controllable range, make all kinds of contradictions stand out, and then everyone will work together to find a solution. And before the arrival of powerful foreign enemies, let the internal wars temper some top fighters. Chi was convinced that his wife was blackened. Chapter 89. A paradise was erected on the vast expanse of the desert. Lulan today is more than just 1,000 towers. There are many factories and new buildings in the surrounding area. Tsunade is also planning to ask a real estate agent to come over to build a small single-family building and add some greenery. Her own Littlewood style is too busy. At the beginning, Sarah, Queen Lulan, had only a few hundred people. With the gradual growth of life, Sarah began to absorb refugees in the past 2 years, and now Lulan has a population of tens of thousands, and she, the queen, has only begun to live up to her name. Sarah doesn't have a strong physique. In the past 2 years, Tsunade has spent a lot of energy to make her grow. Transplanted with white Zetsu cells, it has grayer energy enhancement, and even let her go to Star Ninja Village to receive star enhancement. Until recently, with the help of Tsunade and Mithriya, she sealed the dragon veins into her body, slowly fusing the power of the dragon veins. Although Sarah used her own chakra, she was very close to the practice of physical skills. But their clan is born with the ability to control dragon veins. When the body can withstand the power of the dragon veins, it can use the power of the dragon veins freely. Now she only lacks the ability to develop and strengthen her physique to withstand more dragon vein energy. In the past few years, Mithriya has continued to develop her witch god body, and she has no idea about the limits of her strength. In the Shinrin village of Summer Star, the Greer energy given in Tsunade solved the disadvantages of their cultivation, plus active and Tsunade research active technique. Now he is preparing to completely solve the negative problems caused by the stars with the assistance of active technique. With dozens of ninjas driving the peacock magic, Xingnan village can at least truly occupy a place in the ninja world. Fenghua Xiaoxue is relatively lazy in her practice. Firstly, she has no talent. Secondly, she is a firm supporter of science and technology. Tsunade drew her a concept of steel armor, which she has been studying frantically. In addition to these cooperative allies, Tsunade's direct master's power, in addition to Chiyu, there are several strong ones. Uzumaki Miko, Uzumaki Incense, Phosphorus Mother and Daughter, and the 3 Uzumaki family of Uzumaki Hinoka. Miko has average talent, but when various resources are smashed, it can also open adamant sealing chains. As a Uzumaki clan, the speed of fusing white Zetsu cells is also faster than others. The talent of Xianglin, under the training of Tsunade, opened the adamantine sealing chains 2 or 3 years earlier than the original work, but it is a pity that the magical skill Kaguya did not open his eyes. It goes without saying that Uzumaki Huanoka, who is now at 18, is originally talented and detached. With so many resources down, she is also a top combat power. The strongest are her elders, the summoning beasts accumulated on Summoning Island, and some of the top summoning beasts are also strengthened by Tsunade's Greer energy. Now Huanao Xiang is the one who owns the summoning beast force, covering the land, sea, and air. Regrettably, the ultimate summoning beast they had spent their energy making was still in the volcano. After all, it was an evil thing. It's a pity that none of the 3 Uzumaki have the qualifications to practice celestial arts, so they can only continue to fuse white Zetsu cells and spend time. The remaining Yinayu, although the increase in strength was not small, but did not reach the level of Shadow. Kabuto is super talented, but he spends most of his time doing research. Tsunade, a physique genius Ziluo abducted from the northern part of the Kingdom of Wind, is now 12 years old. He has shown great talent, and he has grown up to 1,000 miles. The original book, who created his own 7-day call at the age of 14, has now been developed in advance. With the addition of the physical activity technique Orochimaru brought from Shinnon before, Ziluo will continue to grow astonishingly in the next few years. As for Secretary Shizun, since following Tsunade, she has almost no time to strengthen her strength. She used to be busy learning medical skills and evading debts, but now she is busy processing documents. And Lulan, the country of ghosts, and the country of snow, through Kabuto and Orochimaru's research on Greer energy for more than 2 years, they have obtained perfect potions for strengthening and developed a good military force. Although compared to the functionality of the ninja, these reinforced soldiers are a bit inferior, but in terms of strength, they surpass most genin. Coupled with the systematic training of the samurai, at least it is better than the samurai of the Iron Country. Chiyu looked at the vitality technique in his hand and sighed that his daughter-in-law thought about Blacken because she had confidence. Tsunade had a superb knowledge of regenerative ninjutsu. After encountering Chiyu, he began to study the active technique to help Chiyu. Although Chiyu failed to make progress in lightning-style chakra mode, Tsunade's active technique has made progress. By cultivating the breathing activity technique created by Zilluo, plus the physical activity technique obtained from Shinon. After fusion and penetration, Tsunade has now created a new active technique. Ideally, it involves activating the potential of the cells of the whole body to explode powerful functions, but the initial development starts with the easy ones. That is to start with strengthening the chakra circulation gate and body vein acupoints, and do a weekly activation technique. For Chiyu, 9 out of 10 of these knowledge is a question mark, but since the daughter-in-law gave the ready-made one, let's hug the thigh. Nowadays, his wife's supervision is still not slack. Chiyu has to strengthen the body exercise to the limit. Lightning-style chakra modes practice is groping, and even Inferno-style can't stop groping. The original body was delusional to develop Inferno-style and died. It seems that this wish has to be made up for others. Even if Chiyu has the Jinwei chakra mode now, but if you add Inferno-style and Lightning-style chakra mode, it will be perfect. In the morning, coming out of the room, Chiyu yawned. Shizun glared at herself when she saw the living room packing documents. Chiyu was suddenly full of question marks. When did he offend this silly girl? Shizun is in a bad mood now, and since this man appeared, she has fallen out of favor. I knew it was cruel and poisoned this dogskin ointment. Chiyu took the breakfast back to the room and gave it to his wife, who was laying in bed. This daughter-in-law was crazy about wanting to set up the Great Buddha. During the period when Chiyu went to Xiao Xiao to organize, she not only practiced immortality, but also started wood style, although she couldn't even use the 3-room and 2-hall technique. Pulling Chiyu and simply trying Suzua's wood style for one night. It is a pity that Tsunade wood style is not strong enough, and Chiyu's energy control of Susanoo is not detailed enough. After Chiyu worked hard for a few days, Tsunade transplanted him the latest white Zetsu cells. Now that the white Zetsu body and Uzumaki Fei are in Tsunade, Kabuto and Hiryu are happily studying, and Chiyu has also obtained results. However, with the gleaming eyes of Bei Liuhu, Chiyu fell to the experimental platform where he and Kabuto were lying. As the existence of Tsunade with the same cell fusion rate, Chiyu naturally has to accept research so that Kabuto and Bailuhu can obtain more effective experimental data. Seeing Balu Zirandezi smile, from time to time he deliberately shakes the knife a few times or deliberately expands the mouth opened on Chiyu's body. Chiyu is very speechless. This Gawazi is really careful. And Yi Nayu next to him, staring at Bei Liuhu's eyes more and more solemnly. After studying the dead house for 10 years, he transformed himself into a mess. But after joining the organization, Tsunade's first gift to Bei Liuhu was to repair his bandage, which resembled a cracked woman's mouth. Nowadays, with white hair and fair skin, Sakura has a small mouth and a delicate face. The first flower is properly organized, although it is a man. After escaping from the devil's claws of Balu, Chiyui went in the dark and began to walk in the shadowy land of the northwest from the country of rain to the country of snow. The daughter-in-law's plan has begun. Chapter 90. In a secret room in Rain Shinobi Village, Conan came to the original base of Kakuzu and Haiden. In a secret door somewhere, a secret room created by Kakuzu opened. Finally, looking at the gold and silver treasures in the secret room, Conan's eyes flashed a little. Although she and Nagato often didn't care about the loyalty of Akatsuki members, they have to admit that Kakuzu is indeed more loyal to them than others. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu's last coded gesture to her turned out to be where he hid the money. Roughly counting, the amount is quite large. It seems that Kakuzu has worked hard to make money for decades. Rain Shinobi Village, which is recovering, is in urgent need of these billions of money. Let's go back and give Kakuzu more gifts. In the eastern part of the country of fire, a fierce battle has just ended. Seeing the 3 masked men escape, Orochimaru showed a regretful expression, and the Black Zetsu and Uchiha Shin who were next to him were also dumbfounded. I was tricked into the Kamui space by Obito at the beginning, and I was almost killed by Konoha village. At first, Black Zetsu thought it was Obito's betrayal, but later discovered that Obito was also calculated. After all, Obito's situation, Black Zetsu knew very well, that was another eye in Kakashi's. And that day, he also saw Kakashi in the Kamui space. Although he doesn't know how Obito escaped, but since he chose to break up, let him divide it thoroughly. Who does Orochimaru covet Obito's eyes? But in the first battle, Obito actually used Hollow and Kamui, and Black Zetsu was even more confused. If Obito escaped by himself, then there is another Kamui. Obito should not dare to continue using Kamui. After all, who knows what Konoha will arrange in the Kamui space waiting for him. But at this moment, seeing Obito use Kamui, Black Zetsu reconfirmed his conjecture that Obito was betrayal. Otherwise, tell me, why do you dare to use Kamui? Say you are not Konoha's person? Obito, who was fleeing, was also experiencing heart palpitations at this moment. These days he doesn't need Kamui anymore. Itachi and Kisame look at him strangely. Today, he was raided by Orochimaru and others. He was just crushed and beaten. Kisame was in a hurry to protect him. The opposite is Orochimaru. There are also 2 fairy ninjas, plus crystal-style support. Uchiha believes that he is waiting for the opportunity to attack. Rao was desperately Kisame and failed to protect him. As for Itachi, in a crisis, Obito reluctantly used Kamui, and then found it was okay. Let's go to Konoha, Obito said. Without Kamui's self, it was nothing. Physically active technique cultivation took a lot of time, and his physique seemed not as good as Shinnong's. So the only way to solve the dilemma is to get the other eye back. So he is Uchiha Obito? Where is the other eye in Kakashi? On the way to Konoha, Orochimaru listened to the information given by Black Zetsu. Just in the battle, I heard Black Zetsu shouting the mask Madara Uchiha Obito, and now I asked Black Zetsu. It's no wonder that I had the intention to take Sharingan from Kakashi, but Danzo quickly took him into the route to protect it. Even if 3rd generation acquiesced, I couldn't get that eye from Danzo's hand. Orochimaru murmured, "Hey, it's Danzo again. Isn't it his calculation to capture Obito? This is his confidence as a fisherman." Uchiha believes that Black Zetsu instantly feels cold. Danzo is too scary. Perhaps, otherwise, why would he dare to enter range shinobi village? You know, he got all the information of the Akatsuki organization. With the strength of the Akatsuki organization, why would he dare to be a fisherman? After all, neither of you cares about his coming. Just because you have confidence in your own strength, how does Danzo know? Perhaps it is with such a backhand that he dared to come. Moreover, the appearance of the 5 great ninja villages was strange, and the message that Beilu spread out was too fast. It seemed to be intentional. Think about it. What if this was also arranged by Danzo? The arrival of the 5 major villages can not only share his pressure, but I am afraid it also means to completely destroy the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru opened his mouth and talked, although he didn't know how much information Tsunade knew. But as long as he doesn't affect Tsunade's plan, he can snoop out Tsunade's game the fastest from Tsunade's follow-up actions. To get a glimpse of Tsunade's plan is to see the general trend of the world. After seeing Tsunade a few times, Orochimaru decided to hold his thigh even though he left Tsunade. So when Black Zetsu asked him about Danzo and Jiraiya Tsunade and others, Orochimaru transferred all the pot to Danzo. The effect was remarkable, and the King Go of the ninja world could not sit still, and the leader slew to Konoha village, and it was necessary to eradicate Danzo. Orochimaru also wished that the shinobi would move quickly, so that it would stimulate Tsunade to do more things. After all, he followed Tsunade all these years and hesitated to see that Tsunade was kind and somewhat hesitant. And here in Black Zetsu, he is scared, he is just a conspiracy, and now there is a conspirator who is more terrifying than him. So let people live. In Konoha village, Danzo is staying at the base of the route at the moment, dumbfounded. Danzo just accidentally showed his face in the village and was surrounded by a lot of fans. Danzo was rare and embarrassed. He had wanted to get this kind of treatment countless times, but never got it. But now that I have obtained it, how come I feel uneasy in my heart? And the body is running away honestly. Now that Danzo enters the Hokage building, every ninja who sees him respects him very much, even more respect than Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a sigh, Danzo became worried. It's inexplicable. After working hard for something that he couldn't get in his whole life, he has recently made a miss, 2 misses, and 2 inexplicable failures. Instead, he became a hero. But the consequences are extremely cruel. The Three Tails incident, how famous his reputation is, how much Akatsuki hates him. In this incident of Akatsuki's civil war, not only did he completely become Akatsuki's chief enemy, but the big ninja villages might be wary of him coming. Inexplicably, how did it become like this? As a root in the dark, how come his exposure is so high? Elder Danzo, the people from the hospital just came over and said that it was for the health of the ninja and invited you and Umbu Ninja to go through the blood test. A ninja ran from outside and said to Danzo, "The root of Konoha, the external information, is the training department of Umbu. Blood test." Danzo was dumbfounded. After he became famous these days, many departments begged him to speak. Except for agreeing to Hiruzen's request to give a lecture at the ninja school, nothing else. What is the routine in this hospital? Could it be that the blood test is also used to get him Danzo to engage in endorsement propaganda in the past? Blood test. Why didn't I know about this? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when Danzo came to ask. Danzo nodded clearly. Sure enough, the hospital wanted to use this kind of harassment operation to trick him into Danzo's past, so that the hospital could rub his money. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Umbu's report that the hospital was really undergoing a blood test, and many ninjas in the department passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt uneasy, and then got up to take a look. Since the establishment of the medical department, I have never heard of the collective blood test, and this is not a trivial matter, so I have to report it to him as Hokage. Here in the hospital, there is a department where many ninjas sit sparsely, and some are waiting in line to draw blood. The arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo caused a commotion. But as soon as Danzo came in, he stared at the medical ninjas who were drawing blood from the ninjas, very serious. As soon as these people didn't say hello to Hiruzen, they dared to use their rights indiscriminately. Secondly, you still want to post your own money? Huh. Then in Danzo's surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly shot himself, 3 shadow clone plus the main body, and immediately controlled the 4 medical ninjas. Danzo and the nearby ninja were shocked. The hospital and the ninja school are right around the Hokage building, so Sarutobi Hiruzen knows many people. But these 4 familiar people, although the aura remains, but in terms of character and expression, they all reveal strangeness. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not merciful, and killed these 4 people who fought so hard. Anyway, Konoha can read memories from the dead. Everyone was in a panic, and then saw 4 dead medical ninjas, who immediately became the bodies of the White Weird. White Zetsu. Everyone listened to the order, immediately lock down the hospital, notify the perception team, and order the enchantment team to protect the village, notify all ninjas, and immediately prepare for battle. Tell Jiraiya to come over in sage mode. Danzo immediately roar. Chapter 91. Shoop. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others near the roof, a space Uzumaki immediately appeared, and countless detonations flew down. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of explosions and smoke, and the peaceful Konoha village immediately became a commotion, and countless ninjas jumped out of the house and rushed towards the hospital. At the same time, a figure jumped out of the space Uzumaki that was about to be closed, and from the 4 white Zetsu who had just been killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, a white Zetsu emerged and walked along the blood bottle that fell on the ground. "Aha, Danzo, you will die today," a rampant voice yelled out of the gunpowder smoke. Suddenly Danzo's face turned bad. He thought he was just being stared at by others, but he didn't expect it to be my life. Seeing white Zetsu, Danzo's face was gloomy, and he knew who was looking for him. At this moment, even if Danzo was a little furious, he couldn't help but feel wronged by 3 points in his heart. Danzo really didn't target you guys. Presumptuous. How dare you murder Elder Danzo, damn it. I want to murder Elder Danzo. Step over my corpse first. Hero Konoha, could you murder as a young man? See the power of Umbu. The ninjas couldn't stand it anymore and immediately roared. Everyone looked at the enemy falling in the center of the hospital square, very angry and confused. The angry enemy dared to invade Konoha and was confused by an enemy who invaded Konoha. Why is there such an embarrassing position? Falling in the center of the open space. Isn't this waiting to die? Sure enough, a group of ninjas, shurikens, and Kou flew away, and the person resisted rough a few times, and his hands, feet, and heads fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised, and then they guarded against other places. However, the people on the ground did not die. Suddenly, the white fluid squirmed on his body, and the separated head and hands were immediately reconnected. Haiden. Danzo also recognized it at the moment. This is the person who was at Rain Shinobi Village before, who had been disgraced by their roots. Third Hokage, hand over Danzo, otherwise many people here will die. Haiden laughed madly. At this moment, a white Zetsu on the ground emerged from his feet and handed him several boxes of blood bottles. This is the blood collected by those white Zetsu disguised as a doctor. Originally thinking of Danzo, it would be done once and for all, but it was still seen through, and Danzo's blood was not collected. Haiden quickly drew a formation with blood under his feet, and then sent a blood bottle of blood to his mouth. At this moment, Haiden has a large area of black lines all over his body, and his image has changed drastically. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. The opponent threatened the life of the base friend. Can this be tolerated? Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked directly. A fierce fire dragon protruded, whizzing towards Haiden. But what is surprising is that Haiden did not evade, but stretched out his hands to greet him. What? The moment the fire dragon enveloped Haiden, there was a scream. But not Haiden, but a ninja next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without anyone attacking, the ninja immediately smoked all over his body, and then almost turned into charcoal. This upgrade surprised the onlookers in vain. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned black, and he reacted instantly. Such an injury was obviously caused by his fire-style ninjutsu, but what he just attacked was the enemy. At this moment, Haiden, who was shrouded in flames, showed that he was unscathed, laughing wildly. Seeing the enemy being played around and shocked by his curse, Haiden enjoyed it very much. Stop it, the enemy can transfer the damage. Sarutobi Hiruzen drank it when he saw ninjas around who wanted to do something. Haiden, be careful, everyone. Don't let the enemy collect blood, or you'll be cursed. Jiraiya, who rushed over, shouted, while keeping Jane's posture ready to enter Sage mode. Before Haiden was hijacked by White Zetsu under the guard of the Root Ninja, he approached Konan to find out some information about Haiden. Jia, it's too late. Haiden finished listening and laughed while holding the blood bottle in his hand. That's our blood. Oops. At this time, some ninjas spoke up immediately, and many of the people who had taken blood had a bad face. Hokage, hand over Danzo, otherwise these people will have to die. Haiden shouted. Akatsuki's organization fell apart. Kakuzu's death, his hatred of being headshot by the masked Madara, he remembered. First kill Shimura Danzo, the culprit of Akatsuki organization, and then find Uchiha Itachi to avenge Kakuzu. Finally, he has to torture the masked Madara so that he can experience the feeling of his head being pricked by a few wooden thorns. What? Puff, as Haiden quickly ate 2 bottles of blood and pierced his heart with a huge red Shinigami sickle. The 2 ninjas not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately fell down. This is the final warning. I only want Danzo to die. You make your own decision. Haiden poured a plate of blood bottles into his mouth. Then he finished reading the lines Black Zetsu gave him. Stop everyone. I'll talk to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled at this. After finishing the sentence, the not-so-smart Haiden looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in doubt. Obviously knowing that I can transfer the damage, the other party still seals the seal. Do you not believe that I can transfer the damage? Haiden looked at him, with madness in his eyes in vain. Then I will wait for you to attack, and then watch you kill the people in your own village by yourself. The ghouls are all sealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen did make a move, but it was not an attack, but a sealing technique. Sarutobi, teacher is not allowed. Master Hokage. Several people who knew the inside story immediately yelled at Sarutobi Hiruzen in a panic. And Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled frankly and quickly rushed to Haiden. In the place that only Sarutobi Hiruzen saw, behind him, a huge Shinigami phantom appeared, and then his hand reached into Haiden's soul. What? Haiden, who had watched Sarutobi Hiruzen close and laughed wildly. was shocked the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed his shoulder, because he felt that an irresistible force stretched out from the opponent's abdomen, pulling out his soul. "Do not." Unable to move, Haiden roared for a few seconds and fell down after losing his soul. Pump. As Haiden lost his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen also fell. Jiraiya instantly came here and helped third generation who was about to fall to the ground. The white Zetsu on Haiden was stunned, wriggled out, and then quickly stabbed Haiden's body. Unfortunately, as Haiden's soul was taken away by Shinigami, the curse was lifted, and Jiraiya killed the white Zetsu. "Teacher," Jiraiya cried sadly. "Since come to, tell me Tsunade, please forgive me. Danzo is killed," the last sentence quietly said to Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen left with a smile. The ending that the ninja fears most is old age, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is also. Now he can die to save so many companions. He is very happy. His last words were for Jiraiya to convey, asking Tsunade to spare Danzo's life. He could understand the Three Tails incident and Akatsuki's organization incident. Although Tsunade intended to eliminate those who were dangerous to the ninja world and Konoha. But these two incidents pushed Danzo to death. He didn't understand how Danzo offended Tsunade, but he hoped that Tsunade would not attack Danzo. He and Danzo grew up, and everything about him was rooted in the darkness of Danzo. Otherwise, he is already a Hokage who has been criticized and stained. Chapter 92. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen far more complicatedly. Sure enough, Sarutobi was the same Sarutobi he knew. Every time, he chose so without hesitation. Looking at his best friend who had fallen into Jiraiya's hands, Danzo only felt that the world revolved and everything was gone, as if he had lost something. It took a long time for Danzo to return to his senses. He knew that the object he had always wanted to compare with was gone. "You are a leaf in the sun, and I am a root in the dark. How do you think of me?" "Sarutobi," Danzo murmured softly. In the end, he did not rush to Sarutobi's body with everyone. He lowered his head, concealed the sadness in his eyes, turned and left, leaving behind a bleak figure. "Oh, by the way, the corpses of white Zetsu will be brought back immediately." Danzo suddenly turned around and ordered the root ninja, and then left bleakly. He is the root, and the joy and sorrow under the sun are not suitable for him, Danzo. Orochimaru, what is that? After Haiden failed, Black Zetsu and others who had left quickly, at this moment Black Zetsu was still afraid, and then asked Orochimaru, "You said Haiden is a good person. How can you say that you are gone if you don't?" At this moment, Orochimaru's face was a little gloomy, making Uchiha Shin and Black Zetsu puzzled. I don't know. I didn't expect that he hadn't taught me this trick for many years. Even I didn't know it." Orochimaru's face was very ugly, and he said gloomily, "In fact, how fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato died, he knew very well, and naturally knew that the ghouls were sealed. It's just that the heart that originally thought it was cold didn't seem to be calm after knowing that the person had died." "Konoha, terrible," Uchiha Xin said with emotion, and Black Zetsu agreed with Xion's statement. "Haiden died inexplicably. It seems that these Konoha people are not afraid of death." Danzo went around calculating the organization to exchange life for value, and third generation did not hesitate and blew himself up. Black Zetsu silently marked Konoha as a place not to approach or face. Who knows if he will be sealed by something strange, or be replaced by one or something. Let's look for the old site of the Uzumaki clan, and see if we can find some seals that can be studied. You should know the Uzumaki clan's ruins over the years, right? Orochimaru pointed. "This is not clear, but White Zetsu can be arranged to find it. But you have to do a favor." Black Zetsu said. Orochimaru's suggestion, he must agree. To find the ruins of the Uzumaki clan to search for seals, and then use these seals to find a way to fight against Konoha's seals, and to destroy these threats to him. By the way, let Orochimaru show his professionalism, using the Hashirama cell in his hand and the energy of the Gedo statue to recreate some white Zetsu. "Kimimaro, you help me run to Yechong village to find Desonus," Orochimaru said, and gave Kimimaro a scroll and a small white snake. Now he has a lot of interesting research in his hands, so some research should be outsourced to others for help. Then I went back with Uchiha Shin and Black Zetsu, the organization of Gedo statue, Orochimaru also wanted to continue to study what it was. Unexpectedly, white Zetsu was made by Hashirama cells, and that thing. Black Zetsu here, before leaving, ordered a white Zetsu to kill back to Konoha village. At the beginning, I thought that white Zetsu had no chance. After all, his strength was weak. Even if he deceived some ears and eyes, he might not be able to kill Danzo when he did it. I thought of such a plan to create opportunities for Haiden, but unfortunately it failed. After the misfortune of white Zetsu and Uzumaki of Fei, black Zetsu has no white Zetsu that he can handle and can only stay steadily on Uchiha Shin. He also urged him to practice every day, and he was exhausting to practice the physical activity technique. There was no way. Who could have imagined that his black Zetsu would also become a dad one day? Although this child is very foolish, he is weak, has a weak personality, and has a bad brain. What's the matter? Somewhere in Konoha village, Uchiha Obito appeared. In a dark place, watching thousands of ninjas surround the Hokage building, I was immediately confused. What's the situation? Immediately after transformation technique inquired around, Obito was surprised to find that Black Zetsu and the others had come to make trouble in advance. Then third Hokage died, and Haiden died too. Here in Kakashi, it was still dark, so I went home early to rest. At this moment, the injury on his body is still not healed. The body has not been swollen yet, and he is barely rushing on the road. Jiraiya waited for the elders, let him rest first, and get up in the middle of the night to take over his vigil. As night fell, in Kakashi's sleeping room, suddenly a space Uzumaki appeared. Obito stayed quietly in the dark, watching for a long time, before stepping forward, reaching out his hand to Kakashi's left eye with a blindfold. Taking off the blindfold, Obito was stunned when he was about to quickly remove his own eyes. This blindfold is moist. In the end, Obito did not hesitate and took off his left eye. In an instant, his figure disappeared into the space Uzumaki. I don't know you anymore. I swear. I will definitely catch you to the teacher's grave. A voice sounded in the room, and the space Uzumaki disappeared. When Obito stood quietly, Kakashi woke up, but he couldn't believe his instincts. And also, some don't know how to face that person. Don't you owe me? Humph, don't you know who you owe? Obito entered the Kamui space with a gloomy face and a gloomy heart. Grown-ups. In Kamui space, Kisame and Itachi are here, seeing Obito come back with blood-dripping eyes in his hand. Before having a battle with Orochimaru and others, Obito subconsciously used Hollow. Knowing that Kakashi is here, nobody cares about me for the time being, so I boldly use Kamui. That's the case. He also took Kisame and Itachi steadily to avoid bad luck. Now that his left eye has returned, not only has his strength been strengthened, but he has no flaws. But I don't know what's wrong. The right eye under Obito's mask, looking at the eye just buttoned in his hand, stared blankly for a long time. In the amazement of Itachi and Kisame, Obito took off half of the mask and placed his left eye on it until the temperature on the eye had cooled. It's just that under the mask, for a long time, the blood and tears in the left eye have never stopped. The three of them wandered in the wilderness at night, and Obito walked aimlessly like lost. It was unprecedented in Itachi's eyes that some emotions were revealed, complicated, tangled, sympathetic, emotional, incredible. In the previous raid by Orochimaru and others, he already knew who the Masked Madara was through Black Zetsu's name for the Masked Madara. Thinking of the fate of the Captain Kakashi and Obito who led him in Umbu back then. How sad. Perhaps, is this the fate of the Uchiha clan? Yo, isn't this Uchiha Obito? A joke came out suddenly. Orochimaru, Uchiha Shin, and others were also very surprised. How could they encounter this kind of thing on a journey at night? When Shigego's Sage Mode sensed a few people nearby, Orochimaru hurriedly came to dazzle. Without a word, Shigego rushed directly. Kisame also held Samahata to greet him. Boom. Crystal Style. As soon as Girin was about to use Crystal Style, Orochimaru was immediately pulled back. I saw a space Uzumaki at the location of Girin Station just now, almost invisible in the dark night. At this moment, everyone also saw that Obito, who had pulled down half of his mask, had two scarlet three sickles in his eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan. Go! Orochimaru gave up his plan to plunder Mangekyo. Not to mention the fact that the eyes are gathered to increase the strength, and Orochimaru was shocked by the pupil technique that used Uzumaki's space so far away. The snake's premonition instinctively told him that it was very dangerous. Uchiha, who had no opinion, and Black Zetsu, who Hegu was accustomed to, did not refute and quickly followed. Chapter 93. At the base of the roots at the bottom of the Konoha village Hokage Rock, in a quiet chamber, Danzo stood there for a long time. The ninja at the root put the 4 white Zetsu killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 1 white Zetsu killed by Jiraiya into his place. Danzo's eyes were blank, and he didn't know what he was thinking while rubbing white Zetsu's tissue with his hands. The white Zetsu of the Akatsuki organization has the ability to escape and perfect camouflage. It is even suspected of being able to liquefy and possess one's body, supply chakra, and repair injuries. Some white Zetsu can also use with style. Danzo shook his head, not thinking about sad things, and whispering the information he had received from Jiraiya, but murmured. His thoughts didn't know where he wanted to go. It was a sunny day, and it was above this place. At that time, their family had just joined the Konoha village founded by Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. He was lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by first generation. At the same time, he also had a companion named Hiruzen from Sarutobi's family. Know each other, compete with each other, chase and fight in this thriving village. Master Danzo, I. At this moment, a root ninja pushed in. Excuse me, do you want to die? Memories always wanted to cry, but was interrupted. Danzo suddenly became angry. The ninja who came in was shocked. The furious Danzo's eyes were instantly clear, and he was astonished and immediately fell cold, and instantly attacked the ninja. He didn't return to his senses after immersing himself in the memory. Danzo had told him to be quiet, and the root ninja would never disturb him. If something happens, it will be reported outside and will act only after you respond. This ninja dared to come in directly, and when he was yelled at him, his reaction was not sincere and fearful to plead guilty, but rather dumbfounded. What happened to Haiden just now is vivid, so how can Danzo not guess? Hiruzen could instantly find out that those doctors had problems, and his Danzo was naturally not bad. Shu, who seeing Danzo's violent attack, the ninja hurriedly fired 3 wooden thorns. Now in the White Zetsu forces, with the death of White Zetsu and Uzumaki Afei, White Zetsu who can use with style is only in the 2nd or 3rd place. The Black Zetsu boss said that if he succeeds this time, he will be given a name and become the boss of the White Zetsu. Papa, the surprise came very unexpectedly. In his eyes, he saw Danzo's only left eye with trepidation. He was hit by 3 wooden thorns in the air. The wooden thorns exploded directly on him, and several thick wooden thorns penetrated Danzo's body. Seeing Danzo twitching on the ground, White Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Danzo's body excitedly. However, the corpse on the ground suddenly turned into a ghost and disappeared. White Zetsu was taken aback and looked around. What he saw was Danzo who reappeared and opened his right eye with his hand, and Danzo's right eye showed Mangekyo Sharingan, the scarlet 4-pinwheel pattern. Not bad. After a while, Danzo stretched his body with great interest. His waist no longer hurts, his legs no longer sore. Even the ills in the body can't be felt. After knowing that this might be a ninja disguised by White Zetsu, Danzo resolutely gave it to him, and found that the other party actually knows what style. Danzo suddenly became interested and did not intend to kill or seal the other party. Knowing that this creature is not afraid of death, he immediately and decisively gave it to distinguished heavenly gods. He wants to borrow this White Zetsu to explore Akatsuki in reverse, and he is also very excited about the ability of this White Zetsu. With impeccable escape ability and camouflage, it can also increase chakra and repair fatal injuries, a proper tool. At this moment Danzo realized that he had found the treasure, and wasting distinguished heavenly gods is not wrong. For him, it was very profitable. The right arm is Danzo of the 1st generation cell prosthesis. When he controlled White Zetsu to possess himself, he felt the huge energy and vitality of White Zetsu, as well as the same 1st generation cells. This is much better than his right arm. I don't know how many times it directly replaced his right arm. At the same time, the Sharingan transplanted on his body has also been better nurtured. It is not the same as before and needs to be sealed by him. and with white Zetsu possessed, he can still use with style initially, although it is used to control white Zetsu. He can even use the white Zetsu package on his body to easily change the perfect camouflage and use the white Zetsu package to hide him. In these tragic days, Danzo finally felt a little comfort, and at the same time he was relieved. I have been staring at Akatsuki, not afraid of being fake. Now with this white Zetsu who was controlled by distinguished heavenly gods and became his slave, Danzo felt much safer immediately. This Chiyu, who was doing trouble in the country of stone, usually summoning Katsu, got the message from his wife and was immediately confused. Black Zetsu really dared to let Uchiha send white Zetsu Haiden to Konoha to make trouble. What's more, he took the third generation away. This is too sloppy. Chiyu touched his nose, his own butterfly effect. Why didn't he change to a good place? Now that third generation died more than 2 years earlier than the original, the daughter-in-law wants to take office in a hurry. This affects the plan because Tsunade is preparing to stabilize the current situation in the northwest. After Terumi Mei stabilizes, Tsunade will take the post of Hokage, and he will immediately collude with Terumi Mei from the eastern part of the ninja to the northwest. And more importantly, Tsunade needs to let third generation know her thoughts and approve her thoughts. Then go to the muddy water for her. That's right, it's wading through the muddy waters, known as the Pioneer, commonly known as the human flesh-wandering device. Tsunade's reforms will inevitably stir up turmoil within the country of fire, and the powerful and the old classes are not so easy to deal with. So Tsunade wants to let the teacher burn the waste heat again in the past 2 years, and he will promote it. Third generation has ruled Konoha for more than 40 years, and his words and deeds are more convincing than Tsunade. If the implementation of the policy is successful, Tsunade can take over Hokage's implementation of the New Deal with peace of mind. If the implementation fails, Tsunade can quickly make a response plan. But now things happen suddenly, and there is no more fun. In the future, Tsunade wants to change. No matter how good or bad, she can only bear it. However, Chiyu did not stop the current plan, and then went back to Konoha with Tsunade. I have exposed the identity of Uchiha Shina, and now there is no need to show up to cause trouble for the wife. Moreover, Chiyu likes to be behind the scenes. Let his wife do the things in front of the scene. The root of being a good wife is enough. I have to say, third generation and Danzo, the two complement each other. I made my own roots, so what did Danzo do? Nonsense. Be your own root. What's up with him? Of course, he is the root of Tsunade. He is the root of Konoha, and it does not mean that there can only be one root. And now there are important things. Chiyu has been running around here these days and found interesting things. There are people who are doing things in this northwest, just like him. After several investigations, Chiyu had to sigh. Fortunately, his wife asked herself to make trouble, and she was lucky enough to encounter this incident. Someone secretly stirred the nearby underground forces. However, different from Chiyu's method, the other party provokes some powerful Langren to join Tsunade, and then prepares to let these people make trouble under the name of Tsunade. Hey, this method is really tough. This is to kill the rhythm of Tsunade and the Transportation Alliance. Chapter 94. With this meticulous method and this motive, Chiyu immediately knew who it was, and now we need to find some evidence. Although his illusion skills are not as good as Uchiha Itachi and Obito, it is still appropriate to deal with ordinary people. Since someone is willing to stretch out a dirty hand, Chiyu is also happy not to do it himself. Just observe the actions of the people behind this. Wait for them to finish, and then pull them out. I originally wanted to get some small shrimp and leeway, but now there is a good fat chicken coming out, which is most suitable for monkeys. The sacrifice of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also caused an uproar in the ninja world. After all, it was the shadow of the strongest ninja village, or it was sacrificed by the enemy invading the village and resisting the enemy. For a while, all the forces became more vigilant against the remnants of Zhao's organization. Tsunade is a bit upset at this moment. Although she could not understand some of the teacher's deeds, she was the teacher who brought her up after all. No one can be merciless. I haven't returned to Konoha for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that I was like the original book, and I still couldn't see the teacher. Using ghouls at the expense of his own life. Maybe he must be very happy when he finally leaves, right? Perhaps it is also a relief. Tsunade also understands that his second grandfather needs to be responsible for the reason why Danzo and third generation have become like this. Although his second grandfather's ability is penultimate, third generation and Danzo can only look back in their lives. But the times have changed, and the wisdom of predecessors may not be applicable to future generations. Third generation and Danzo, who think they are inferior to second generation, can only follow the will of second generation for most of their lives. Until now, third generation has slowly changed some Konoha's will to fire. Let the ninjas change from the mission-oriented concept to the companion-oriented concept, which is a disguised form for Hitaki Tsukumo, to reverse the case. Of course, Tsunade hopes that teacher third generation will step on the thunder for her alive, and then take a good look at her. Tsunade will make Kamui and change the world. Let Toad Pill see what TM is called to bring change to the ninja world. Unfortunately, now that the teacher has left, even if she succeeds in the future, she will have one less object to show off. Things have reached this point. Although it is not in the plan, Tsunade is not a counselor. The alliance meeting was immediately held, and Mithra Sala Yinayu and others held a secret meeting first, and then Konan Shashing and others were invited to come. Make follow-up arrangements and prepare to accelerate the development of the alliance in advance. By the afternoon of the next day, Jiraiya brought Kakashi Asuma and others to pick up Tsunade. In the original book, Tsunade has been away from the village for more than 10 years and has been drinking and gambling outside. This is the case. Once Konoha village is a Hokage, he can be supported. Now Tsunade has developed the Northwest Transportation Alliance, which is the side of the ninja world, in the first 2 years. She is so famous that she is returning to Konoha as the 5th Hokage at this moment. Of course, someone who is also thriving should also have this treatment, but he did not come out to fight for it. In fact, Danzo, who has become younger by relying on white Zetsu at this moment, has the ability to compete. But for a long time, Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura did not recognize him. When Hiruzen was pried away, I didn't know that Minato was on board. After Minato died, Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura still didn't choose him. Now that Hiruzen has passed away, even if Danzo has more background and popularity, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the strong desire for that position as before. Perhaps because Tsunade has some abilities, perhaps because she is the granddaughter of the teacher, or some other reason, Danzo held back his footsteps and did not interfere with Hokage's election. Instead, he started an experiment. His roots have been studying first-generation cells over the years, and now there are living white Zetsu and a few white Zetsu corpses. He can't help it naturally. Here at Tsunade, seeing the left eye wrapped by Kakashi, she had already known the matter through the message sent by Jiraiya, and she kicked Kakashi in a rage. She let go of Kakashi again and again, but Kakashi disappointed her too much. Obito, who has 2 Kamui in his hands, how can he hold him? It is a more free existence, more troublesome than Rinnegan. The guy with the eyes gathered, if one day really wants to engage in Konoha and the Transportation Alliance, except for a few masters of immortality, everyone else can only wait to die or be consumed. In the fear of Asuma, Hong and others, Mithra and others pulled Tsunade away. Jiraiya and Kakashi were hammered into pigs again. Finally, under the 3 huge airships, Tsunade, everyone went to Konoha. On the lively Tsunade enthronement day in Konoha village, Sunagakure and Kirigakure sent representatives to Konoha to congratulate them. Fenghua Xiaoxue, Mithra and Sarah also attended in person as close friends. Congratulations from other small forces such as Rain Shinobi Village, the Country of Birds, the Country of Stone, and Rain Shinobi Village. For a time it can be said to be a grand occasion in the ninja world. Of course, this also makes many people restless. Years of wars have kept the nations of the ninja world like hedgehogs and guarded each other. Now there is an alien, and there are so many huge allies in the upper ranks alone. If she finishes digesting the first force Konoha village, if there is any bad thought in the follow-up, who can stop it? After all, it seems that every power has some grudges with Konoha. Who knows if they will settle accounts after autumn? While this is a grand occasion, many people also know that the world is about to change. The Wagakure, 3rd Tsuchikage Onaji side, while holding the intelligence. The ninja world is going to change, but a Wagakure is not friendly to them. In all countries, Shinobi Village is a prestigious existence. But Rock Shinobi Village has some exceptions. The Land of the Land is unique in geography. It is located in the northwest of the ninja. The Land of the Land faces the sea in the north and the sea to the south, tightly wrapped the entire country of the earth. In this chaotic world, the country of the earth is a very peaceful place. But this is very unfriendly to a Wagakure, who is the land of Ninja Village. Too peaceful, the daimyo did not support a Wagakure very much. Without war, Shinobu's existence is of little significance. After all, the huge mountains that protect the land of the earth, let alone ordinary people, are difficult for most ninjas to cross. That is, it protects the land of the earth from foreign invasion, and also isolates the country from expanding. So Rao is in harmony with the daimyo, and daimyo still cut a lot of military expenses. Why did they fail to lay down the territory outside in the Ninja World War? It costs too much to train a ninja, and sometimes he wants to make trouble. Inoki always pays for Akatsuki to do it. Now that Tsunade is pulling up the Transportation Alliance, other big names are very cautious. That is, they are drooling and watching, but they dare not take risks to develop. Although railway transportation is indeed convenient and has great benefits, it is easy to be destroyed. As long as there are people with dissidents, the entire transportation system can be paralyzed at a little price. Everyone understands people. It's not that this thing is bad, but that this era cannot carry it. Therefore, the interests of motorcycles and bicycles, and even the interests of airships, are more real than railways. But the land of the country is different. It is a very peaceful and closed land country. The daimyo wants to introduce railway transportation and even participates in the Transportation Alliance to jointly study the road car system. Now discussions with the ministers have begun, and even the traffic bill, as well as the plan for the establishment of the traffic guard by the Learning Transportation Alliance. However, Deming did not take him to play, and he intended to bypass him to establish a traffic guard. This made Inoki panicked. It is difficult to maintain Iwagakure now. If traffic prevails in the land of the earth, the daimyo will not only have 1 or 2 departments, but also the economy and prestige. At that time, just throwing money will be able to dig out his Iwagakure ninja. The matter of the Fire Country daimyo escorting the coup, let all Shinobu village know what the daimyo think. The Shinobu villages are naturally unhappy. I can sit on the same level as your daimyo and ask you for money. You still can't control me. So why should I disband and become your little brother? Therefore, create trouble for the Transportation Alliance. Let the daimyo see the shortcomings of the transportation, thereby restricting the hand extended by the daimyo. Of course, it's best to mess up the ninja world. Then Ninja Village has a reason to continue. Chapter 95. After returning to the country of birds, Chiyu has been studying Kabuto's spy manual and the essentials of spying on intelligence. No way. Now Kabuto is busy doing research, and Nuno guards the 2 handsome boys. Ishin wants to be Chiyu of Tsunade roots, only learning while practicing. During this period of time, relying on his powerful strength and mangekyo, he wandered in this area. Then he noticed the dark hand behind him and was excited to trace the bird country all the way. I found Meng Zong, the leader of Langmin, who was mixed here, whose original name was Broom. He has made a deal with the people behind him and sent one of his capable cadres to Sunagakure. They wandered for many years, wandered around to learn ninjutsu, and survived as thieves in various villages. They still have a hand. Now that I am old, I want to spend a little time here in the country of birds and take control of this country as a base for the elderly. Relying on Sage Mode's perception, Chiyu still found the main envoy behind him, and it was exactly the same as Chiyu guessed. But Chiyu is curious. Why is a Wagakure doing this? It is not good for them. However, after the news was passed on to the daughter-in-law, returned the news, seemed very happy, and asked herself not to hinder others' actions. Then arranged for Chiyu to enter the land of the land to investigate the information. Chiyu used his magical action more than a dozen times in a row. From the north of the bird country, more than a dozen spatial displacements passed through the Rocky Mountain range dozens of kilometers wide. The very speechless ninja world actually has such a barren land, and it surrounds the entire land of the country. They will neither be invaded, nor can they expand their territories. It is no wonder that the Earth Congress is a pure land of the entire ninja world. At the time Baloo chose the base, it was also the Rocky Mountain range on the border of the land of the Earth. The Jinluan Mountain Sumera Mountain to the east is an uninhabited place with a radius of tens of miles. In these places, except for ninjas, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to survive. Shiyu took out the cross-country motorcycle that swept the world of ninja and hurried to the capital of the country of the earth and Awagakure. There is no war. It is easy to mix into the country of the earth. After investigating for a few days, although I didn't get any news from the Tsuchikage building, according to the actions of the landlord daimyo, Shiyu also knew why Tsuchikage had to take risks. After reporting the information to the daughter-in-law through Katsu, she received the news that the daughter-in-law asked him to return to Konoha village. On the way back, Shiyu unexpectedly found Heima and others in the mountain range in the northern part of the country of rain and the country of earth. Shiyu was dumbfounded. He was also a famous person in the country of fire. Shouldn't it be so bad? No matter how bad it is, can't you go to the temple of fire to guard your son for the elderly? Can you? After sending the message to the daughter-in-law and receiving the message that they do not need to be cleared, he shook his head and hurried towards Konoha. Oyemu, the old man, has to find something to do for him. He has always been the calculator of his stabs, and this time he is upset. Late at night, at Konoha's Hokage's house, the married couple talked. Hokage House is the place where Hokage has lived in the past, not far from Hokage House. Anoki is also miserable. The land of the land is too peaceful, and their Awagakure has always received the least military funding from the daimyo. Now the daimyo wants to develop railways across the country and is also preparing to establish a traffic guard. Several departments suddenly appeared, especially the military department, and Awagakure's situation became more and more awkward. Shiyu said, sighing that the ghostly ghost Oyemu was in a pitiful situation. Perhaps his wisdom has been forced out. In the entire ninja world, the ninja village, who often hired people to do things, was able to make it out of him. Ninja village was originally waiting for the employer to issue a commission, but Anoki was good, and the cost of cultivating a ninja was too high. So he kept the money and used the commission to do things like Akatsuki. Such a policy resulted in the entire Iwagakure being carried by Anogi. There were no top masters. But now Deidara is caught by him, and the explosion-style ninja hunter is still alive. It depends on whether Anoki can keep it. Four Tails Jinchuriki and Five Tails Jinchuriki both left the village, and Shiyu seriously suspected that Anoki could not afford to pay. Embarrassment is to embarrass him. Now these four shadows are the top minds of Anoki, and they ignite the contradiction between him and daimyo. Let him explore the future path between shinobu and daimyo first. Tsunade said in Chiyu's arms. So cruel? Pity him more than 70. Chiyu slapped his tongue. Don't underestimate him. Maybe he can find something we didn't find? Besides, it's 70 and 80, and the old bones are burned for the new era. What's the matter? His granddaughter, I will watch for him. Look at his granddaughter. Why do I think this is weird? Chiyu was instantly alert. Then he continued. They are already very pitiful, trying to maintain the continuation of Ninja Village and exploding their contradictions. Will it cause the situation to become uncontrollable? Because they are pitiful, they are sad. I want them to enter the furnace to find a new direction. There is no situation that can be fully seen. In order not to accumulate water to a certain point, the floods erupted. It is better to let them out now. Sparse channels. Not only the land of the land. I also plan to follow up to encourage the mediocre name of the land of the wind. He must like to make money. Daughter-in-law, you are the conflict between Shinobu and Daimyo broke out ahead of time. By then, the Fire Country Daimyo will not be honest, will you? You should let me get rid of him. Chiyu said. Do you think the existence of the daimyo is reasonable? Tsunade did not answer Chiyu's question, but asked instead. Chiyu was stunned when he heard the words, and then thought about it. Objectively, it is an imperfect system, but it is indispensable in today's ninja environment. It is the continuation of people's thinking and beliefs in this world. When people's thinking is still behind feudalism, their legacy of thousands of years cannot be broken. Chiyu said that the previous Blue Stars were almost all feudal in history, until the two close world wars in modern times broke all the old classes in an instant. It has given birth to technological civilization and ideological changes, and only then can most mainstream countries enter the new system. Nowadays, the ninja world, Ninja Village is a bit that taste. After all, on the bright side, The leader of the village needs everyone's approval and selection. But the political influence of Shinobu village is too low, and the world of Shinobu is still in the feudal era. I want to create an existence that can replace that belief and break people's thinking, so I want to limit the name. It's difficult. Chiyu sighed. Who on Blue Star said it? The more people who know, the easier it is to see the darkness of this world, and the easier it is to go to extremes. The daughter-in-law wants blackened because she has seen too much. Use technology to change people's lives and beliefs, and use dangerous enemies to break people's free views and thinking. So, not only must Anoki and the land of the country be lively, but even the country of the wind and the country of fire should also be lively. So I didn't let you kill Heima. I want to use him to make trouble. Obito Black Zetsu, they didn't die if they didn't die. Maybe it will be of great use in the future. Are you dragging yourself, Konoha, and the Transportation Alliance into the chess game? Will you play too much? If you don't get involved in the storm, you won't be able to see cause and effect. I'm not optimistic about you, at least not in a short time. That's why I calculated all this. Now that chaos can inspire them to change, and the replacement of the old and the new era will enable young people to rise to the top. In such a world, long-term pain is better than short-term pain. Chapter 96. At noon the next day, after Tsunade processed the documents, Chiyu took an umbu mask and followed Tsunade to Danzo's. Seeing Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Chiyu coming, Danzo was in a good mood and invited the three to sit down. Danzo has never stopped smiling since he got White Zetsu. In many experiments, he accidentally discovered that White Zetsu would become stronger after absorbing first-generation cells, and even help him to better integrate first-generation cells. Danzo was so surprised that he laughed in his dreams. But after seeing Chiyu take off his mask, Danzo was stunned. Uchiha Ishina. Danzo looked at Tsunade in surprise. When did she subdue this Mangekyo? With the strength of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Danzo did not doubt the others. Hello, Elder Danzo. I am not Uchiha Ishina anymore. From now on, I will be called Chiyu, so please give me more advice. Chiyu respectfully bowed to Danzo. The attitude is very sincere. After all, I have helped myself and my wife carry so many pots and attracted so much firepower. We must be grateful. Danzo's expression flashed with helplessness. It seemed that no matter who he met, his attitude towards himself has been the same recently. Danzo is not disgusted with Tsunade putting his own person into his roots. This is a normal operation of a person in power. At least it proved that Tsunade wanted to recognize the existence of the roots, so she would let her people in. Nowadays, there is a shortage of top talents in the roots. The person chosen by Tsunade, Danzo, doesn't mind the assessment. If he is qualified, why don't he give him the roots in the future? Danzo, give me your distinguished heavenly gods. I am worried that you will use it to me. Tsunade took a sip of wine and said to Danzo, distinguished heavenly gods is a good thing. It's a pity that Danzo wasted. Danzo was stunned when he heard the words, but he didn't expect Tsunade to know about it. Did Hiruzen tell her? Finally, in the surprise of Tsunade, the two parties bargained, and Tsunade exchanged the research results of first-generation cells with Danzo. I have actually used distinguished heavenly gods, and I will have to wait more than 10 years for the next time. Danzo said after giving distinguished heavenly gods to Tsunade simply. Boom, Tsunade couldn't hold back. He slapped the table and smashed Danzo. Jiraiya and Chiyu stopped her from walking away. Danzo took Tsunade's research results, happily took 2 shots, and then left with a smile. Sure enough, the precipitation of the years is wonderful. He was in a very happy mood at the moment. Distinguished heavenly gods was indeed strong, but it would take more than 10 years to cool down. A Mangekyo who doesn't have distinguished heavenly god's pupil technique does not help him much. He exchanged skills with Tsunade and made a lot of money. Although Tsunade was angry, she was really relieved at the same time. She was really worried that Danzo would be messed up. In this way, Chiyu started a part-time job at the root, occasionally learning and doing tasks with Danzo. On the surface, it was Danzo's subordinates. Of course, Tsunade secretly prepared a piece of information. This piece of information is that Danzo used distinguished heavenly gods for Uchiha Ishina and became Danzo's person. Don't ask. Ask is Danzo Cattle Fork. As for who is lucky enough to get this information, I don't know. Jiraiya, how did you find Tsunade, Uchiha Ishina? Danzo is suspicious and naturally asks clearly, and has arranged the routes to search for information. It seems that the Bailu you arranged to enter Rain Shinobi Village was accepted by him. Later, when the Bailu rebelled against the Shao organization, he was naturally responsible. Coupled with the internal division of Akatsuki's organization, he secretly ran to take refuge in Mithria, and Tsunade asked for it from Mithria. Jiraiya shuffled what Tsunade had given. Danzo's mouth twitched when he heard this. Now, let alone ordinary people, it is Koharu and Hamura who don't believe that Bailuhu was not arranged by him. Danzo is very tired. He doesn't want to explain many things anymore. Koharu and Hamura come to him for information from time to time because of a small relationship, but he really doesn't know everything about Danzo. What? You said there was a problem with a ninja named Lu? They are Nongrin, and they are included in our village. What else can there be a problem? Luo Sha was stunned when he heard Baki's report. As Tsunade's economy expanded a bit, he began to vigorously cultivate ninjas and recruit some ninjas. After all, Akatsuki organized the incident, and the ninja world was about to come. Master Fengying. Bad news. When we inquired about this person's information, we happened to find that this person had joined our village with a purpose. It seemed that we wanted to use our Tsunade name to destroy the railway of the transportation union. This, Luo Sha took a breath and immediately stood up, her expression solemn. Master Fengying, do we need to control him immediately? Which force is he? Who instigated it? I'm very sorry, Master Fengying, I haven't found it yet. I only know that he came from the country of birds. Don't be alarmed. You lead the team to monitor the stream at any time, and then send the elite to the bird country to inquire about the news. I want to see who wants to frame Tsunade. Luo Sha said gloomily that he didn't dare to provoke those women. Fortunately, Baki found out about it. It was really going to happen. Even if he got rid of his grievances, he might not feel comfortable. However, now that he knows this information, perhaps he can manipulate it. It is okay to destroy the railway, or to plant Tsunade. As long as you have a good control of the physical witness card, you will immediately prove your innocence and uncover the person behind the scenes after the incident is revealed. Then the forces of the Calculating Transportation Alliance and Tsunade have absolutely no good fruits. Luo-san's shinobi became excited. Received the news, those people acted. Somewhere on the way from Tsunade to Birdland, I drove Kabuto in Sage mode and said after discovering the actions of Tsunade Umbu. Summoning technique. Huan Naoxiang heard the words and immediately used summoning technique. A huge eagle appeared. Kabuto, Hinaka, and Nanoyu immediately flew to the country of birds on the huge eagle. Dean, this kind of trivial matter can be easily solved by Kabuto. Wouldn't it be better for you to rest in Lulan? Kabuto said helplessly to Yinayu. Although the matter is simple, it is very boring to run around. Especially the environment in the Kingdom of Wind is not good. It's okay. You have been doing research for too long. These things will inevitably be unfamiliar, so I can rest assured after following. As Yinayu said, Yuguang glanced at Huan Naoxiang. Let Kabuto do the task alone with the lively and lovely Huanoka. It's strange that she can rest assured of this handsome man and beautiful girl. In the country of birds, the distinguished guest of honor Meng Zong, who was in a secret room at the moment, laughed while looking at the information in his hand. Unexpectedly, it was a Wagakure who entrusted us. Borrow us to join Tsunade and use Tsunade as a ninja to destroy the Transportation Alliance Railway. It's really fun. Now he is looking forward to it. Only the more chaotic the ninja world, the more opportunities they have for wandering ninjas. Beichun, Meng Zong immediately called his capable subordinates. My lord, what's your order? Beichun came in with blue hair and black eyes. Beichun, take a trip to the Stone Country in the west and send our invitation to those good strength Nongren and warriors. Meng Zong laughed. He who has an insight into the situation certainly can't look at it eagerly. My lord, do you need an invitation by force? Beichun asked. After all, some people with strength are very rebellious. No, try to give the conditions better. Whether they add it or not, our sincerity will arrive. It won't be long before they will join us, and we are about to rise. Meng Zong, who had experienced wars, was able to get into the position of a group of Langnin leaders, and many things were still clear. Tsunade and the Transportation Alliance are calculated, and disputes will inevitably arise. He couldn't participate in those big-scale battles, but he could still do it if he fished in troubled waters and strengthened his forces in the chaos. Chapter 97. The western part of the ninja world was still peaceful, but the dark tide was surging secretly, and everyone thought they were a chess player. Of course, if you play such a big game, you will have to explode if you are not careful. Even if you are a real chess player, it is not necessarily safe. Now in a base inside Hokage Rock, Chi-Yu is studying Flying Thunder God hard. That's right, it's Flying Thunder God technique. Although Chi-Yu had a magical pupil technique, the wife didn't think that the distance was far enough for one-time use, so she drove more than 200 kilometers for continuous use. Inconvenient for her daughter-in-law, she often travels to and from Lulan. Now that Chi-Yu possesses spatial pupil technique Shinshing, he can be regarded as a person with spatial talent. With Ultimate's concentration state, I can't say that the micro-reaction is comparable to the pervert of Namake's Minato, and at least it is much stronger than ordinary ninjas. So Tsunade gave Chi-Yu the Flying Thunder God technique, striving to become a transnational displacement existence as soon as possible. At the same time, Kakashi's Chidori series also gave Chi-Yu, because this can accelerate Chi-Yu's exploration of lightning-style chakra mode. It was the 8 inner gates Chi-Yu coveted. Tsunade didn't let Chi-Yu practice. Although the thing was powerful, it required high qualifications, and it took a lot of time and energy. In that case, Chi-Yu would not have time to do anything else. At this moment, Chi-Yu is studying hard in the base. Hearing from Tsunade that Chi-Yu has a high spatial talent, Danzo, Jiraiya, and others are also curious to come over. It is a pity that Chi-Yu still has nothing to do for a while, and everyone is a little disappointed. However, Danzo and Jiraiya still spare no effort to explain to Chi-Yu the knowledge of Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo coveted Flying Thunder God technique very much, and he did not practice much. When Teacher First Generation passed away, their team was reorganized to Teacher Second Generation. Danzo has further seen the charm of Flying Thunder God technique, but unfortunately none of them have the qualifications. Even after decades of learning, they still have nothing to do. As the teacher of Namake's Minato, Jiraiya taught Namake's Minato to learn Flying Thunder God technique. Naturally, he has quite a good understanding. In a few days, you will pretend to be Flying Thunder God technique with pupil magic and follow Danzo to test Obito and Black Zetsu. In the evening, when Chi-Yu and Tsunade Shizune were eating supper at home, Tsunade said, "Isn't it enough to find Uncle Snake?" Chi-Yu said while pulling the rice. Besides, Danzo learned some information about Black Zetsu Obito and others from White Zetsu. Although not much, they still got information about the break between Black Zetsu and Obito. Danzo is motionless now, obviously not in line with his personality. Anyway, after the death of Teacher Third Generation, Konoha sent ninjas to investigate Akatsuki's remnant party. It's time to attack. We should release Danzo, and then expose Danzo's ninja with Flying Thunder God technique, so as to fit Danzo's personality and identity. By the way, you use your spatial ability to create some trouble for Obito and let him know how to fear. Otherwise, if his eyes are gathered together, if he accidentally twitches his brain, it won't be good to come to Konoha to make trouble. Tsunade said, "Although I knew that Obito was a very persuasive person, the Nine Tails incident was educated by 4th generation, so I didn't dare to make trouble anymore." Uchiha Itachi stared at him for many years, and he dared not shoot Konoha. But who knows if he now doubles Kamui? Will he expand? Let him know that Kamui is not invincible. As long as the Flying Thunder God technique appears, Obito will know who he should do the most and who shouldn't mess with. That's true, but now Danzo has a White Zetsu, and he is experimenting with your 1st-generation cell research. Don't you worry that he is out of control. Chi-Yu said, "After several inquiries, I learned about the existence of White Zetsu on Danzo, and also understood the usefulness of his distinguished heavenly gods. Chi-Yu has always maintained sufficient vigilance towards Danzo. Not to mention that he is the identity of the root of all evils. Just in the blog biography, Sasuke investigates the Kaguya space, and you have to look through his early research reports, and you know that he is absolutely extraordinary. No, what should I say now? His mind is still on Konoha village. Besides, can his life be out of our control? Find him something to do. Just use him and Obito Black Zetsu to contain each other. And I still have many plans in the future, and I will continue to need him to carry it out." With Tsunade's words, Chiyu and Shizun turned Byakugan. "Tsunade, let Chiyu and Shiranui Jinjin use them." A few days later, Danzo found Tsunade unexpectedly. At his roots, the masked man Uchiha Obito has been found on the eastern coast of the Country of Fire. Yes, through White Zetsu, he already knows that the masked Madara is Uchiha Obito, and even Black Zetsu who is Uchiha Madara's will. He wanted to borrow Might Guy for the first time, but Might Guy went out to do a mission. Kakashi and Yamato are now undergoing Tsunade's hell practice, most of the time in a state of residual blood. Knowing from Jiraiya that Chiyu has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Danzo will naturally not let it go. If he brings Chiyu who knows Flying Thunder God technique, he can try to deal with Uchiha Obito. They are very busy. Why do you ask me to borrow someone if you have roots? You won't provoke the disbanded Akatsuki organization again. Don't attract them to Konoha again. It's not that you don't know their identities. When the time comes, what problems will really happen? I'm afraid other ninja villages will watch them coldly. Tsunade frowned and said unhappily, his acting skills were natural. Danzo was upset when he heard that, and knew that Black Zetsu and Obito had turned against each other. Now if he has a chance to not kill them, Danzo feels uneasy. Does the other party hate Konoha? Danzo doesn't know, but Danzo knows that the Three Tails incident, Rain Shinobi Village incident, and Sarutobi sacrifice know how much the other party hates him. Danzo. Others can be careless, but Danzo can't care about it. Then Danzo mocked Tsunade's courage and condoned the border of the Country of Fire left by the disaster. Tsunade is to remind Danzo to pay attention to Konoha's safety and not just for his own sake. The two quarreled, and Jiraiya, Uchiha Koharu and Minato Hamura arrived just when they were about to demolish their home. Uchiha Koharu and Minato Hamura were still not helping each other, but Jiraiya finally agreed to Danzo's approach. So Danzo snorted and walked away with Chiyu who was waiting for orders. It's just that he didn't know. Jiraiya, who looked at him from behind, secretly confessed in his eyes. Although he also saw Danzo upset, but thought he was arranged by Tsunade, he was very sympathetic. Although Chiyu followed Danzo, the trio of Tsunade and Shiranui Kenma did not give in. However, two masters were arranged to follow. One is 10,000 years Jinin Mariksoshi Kosuka, and the other is the dead physique expert, Mr. Chun Baojun. Tsunade, who has read the script, naturally knows that Chun Baojun is still alive. He first salutes him and then pawns him. A stubborn hammer hammers him to Umbu as a physical training teacher. After all, guy who didn't open the 8 gate was beaten by Chun Baojun in physical skills. How could Tsunade let him go? Nowadays, Tsunade, who has developed the active technique, coupled with the white Zetsu cell transplantation research and the use of Greer energy, she attaches great importance to the training of physical ninja. Chapter 98. Black Zetsu-sama, Shin-sama, it's not good. White Zetsu's clone found Danzo's trail. Black Zetsu Uchiha believes that their base is here, and White Zetsu hurried over and called out immediately. Uchiha, who was practicing the physical activity technique, shivered when he heard it, and immediately tensed his whole body, looked at White Zetsu in a panic, and sweated faintly on his forehead. Did that man act again? Did you come for yourself? After all, they just killed 3rd Hokage. They are very guilty. Where is he? Uchiha Xin asked quickly. The Black Zetsu in Uchiha letter did not despise Uchiha letter, and even his mind immediately sank, and his brain worked quickly. Danzo led the team and went to the eastern coast of the Fire Country overnight. White Zetsu replied immediately. Huh. After hearing this, Uchiha immediately closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, and his tight body eased. At this moment, the extremely fast heartbeat proved how nervous it was just now. Danzo is going to the eastern coast of the Country of Fire? The purpose is probably Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru, who was doing the experiment, murmured after hearing Uchiha's letter and Black Zetsu's message. Just now Uchiha Xin and Black Zetsu heard that Danzo was not coming for them. They were relieved, but they immediately guessed that Danzo was for Obito. After all, Obito and their whereabouts, White Zetsu know more or less. What level of Danzo Orochimaru knows? Not so much Danzo discovered Uchiha Obito. It is more likely that Tsunade will be a demon again. Orochimaru did not object to the fisherman who Black Zetsu invited him to join this incident. First, go to see the scene, guess what Tsunade's intentions are, and second, see if there is a chance to snatch Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it's boring just for us to go. Why don't we invite some more people? Orochimaru Jijian laughed twice. What do you mean? Black Zetsu murmured. Last time he invited the 5 ninja villages to watch Akatsuki to organize a civil war and sit firmly on the Daiutai. Then we should learn from it and invite various forces to take a look. After all, the collision between Danzo and Uchiha Obito will be wonderful. Uchiha nodded when he heard this, feeling very reasonable. And Black Zetsu didn't object either. Orochimaru was indeed a fellow, as expected from Konoha. All of them were dirty-minded guys. Besides, as long as there is no Sage Mode Perception ninja that can detect the existence of White Zetsu at the scene, there are as many viewers as you want. Now that Kimimaro and Shigego are teammates, Uchiha Shina is missing, Jiraiya from Konoha village has not come, and Black Zetsu has nothing to worry about. Just when Danzo and his team arrived on the eastern coast of the Land of Fire, there was a storm in the world of ninjas secretly. How did you get this information? Danzo went to the east coast of the Country of Fire to encircle and suppress Dawn to organize a remnant party. Really? Terumi May of Kirigakure frowned in thought. This message is too strange. Just look at these Umbu's confused look. Moreover, why didn't she receive Tsunade's message about the organization of the remnant party around Xiao Xiao? After all, she knew that, behind all of Danzo's reputation, Tsunade was actually promoting it. Is it the Konoha and Akatsuki organization again? Just send a few Umbu to see it. Reikage said he was not interested in it. Danzo moved again. Last night's action. I received news this morning. Did Danzo plan something on purpose? The Wagakure, 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki meditated. After returning from Rain Shinobi Village, he thought carefully about the Rain Shinobi Village incident. There were too many doubts in it. That is why Bai Luhu can spread the information so quickly. Is it a coincidence, or is it intentional? Danzo is in trouble again? But think about it. After all, 3rd Hokage has just been killed by the remnants of Akatsuki. But it's none of our business. We won't intervene. Baki, staring at the ninja named Lu and Meng Zong, try to find Rock Shinobi who entrusted them as soon as possible. Here at Sunagakure, Luo Sha dropped the secret letter in his hand and said, Luo Sha is not interested in Danzo and Akatsuki organizing the remnant party or something. Before Baki discovered that there was a problem with the stream, the elite Umbu ninja went back to the bird country and tracked down Meng Zong. Luo Sha did not expect that it was a Wagakure who wanted to frame him. But he was not angry, but rather happy. With the Wagakure's old rivals, I didn't fight for a while. Now he wants to collect evidence, then watch a Wagakure, the clown dancing, and see how they end up in front of Tsunade and the Transportation League. But Master Fomying, since we have received the message, do you want to send 1 or 2 people to the eastern part of the Country of Fire by the way? Baki said, regardless of whether this matter is important or not, someone has to go to the scene to get more complete information. No problem, you can arrange it. Luo Sha said, Nagato, I just got the news that Danzo is going to trouble those people. Do we need to do something? Here in Rain Shinobi Village, in the village being rebuilt, Konan met Nagato in his secret room. Now Nagato's eyes are wrapped in bandages, and he is practicing hard. He was cut into the water at the beginning and thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that Rinnegan's burden would suddenly explode. Slashing the injury in the middle did not affect him too much. Instead, these days, his majestic vitality continues to increase himself. I didn't expect my own vitality and the prosthetic limbs made by first-generation cells to be so strong. Danzo masked Madara. Nagato immediately sat down and listened to Konan next to him. Konan is a little expecting Danzo to quarrel with those people. It would be better to hurt both sides or something. Now Nagato has no Rinnegan. Although their physique has recovered, the two of them also know that, let alone facing Rinnegan, they may not even be able to face the masks Madara and Uchiha Itachi. If Danzo is in conflict with those people, Konan thinks that maybe he can help Danzo to solve those hidden dangers. The two discussed for a long time, and finally decided to settle down and not participate for the time being. Nagato felt that, let alone the authenticity of the information, as long as Danzo and those people really conflicted, if Danzo succeeds, then everyone will be happy. If it fails, it will inevitably lead to Konoha's violent counterattack. So Nagato thinks it's better to watch the fire from the shore. In a few days, shall we go to Lulon to meet those 3 people from your tribe? Then ask Tsunade to change your eyes. After discussing things, Conan looked at Nagato's bandaged eyes and said, although Nagato is back, if Nagato can't see himself all the time, Conan will always feel a little lost. Now they have joined Tsunade's transportation alliance. Recently, Lulon is giving them Rain Shinobi Village a lot of financial resources to support the establishment of the village. Conan felt that in a few days, he would visit the 3 tribes of Nagato as an opportunity to thank them, and then use their relationship with Tsunade to ask Tsunade for help. Nagato heard the words, thought about it, and finally shook his head. He is not good at communication and does not want to intercede. And recently, after losing sight of my eyes, I was able to calm down and think about a lot of things. Back then, Uchiha Shina, Hiryuko, Uchiha believed their experiments, and Nagato had explored them. Coupled with Rinnegan, who has been carrying it for so long, Nagato has a lot of ideas all at once. He originally had a powerful pupil technique and a super physique. Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Shina, when they possess powerful pupil skills, they seek to make up for their physique. The masked Madara also has wood style and may also have a good physique. So is there any connection between pupil art and powerful living bodies? If transplanting eyes, Nagato hopes to transplant eyes with powerful pupil surgery to verify his guess. Chapter 99. As the sun sets, Uchiha Obito's face is very ugly at the remote sea somewhere in the eastern part of the country of fire. Looking at the mess around him, with countless hidden weapons scattered around, Obito's face was extremely gloomy. After the break with Black Zetsu, without the tools of White Zetsu, Obito knew that he had lost his previous advantage in information. So even if the 2 Kamui were gathered together, he honestly went to this remote place to practice, striving for an early mastery of his eyes, and then planning Rinnegan. But just now, he was immersed in cultivation, and he was suddenly attacked. Fortunately, he didn't react slowly and used Hollow to escape. Glancing at Danzo in the distance, Uchiha Obito's inner alarm bell rang. Now Danzo's image has changed. There is no more bandage on his body, just a pair of big black sunglasses. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the momentum is majestic. Obito was angry, fearful, and aggrieved. It was Black Zetsu and the others who killed the 3rd generation. Why did they come to me? He has never offended Danzo. Why is Danzo always targeting himself lately? Rinnegan is not with me. Whizzing after a sneak attack missed, while the 2 sides confronted each other, 2 figures in the distance rushed over. It was Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. The 2 of them were surprised to see Danzo, whose image has changed drastically now. Wind style, vacuum continuous waves. I saw Danzo Jin, separated by more than 100 meters, spit out a long air Namikaze blade, and drew towards the 3 of Uchiha Obito. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi immediately spit out a huge ball of fire to usher in. In Itachi's surprise, not only did his giant great fireball fail to block wind style, it was also cut in half. You know fire style restrains wind style. Didn't expect Danzo, who is almost 70 years old, is still so strong? Samahata cut. Seeing that Itachi's interception failed, Kisame immediately unfolded Samahata and immediately faced wind style with a hammer. Konoha burst into the wind. Seeing Kisame's shot, Shunbaoju next to Danzo kicked Kisame immediately. Boom. The collision between the electric light and flint, a stream of air exploded, and Kisame was kicked tens of meters to the side when he was crossing Samahata. This kick directly surprised Kisame and Obito. They didn't expect this thin and small old man to have such power. Old man, do you still want to join in the fun when you are old? Kisame said with a smile. Although sincere, his shark face makes people playful regardless of the look. Although the old man is old, he can move a bit. Junior, you have good strength, come again. Shun Baojun finished speaking and rushed towards Kisame at an extremely fast speed. He was still living in seclusion near Konoha some time ago and was found by Tsunade. Although he was happy that 5th Hokage valued him and physiques, he was old, and he didn't want to move because of his student death. I didn't know that 5th generation didn't play cards according to common sense, and caught him with a hammer. If he couldn't win, he opened Xianshu in wood style and almost beat his old man to death. In the end, fifth generation threw a bottle of light green energy liquid to him as a salary and threatened him to be obedient. Otherwise, Tintin would ask him to fight. Shen Baojun didn't persuade him, but the bottle of energy liquid was amazing. His aging body was rejuvenated, nourished the aging body, and continued to strengthen his physique. Thinking that fifth generation was broken for the new generation of physical training in the village, Shen Baojun came out of the mountain after being visited thatched cottage. Facing a powerful enemy at this moment, Shen Baojun's whole body strength exploded, and he no longer had to worry about the effects of his body's aging. He exhaled happily. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. When Shen Baojun looked for Kisame to fight, Marikoshi Kosuka, who was also next to Danzo, took out his shuriken and threw it forward. The seal was immediately sealed, and he saw the shuriken flying towards Itachi and Obito, which immediately changed countless shurikens like a torrential rain. Generally attacked. Obito continued to turn on Hollow and greeted him blankly, but Itachi was too lazy to resist and went to the side. Carrying a black pot on his back, Gasuk immediately carried Taito a few moments across 100 meters and slashed towards Itachi. Unlike Shen Baojun, although Gujia also lives in the jungle on the edge of Konoha village, he has never lived in seclusion. While acting as a village guard, he does many tasks diligently. He was very happy to be commissioned by fifth generation. After all, after fifth generation returned to the village, he took care of him a lot. Like Shen Baojun, he also received green energy liquid, restored his aging body, and returned to the peak of his strength. Shen Baojun is a top-notch physical ninja to deal with Kisame, who also has strange powers. And Furisuk, who has experienced many battles and is determined, is to contain Uchiha Itachi. Of course, all of this is for a certain mysterious ninja to reduce intervention. At this moment, a black-clothed and black-masked ninja next to Danzo shook and instantly took the masked man. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito is extremely vigilant towards Danzo in his heart. Naturally, he will not underestimate the opponent's encirclement and suppression of him. Since Danzo knows his abilities and dares to arrange for a surprise attack on him, he must be prepared. The black-clothed and black-masked ninja is naturally Chiyu. Seeing Obito spit out a huge great fireball, Chiyu Chakra gathered his right hand and greeted him with a punch. Boom! In the splattering sparks, even though Chiyu's figure paused, he rushed forward again, holding his hands together, and two daggers appeared. Call out the dagger in his left hand suddenly dropped and went straight to Obito's front door. At the same time, chakra broke out all over his body, holding another dagger in his right, and slammed straight into the opponent. Obito looked at the black-clothed ninja in surprise and smashed the great fireball with a punch, feeling that there were so many Konoha ninjas. Ignoring the dagger thrown by the opponent, Obito didn't avoid it, but quickly greeted him. The dagger passed through his mask like a phantom, and he raised his right hand, ready to attack the black ninja. At this moment, the black-clothed ninja 10 meters in front of him disappeared directly in the background of the raging flames. Obito's body suddenly tightened, and the alarm bell rang in his heart. In vain, a terrifying chill came from behind him, and a hand was already on his back. At this moment, Chiyu used the pupil technique to move the space to the dagger that passed through Obito. With his empty left hand, he grabbed Obito, and the dagger in his right hand slashed towards the opponent's head like an electric light. Kacha, a burst of blue energy suddenly rose, resisting Chiyu's attack, and with a sudden swing, a huge blue skeleton hand patted him. This time, Obito really saw the black ninja disappear instantly and returned to Danzo. Rao is that the enemy has left, and Susanoo on Obito has not stopped, and has been directly shaped from the skeleton form to Susanoo's second form. Obito couldn't help swallowing his throat, recalling the scene of being beaten up when he was young and frivolous. The attack by the other party just now looked like the pattern of that person back then. Under the mask, the cold sweat on Obito's forehead was dripping. Fly Thunder God technique. Unable to hold back, Obito still murmured. Shen Baojun and Kisame, as well as Gasuk and Itachi, who were fighting on the left and right, stopped immediately and stepped back to face each other, all looking at Chiyu in black. Chapter 100. Who knows the name of Flying Thunder God Technique? It's just that Konoha will reappear Flying Thunder God Technique 10 years after 4th Hokage's sacrifice. Kisame looked extremely dignified at the moment, and secretly approached Obito. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes were fixed on Chiyu, who was wearing a black dress and a black mask. Even Shinbaojun and Gujia were surprised. They didn't expect that the main ninja they wanted to protect would have this magic trick. Rao is a ninja in the dozens of routes nearby, and aside from the cold and mechanical look of the past, he looks at Chiyu in amazement. Of course, after the appearance of Flying Thunder God Technique, Konoha and the ninja gang returned to their senses. Their morale immediately rose, and they faintly further surrounded the three opponents. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, etc., who were peeping secretly. The whole person is not good at this moment. The appearance of a space secret technique, especially in Danzo's hands, increased their inner fear several times. It's no wonder that at the beginning, White Zetsu, hurry up, spread this message to the ninja world. Black Zetsu immediately ordered, Leaf Great Whirlwind. On the battlefield, seeing that Kisame was about to lean against the sky blue Susanoo, Shinbaojun naturally intercepted and kicked Kisame. Konoha Lulu. Furusuke also shook the sword in his hand and stared at Uchiha Itachi. Now that his own ghost bombed in his hand, he would definitely not let the other party stop. Chiyu beside Danzo, the short sword in his hand shone with a few thunder flowers, and immediately bowed his body. In the 20-meter sky blue upper body of Susanoo, Obito immediately focused all his attention when he saw this. Chiyu disappeared again. Hatesong, a ghostly shadow, appeared directly in Susanoo, behind the masked man. How can it be? Obito felt the cold light behind him again, and his heart was horrified. He immediately used the hollow ability between the electric light and flint. Chiyu fell to the ground and disappeared again without waiting for the opponent to counterattack. Obito also entered the Kamui space because of the use of hollow. Susanoo from outside, without chakra support, gradually disappeared. Can you perceive it? Danzo saw Obito hollow and immediately asked Chiyu, who was back here again. The second time he saw Chiyu's space move behind the opponent, he knew that Chiyu had left a mark on the opponent's back when he first attacked with space displacement. If you can perceive the opponent's space, perhaps there will be a more thorough means to suppress the opponent. Sorry, although his phantom is still there, the space closes too quickly. Chiyu replied, but he didn't give up, but felt it all the time. Hollow's Obito, now the phantom cannot be moved, and although his hollow ability is easy to use, it also limits him. That is, not only can he not move, but also has a time limit. And once he moves, it must be the opening of the space channel, and Obito's real body or part of it will appear. Sure enough, after a stalemate for a few seconds, the phantom standing on the ground immediately merged into the ground. At this time, Chiyu disappeared instantly, but the outside world did not see him appear anywhere. In the Kamui space, Chiyu appeared on Obito's back and slashed at him with a short sword in his hand. Dang! However, Obito didn't react slowly, and it was Mangekyo's insight. The huge force directly crashed Obito. On the huge platform of Kamui space, Obito slid more than 10 meters behind in shock. Unexpectedly, the other party's Flying Thunder God technique would directly enter the Kamui space. Without giving Obito a chance, Chiyu raised his sword to bully him. In Mangekyo Sharingan's wide-eyed Mangekyo Sharingan, Chiyu disappeared again, but Obito quickly watched behind him. At this moment, Obito also understood that the other party must have stamped the Flying Thunder God mark on him. The first time was to use Flying Thunder God to attack him by passing through his hollow dagger. Although it was unsuccessful, the opponent touched the hand behind him, and it was bound to be imprinted. Obito's heart sank to the bottom of the lake at this moment, very bad. At the moment of the crisis, Obito exploded his potential, and chakra broke out all over his body, staring at the man who brought him a death crisis. In the Kamui space, countless shurikens in Chiyu's hand flew out, and his figure resembled an electric flower jumping, leaping and attacking quickly around Obito. Ding ding dong dang, Obito hurriedly defended, trying his best to use Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, and there was no room for illusion. After a few breaths, under the dense attack, Obito had more than a dozen blood stains on his body. Fortunately, Obito took the opportunity to withstand the attack and successfully used illusion to the limit. Seeing the other person in a daze, Obito was overjoyed, and the kunai in his hand stabbed away without hesitation. However, only a little bit. The opponent eventually disappeared again, appearing at the shuriken 100 meters away. Seeing the black ninja kneeling halfway, blood leaking from the lower jaw of the black mask, Obito understood that the opponent must bite his tongue and break the illusion. These days, he has studied Danzo a lot. The roots of the opponent's command are all cold-blooded killers who have no emotions and naturally have a set of illusions. Of course, he didn't know that what he saw was only what someone wanted him to see. The purpose of assassinating third generation is not me. You shouldn't fight each other with me to make others profit. Obito couldn't help but say. Now that Danzo's subordinates will fly Thunder God technique, Obito feels a great threat and wants to transfer this threat to Black Zetsu. Because of trying to kill you, that group will provide your whereabouts, and those people, I believe Master Danzo will take them down sooner or later. Chiyu, who has been coated with breath-changing drugs, replied in a low voice, changing voice. Obito's face turned black when he heard that, but he didn't expect Danzo to surprise him, but Black Zetsu and the others attracted him. Obito at this moment hated White Zetsu's ability. Without saying anything, Obito immediately used Kimui to leave this Kimui space, wanting to see if he could close this person here. However, he miscalculated. When he used Kamui to connect to the outside space, Chiyu naturally also sensed the outside and used God to go out. Moreover, he still appeared next to Obito. Dang, in this short period of time, Obito seemed to be completely reborn, growing very fast, and under the pressure of death, he successfully broke through himself, using Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to the greatest extent and reacting quickly. Tear and pull, while pushing back the black ninja, Obito threw away the dark blue robe on his body. Then turned on the azure Susanoo again. Seeing the black rune mark on the back of the robe on the ground outside Susanoo, Obito sighed in relief. It's a pity. Chiyu, who returned to Danzo, murmured softly. Although the mark was fake and had nothing to do with his own spatial ability, Danzo had to act in front of him. It's not a pity. Wind style, vacuum Dayu. Just after Chiyu disappeared and reappeared after a few breaths, and the masked man was already scarred, Danzo knew that Flying Thunder God technique could restrain the opponent's spatio-temporal pupil technique. Even if he didn't take the opponent at this moment, Danzo was relieved in his heart, and he was much more relaxed. At least, there is no way to deal with space-time pupil art anymore. With Danzo's seal, a violent wind burst out suddenly, like an air cannon, rushing towards the azure Susanoo. Boom! Rao is a huge 20-meter Susanoo, but it was almost overturned by Danzo's powerful wind style 100 meters away. Danzo was not satisfied with this, and immediately bit his finger, using the blood to make a mark. Summoning technique. Bang! A violent white mist appeared, and a dream taper a little bigger than Susanoo appeared. Hold head high. The huge orange dream taper appeared, roared, and then took a sharp breath at the azure Susanoo. Rao is a huge Susanoo, also engulfed by the hurricane that Mengma breathed in. Fire style, storm flurry. Obito at this moment obviously reacted a bit faster than Sasuke in the original book, and directly used fire style against the dream taper who sucked Susanoo. Stop. Wind style, vacuum continuous waves. Danzo also reacted, immediately instructing Mengma to stop breathing, and quickly Jane used wind style to meet fire style. But fire style restrains wind style. Even though Danzo is much stronger now, Obito is not weak. After all, the body part is White Zetsu body, and double Kimui is still gathered. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. Furisuk, who had just been repelled by Itachi, saw Danzo's wind style falling into the wind, and immediately made up a huge water dragon, which directly dissipated Obito's huge fire snake ninjutsu. Swish swish. At the same time, the shuriken goddess scattered flowers in Chiyu's hand, all fell near Obito's Susanoo and surrounded him. Water style, big shark bomb technique. Seeing that his side was at a disadvantage, Obito was seriously dazzled. Kisame, a dedicated worker, immediately used his tricks to break through the limitations of his physical skills. Konoha Dragon God. Naturally, Chun Baojun turned abruptly and immediately formed a dragon-shaped tornado. A white dragon-shaped tornado of several tens of meters faced Kisame's attack.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.